Minister. Thank you so much. A pleasure to welcome you to Kosovo. We're so pleased that you joined us. Thank you. This is my husband.
Hi, I'm Sophia. Grace.
All right. Welcome. Protocol will be taken. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Çatı mes.
Çatı është mesi po. Çatı është duft. Çatı është duft vallaj mes. Pak ma mrapa e ka hije, çu sa mirë është. Çashtu veç ma mrapa. Perfekt.
Welcome. Such a pleasure to welcome you to Kosovo.
Wonderful to be here.
Such a pleasure. Thank you so much for coming. It's really enriching this event. This is my husband.
Oh, what a pleasure. What a pleasure.
Welcome, Kat. That's amazing. Thank you so much for coming and joining us. Thank you. My husband, Brenda. I'm not sure if you met him before. Your side is Melissa. Your side is Melissa. Okay, let's take a
Hello.
All right.
Presidente.
Thank you. Protocol will take you inside while I wait for the other guests. Thanks for coming back. President. Welcome, Ambassador. So good to see you. Such a pleasure to welcome you back to Kosovo.
Thank you. My big greetings from General Kaboli.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This is my husband, Vanessa.
It's good to see you again.
How are you?
I know you well from Skopje.
We know each other. Presidente.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I am used to Welcome. A pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much. We'll take a joint picture. Thank you. Minister, welcome.
Your Excellency.
Such a pleasure to welcome you back.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us in the forum. Thank you. This is my husband. Please join us for a joint picture.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dove per favore più su uno.
Welcome. Such a pleasure to welcome you to Kosovo. Thank you so much for joining us from Canada. Thank you so much.
My first trip here, and
It's the very first one. We'll make sure we make it memorable so that you come back. This is my husband, Primo.
well, I am.
He definitely is.
I have to tell you the truth.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. And Primo will take you inside while I wait the other guests. Maybe just look like that.
Bence pjesën që anë i miro kur po vinë musafir. Allah ta shkon të fol. Vajva të shkuar.
Sa po mi pas po ne reflektor më të çdo të me këtë drejtë. Zani në modë.
A dormir?
Çakun po.
Fora.
Ko veç ti më gjësi. Unë jam total.
Sekretare, bisera, esercita. Sì, quindi preso il solo. Arrivederci a tutti gli ore, per non ne che mi faccio un po',
Sta bene?
Geliyor.
Kapı mı iksin taşta sos mıydı bizden?
Zaten ter yüzgeçli gözüküyor değil. Merhaba. Ja, ohne. Ja, Loja, poligreshju në gjysar, të shtëpia të vjetë për kodër tjera.
Ka drejt. Kur të mbledh, nuk ka më rëndësi apo kum dërimi. E kini
Jo, e kini në harru. Ne tash si vjetë ta harru.
të rëndësi drejtën më rëndësi. Në i dëqendi të nësi.
E kini na e hupi shpresa. Edhe pse shpresa gjithë dhe se fundit po rrit, ku i rrit, veta për ty ma herë të arku është rriti. Veta, ajtë. Ne kemi tonë tani.
Te vanlig man får en låta. Gotovo. Gotovo.
Agora fica fora meio para ação.
Finally I made it. I know, I'm pretty sure.
My husband, I've been them before.
Hello. I have a special gift for you. My for the next time when you come, you have to drink the coffee.
We will, and it's a very good
No,
one.
they told me.
Let's take a quick picture and then we'll go in. Thank you. I was told to close the room in the background.
Krya.
Media
running a little bit over capacity, so if we could potentially just clear up the main path, and then we will try to sort everyone out. But for now, we really need the path in the middle. Na duhet rruga në mes me qenë e lirë. Okay. And clear the main path. Zonja dhe zotri, nëse mundeni, ju lutem në pjesën ku po në mes me liru.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the Republic of Kosovo, Her Excellency Dr. Vjosa Osmani Sadriu. The First Gentleman, Mr. Prindon Sadriu. The President of the Republic of Slovenia, Her Excellency Dr. Nataša Pirc Musar. The President of the Republic of Albania, His Excellency Bayram Begaj. The First Lady of the Republic of Albania, Ajmanda Begaj. The Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Albania, Her Excellency Lindita Nikola. The Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia, His Excellency Talat Xhaferi, and our other high-level esteemed guests from around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. The event will begin within a few seconds.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
In a world where traditional notions of security have been challenged by complex global threats, rethinking security paradigms is the urgency of our time. To truly safeguard our future, we must defy convention. Women must be at the very center of peace and security processes. With crises converging globally, can feminist foreign policy empower security approaches, making them more inclusive, equitable, and effective? How can we end conflict-related sexual violence? How do we break the cycle of impunity for perpetrators? How can international justice mechanisms combat sexual violence and offer redress to survivors? Explore the journey from silence to support for survivors, the path to justice and accountability, and the crucial role of the media in shaping narratives and raising awareness. As we gather at this international forum, challenge your perspectives. Think beyond borders, beyond convention. What about the intersection of climate change, security, and gender equality? How can we protect women in the face of climate insecurity? What happens when climate change and conflict collide? Can we rewrite the narrative of resilience through a gender lens? Imagine a world where women lead the way in building resilience and peace building. Picture a world where every action, every policy secures not only our planet, but also the safety and dignity of women. Can smaller countries help? Does my voice matter? What does it take to trigger change? Will democracies unite? Will we act in time? Can we, together, be the architects of this future? These discussions have the power to shape the future. Tune in and be part of the change. My voice matters. Your voice matters. It starts with us.
I was university student and humanitarian rights defender before the war. When war starting, I fought for liberty in Kosovo. Today I am a major general in Kosovo Security Force who has gone for fighter to peacekeeping. Peace for all. I was here, I am here, I will be here.
During the war, we were not safe. We were not protected from the military, paramilitary, and the state police who were targeting us. But today, I'm a colonel in the Kosovo police, and Kosovo is a democratic country, free democratic country. So I choose to serve, protect, and defend all the people of Kosovo, all of them, with dignity, integrity, responsibility. I was here, I am here, and I will be here.
Rape was a weapon of war in Kosovo. They did not spare men, women, or even children. Rape was and it is a war crime. I stood and I stand on the side of the victims, on the side of justice. Justice for all. I was here. I am here. I will be here.
Before the war, during the war, and after the war, I went to villages, to towns, and to cities to make sure that women and girls are being heard, their needs, their fears, and their rights. But you know what? Today, we have so many incredible activists and feminists, and today we support them to speak up and to act. And we will do so every day for all of them. I was here. We are here, and we will be here.
Climate change is everywhere, in places of war and in places of peace. Borders mean nothing to disasters, pandemic, flooding, water and food shortages. So we must act for everyone. It was here, it is here, it will be here.
Most of Kosovo's refugees were able to go back home after their war ended. Now war is in our country.
Today we are refugees in Kosovo. Kosovo gives us safe haven until we can go back to home too.
We want to go back home too.
We are here now. We want to go back home one day.
Our raw legacy.
They came before us.
We are the future.
Their future and your future.
We are here. We will be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Masters of Ceremony for this year's edition of the International Forum on Women, Peace and Security, Ms. Grida Duma and Mr. Adriatic Kelmande.
Mirë se keni ardhur. Mirë se keni ardhur të nderuar të pranishëm, mirë se keni ardhur të ftuar, të shquar nga e mbar bota. Faleminderit që jeni këtu me ne, shkëlqësi, miq, ambasador të pranishëm dhe të ftuar të rëndësishëm sa i përket kontributit të agjendës së gruas në një forum ndërkombëtar për gruan, paqen dhe sigurinë. Faleminderit Presidentes Republikës Kosovës, zonjës Osmani. Faleminderit Presidentes Republikës së Slovenisë, zonjës Murser. Faleminderit Presidentit Begaj, që jeni këtu me ne si pjesë e asaj që quhet barazia. E unë nuk po them gjinore. Faleminderit Zoja Nikola që jeni këtu, faleminderit Kryeministri i Maqedonisë së Veriut që jeni me ne, faleminderit shkëlqësi të tjera për praninë e vyer dhe të rëndësishme në këtë sallë. Padyshim, kjo sallë është e gjitha e mbushur me personalitete, individualitete, kolegë madje, të cilët kanë eksperiencën, përvojën, kontributin jetësor për të vijuar këtë agjendë të qëndrueshme sa i përket gruas në rrugtimin e vet të zhvillimit mbarbotror dhe sidomos në Ballkanin Perëndimor, Kosovë e Shqipëri. Jam në sken me mikun tim, Adriatic Kelmendi. Do përpiqemi të lehtësojmë, quhet moderojmë një forum ndërkombëtar të kësaj rëndësie dhe ju urojmë mirëseardhje në edicionin e dytë të këtij forumi ndërkombëtar të gruas, paqes dhe sigurisë. Faleminderit.
Mirëmëngjesi zonja dhe zotërin, të nderuar pjesëmarrës, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and distinguished speakers from around the globe. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the second edition of International Forum on Women, Peace and Security. We are gathered here today under the esteemed patronage of President Osmani in the vibrant city of Pristina. So welcome once again.
Një rëndësie të veçantë na mbledh në zemër të Ballkanit Perëndimor, ndër të tjera dhe për 2 çështje kollonare të rëndësishme. Shpresojmë dhe urojmë të mundsojmë që të arrijmë të kuptojmë më mirë se çfarë duhet bërë për të parandaluar dhunën seksuale përgjatë konflikteve, arrijmë apo jo do të veprojmë në mënyrë të mençur për të paraprirë zhvillimeve që e presin gruan sidomos për sa I përket ndryshimeve klimatike.
Yes, and it's always an honor to share the stage with and the platform with heads of state, heads of governments, ministers, members of parliaments, policymakers, activists, academics and community leaders who bring valuable perspectives and valuable expertise. Your commitment fuels our collective effort to forge pathways towards safety, dignity, and justice for women everywhere.
Është me vënd të themi që nuk është as çështje paranteze, as është çështje përsëritje. Nuk është përsëritje të themi që në dekadat e fundit tashmë shoqëria mbar globale është bërë koshiencë që pa grua në themelet e veta nuk ndërton dot me garanci zhvillimin. E pra, gratë me historitë e tyre individuale kanë shënjuar dhe shënuar gjurmët e historisë son kolektive. Thënë kjo, ky forum në edicionin e tij të dytë ndërkombëtar I mbajtur në Prishtinë me këtë rëndësi vjen pas një përmase të madhe të agjendës së presidentit Biden, e cila me një përgjegjësi të madhe politike dhe historike u ndërmor nga presidentja Vjosa Osmani për të realizuar këtë në Prishtinë me përgjegjësinë dhe seriozitetin që I takon. Thënë kjo, kam kënaqësi të ftoj në skenë për të hapur edicionin e dytë të këtij forumi ndërkombëtar të gruas, paqes dhe sigurisë, presidenten e Republikës së Kosovës, shkëlqësinë e saj, doktor Vjosa Osmani.
Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, zonja dhe zotrinj, miq të nderuar. We are honored. We are truly honored to see so many friends and such an outstanding support for the International Forum on Women, Peace and Security. Thank you. Your Excellencies, dear Presidents, Prime Ministers, Ministers, WPS champions from all walks of life, welcome to this second edition of the WPS Forum. When we first met in 2022, there was ambition, there was commitment, but most of all, there was a goal. We wanted to convey the clear message that Kosovo is capable, Kosovo is ready, and Kosovo is fitting to take the lead in implementing a global agenda. It was only rightful to select the Women, Peace and Security agenda as our cause, because it does not only ensure a greater women representation in peace and security processes, but most importantly, the women and girls of my country are the genuine embodiment of this process. When I look at them, I see WPS in action. When I see each and every one of you here today, I see WPS in action. So we are making it happen. We are steadily turning resolutions and words into action. So thank you all for being part of this journey. The WPS agenda lies at the very heart of our shared vision for a peaceful and prosperous world. I see it as a beacon of hope and a guide in our pursuit of a world where every woman and girl can live free from fear and feels free to determine her own path. As they say, we all have those unforgettable moments, transformative encounters, and inspiring talks that can trigger us to pursue certain paths. I had one of those moments and meetings I will cherish forever with late Secretary Madeleine Albright at the end of 2022, just a few months before she unfortunately passed away. As always, she kept talking about what more she could do for Kosovo. And that meeting sparked the very first idea of a Women, Peace and Security Forum in Kosovo, which then turned officially into one of our key commitments as part of the Summit for Democracy organized by President Biden. Unfortunately, Secretary Albright left us, but through this forum, we will always make sure that her extraordinary legacy of women empowerment in Kosovo and everywhere in the world will always carry on. At a time when global conflicts persist and new threats emerge, the Women, Peace and Security agenda is more critical than ever. It is not just a smartly crafted policy framework. It is our commitment to rethinking security, to prioritizing prevention, and to protecting the rights of and well-being of women every step of the way, and in ways most fitting to their needs. And as we gather to discuss these vital issues, I draw profound inspiration from the courageous women of Kosovo, many of whom are here with us today. They have navigated our country through our most hurting times, all the way to becoming resolute architects of peace. Their journey has not been easy, and their victories have not been without large sacrifice. Yet, they continue with unwavering commitment to bringing down barriers and building bridges through trust, compassion, and understanding. But most importantly, in their mission, they also uplift and support other women here in Kosovo and everywhere else in the world. I can't go on without dedicating a moment to all of the girls and women currently in conflict and war zones all around the world. They stand both as victims, but also resilient survivors, embodying a synergy of vulnerability and strength. These women, caught in the crossfire of ongoing strife, endure unimaginable hardships, losing homes, losing loved ones, and a sense of security, losing lives. Yet, amidst the chaos, their spirit remains unbroken. They fight tirelessly for survival, they fight for protecting others, their families, they fight for their countries, and most importantly, they fight for freedom. So we owe it to them and to every woman and girl who is faced with the gravity and devastation of a conflict or war to make sure that their voices are heard, that their courage is seen, and their potential is unleashed. We will stand with you every step of the way. Ladies and gentlemen, dear presidents, prime ministers, excellencies, dear friends, the WPS agenda is only as successful as the strength of our partnerships and the persistence of our ambition. We can make it only if we work together. And I'm so proud and humbled to see how our joint work, our genuine partnership, and tons of hard work is bringing to life, and in this case to Kosovo, the very first regional Women, Peace and Security Center of Excellence. We will say more about it shortly, but I wanted to take a moment to express our utmost appreciation for Secretary Blinken's Office for Global Women's Issues for choosing the Office of the President of Kosovo as their partner for this Center of Excellence. Your support and guidance are one of the key ingredients responsible for the success of this forum, but equally so of our joint achievements towards advancing the WPS agenda. On this note, let me make it clear, Kosovo stands as a champion of this agenda, because inclusivity and representation stood at the foundations of all our efforts since day one. So this is my note of appreciation to all of our partners, all of our international partners, all of the Kosovo institutions that have worked with us in making this forum a success, to civil society organizations, security institutions, academia, the media, and everyone else involved. This forum is your forum. It is our joint achievement. So let's keep reaching new heights and make further strides together. And of course, none of this would have even been possible without the relentless work of my outstanding team who've worked day in, day out to make this forum a success. It's a small team with an outstandingly big impact. And as you might imagine, it's mostly composed of women. And some great men champion as well. Dear friends of the WPS, this edition of the WPS Forum is unique in many ways, but also because it seeks to bring a combined perspective into the challenges that women have historically faced, as well as emerging challenges that are reshaping the future of security architectures. As such, the selection of the two key themes of this edition, on one hand, conflict-related sexual violence, as well as climate security, on the other hand, is of no coincidence. In our efforts, of course, we try to address all the tests of our time, but we will also need the lessons of the past to successfully tackle the challenges of the future. In this forum, apart from leaders, politicians, experts, academics, civil society members, human rights defenders, WPS champions, judges, experts, you will also be hearing from survivors themselves, the survivors of sexual violence during the war. They will ask us to hear their story. They will ask us to be the voice of survivors. And most importantly, they will ask us to never stop fighting for justice. When you hear the stories of survivors, as many of us have, fighting for them is not just a job any longer. It's not just the work of a forum any longer. It's not just the mission of a political mandate. It becomes the mission of a lifetime. So we have gathered here today for them and for all the women and girls around the world who need us to be their voice until they can have theirs heard. We all know that whether when speaking of conflict-related sexual violence or speaking of the risks women face as a consequence of climate change, women and girls are those mostly affected. Amidst this backdrop of conflict, societal constraints and cultural upheavals that respond to their needs, that we join forces to empowering and supporting them, as well as create a safe environment for all the women, everywhere, all and for once. So let us draw strength from everything we have achieved in Kosovo and elsewhere. Let us also recognize the work that remains. In this forum, let's commit ourselves to the hard yet absolutely necessary work that remains, the necessary work of peace, a peace where women play an integral role, not just in preventing conflict, but also in leading efforts to build sustainable and resilient societies and countries. Inspired by the legacy of those
women who came before us, bolstered by the courage of women worldwide, and driven by our shared values. Let's not stop. We can, and we will forge a future marked by peace and dignity for all. Thank you.
Zonjën Osmani, padyshim ky nuk mund të jetë thjeshtësisht zyrtarisht dhe protokollarisht një moderim, sepse kjo sallë dhe kjo agjendë mbart një frymëzim. Zonja Osmani tha, jemi të frymëzuar nga shembujt që kanë sakrifikuar, janë flijuar, kanë luftuar dhe vijojnë. Tha që këtu, kur ju shikoj të gjithë dhe bashkë, njerëz me këtë kontribut, me këtë rëndësi, me këtë peshë, kuptoj që gjëra do të avancojnë, do të ecin. Është në veprim fjala. Dhe padyshim ky veprim nuk është thjeshtësisht një detyrim dhe nuk është një punë, tha zonja Osmani. Në fakt është një kuptim edhe për jetën tonë. Shansi dhe historia për disa ka qenë më e vrazhtë. Shansi dhe historia që na jepet ne për të vijuar misionin atyre që sakrifikuan është në fakt një frymëzim për t'i dhënë kuptim jetëve tona. Thënë këto, kam kënaqësinë që një mike të mirë të Kosovës, një presidente për herë të parë të Republikës së Slovenisë, zonjën Natasha Pikar Musar, kam kënaqësinë të ftoj në skenë, duke dhënë vetëm ndonjë element të fushatës së saj, e cila vjen nga gazetaria, vjen nga jurisprudenca, ka disa element shumë interesant në karrierën e vet, shumë profesionale dhe të fortë si grua. Kam kënaqësinë t'ju jap juve skenën, zonja presidente e Republikës së Slovenisë.
I wanted to share because the first time I was also privileged to be the master of ceremony in the original forum, international forum, and I'm so glad to be back for the second time. And to see, we heard 2 years ago remarkable speakers, keynote speakers from Kosovo region and around the world. But what lacked maybe in the first forum was balance of genders. Because we know that we need both men and women to participate in this battle for equality. So this time around, we're going to hear from women, but also from some strong men. So we're going to start with President of Slovenia and continue with remarkable statesmen. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am really happy to be here. President Osmani Sadriu, President Begay, Prime Minister Jaferi, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Madam President, let me thank you for inviting me to address this important forum. I very much welcome the establishment of the Regional Center of Excellence for Women, Peace and Security in Kosovo, which is due to be signed shortly. This is an excellent news because, unfortunately, there is a growing need to focus on women in the context of war, violence, and conflict. Worse still, the worrying news from the Middle East reminds us that we truly live in dangerous times. We must fight for peace and security at every level now, so this conference could not be timelier. Thank you, Vjosa, for the initiative. So overall, ladies and gentlemen, the situation is anything but good. I am increasingly concerned about the situation of women and girls worldwide. Wherever you look, gender inequality stands out as a sad but obvious feature of our civilization. A 2018 report of UN Women states, among other things, that women are often the first to go hungry when households do not have access to sufficient food. A girl born into a poor household and forced into early marriage has a higher risk of dropping out of school, giving birth early, suffering complications in childbirth, and experiencing domestic violence. A girl born into poverty has virtually no chance of escaping it. Given these facts, we cannot expect to achieve gender equality in the near future. Even small progress by 2030 is likely to be considered a success, but we should not celebrate it. Looking at how much is invested into efforts to give women a greater role in all areas of life, we may not even achieve gender equality by 2130. Observing the terrible impact of political, economic, and security developments of women and girls worldwide, one may well conclude that the situation is worsening. Think of the current situation of women, girls, and boys in Syria, Yemen, and Sudan, for example. Think of the situation of women and girls in Afghanistan, a tragic story of the rapid and brutal reversion of rights that had been gained only to be lost again. We also should think of Ukrainian women. The Russian aggression against Ukraine has turned many of them into refugees, victims of sexual violence in the conflict or fighting for their country on the front line at this very moment. Last but certainly not least, we should think of the women in the Gaza Strip, many of whom have lost everything: peace, security, shelter, food, water, and many of them, even thousands of them, lives. Our approach to the role, needs, and protection of women in conflict and crisis is the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, as formulated in the 10 UN Security Council resolutions. We see the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women and men as key to success in efforts to achieve sustainable and inclusive peace, stability, and development. However, let us be honest, in the nearly 25 years that have passed since the Security Council adopted the landmark Resolution 1325, we have not seen the kind of progress we had hoped for at that time. We have to ask ourselves the question, why actually? What is holding back progress on the WPS agenda? My answer, ladies and gentlemen, is the lack of inclusivity. The same answer applies to the question of why so many peace processes fail. As long as full social inclusion, especially of women, is not taken for granted, neither will peace processes be stable, nor will be the situation of women and girls improve significantly. This also applies to many other issues that are linked to social problems such as climate change. Against this background, Slovenia pursues a feminist foreign policy in its international relations. As a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, we look at all issues on the UN Security Council agenda from a gender perspective. Of course, the Women, Peace and Security agenda is one of our priorities in the work of the Council. We also include a gender perspective in other Security Council dossiers. This applies to geographical and thematic dossiers, for example, the Climate, Peace and Security Agenda, or water, or cybersecurity. Slovenia is committed to the full, equal, and meaningful participation of women in peace-building measures in the areas of environment, climate security, and water management. In this regard, let me briefly outline some elements of Slovenian feminist foreign policy that could be relevant to the debates at this important gathering. First, we strongly condemn all conflict-related sexual violence. It is abhorrent to use rape as a tactic of war or as an instrument of oppression or intimidation. There must be no impunity for such crimes. Second, Great attention must be paid to impunity, followed by decisive action. If violence against women goes unpunished, it encourages the continued perpetration of conflict-related sexual violence. International law provides for the punishment of perpetrators and deterrence to ensure that such crimes are not repeated. Third, justice for survivors of conflict-related sexual violence must be a global priority. This is why Slovenia has long supported efforts to tackle impunity. We are particularly proud of the Ljubljana Hague Convention, which we consider to be a particularly important instrument in the fight against impunity. The convention, which was opened for signature in February, promises to significantly improve cooperation between state parties in the investigation and prosecution of the most serious international crimes. We call on all countries to sign and ratify the convention, and this would contribute to the global fight against impunity. Finally, raising awareness of conflict-related sexual violence and the needs of survivors should be included in national policy considerations in all countries, if you ask me. To this end, we have recently prepared a translation of the Murad Code into the Slovenian language to support the work of all relevant national institutions. In 2019, Slovenia supported the call to action for protection from gender-based violence in emergencies. We provided the ICRC with €250,000 in 2023 for its work to protect against sexual violence in conflict. Will this help? Well, certainly a little. But when I see rape being used as a hybrid tactic in Srebrenica, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and today in Ukraine and Gaza, I'm far from confident that such horrific war tactics will disappear. Still, we must be defiant, we shall never lose hope, and we must be vocal about the crimes against women and men should help us in this endeavor. To conclude, women are able and must be entrusted with working as peace builders, humanitarian workers, and human rights defenders, beginning at the grassroots level in conflicts and crisis zones. They make a crucial contribution to addressing conflict-related sexual violence by providing sexual and reproductive services and psychosocial support to survivors and tailored support to child victims of such violence, demanding justice and contributing to sustainable peace agreements. Women currently make up 70% of personnel in the Slovenian armed forces, compared to an average of 13% in NATO member states. The Women, Peace and Security agenda is part of education, training, working procedures, and training for international operations and missions of our armed forces. The Peace Operations Training Center in Slovenia offers excellent training also in the topic of women, peace and security. I can only recommend this training to all future peacekeepers. Ladies and gentlemen, and now something from the bottom of my heart. You know, whenever we discuss feminist politics or feminist movements, some people often say that we fight against men. We are not fighting against men. That's why we need men to support us. We are not fighting for the men to have less, but we just want to be equal. And how can we describe the difference between gender equality and gender equity? There is one beautiful, really beautiful sentence to describe it. Gender equality is if you give everybody a pair of shoes. Gender equity is if you give a person a shoe that fits the size of her feet or his feet. So that's the difference we have to bear in mind. We have to adapt the politics and policies to help women. There are only few female presidents in Europe currently. My friend Vjosa and myself are 2 of 6 of them. There are only 3 currently in European Union, in Greece, in Malta, and in Slovenia, and 6 in the whole Europe. Kosovo, Moldova, and Georgia. But we are paving the path for all the ladies and girls behind us. And I would really really like to encourage every girl, every woman to choose the path that she wants, and parents should support her all the way through, especially fathers. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very happy to be part of this forum, and I wish you all the success. Thank you very much.
E bukur shumë, si të sigurojmë barazin, jo t'i japim se cilit nga një palë këpuc, t'i japim se cilit atë këpuc që bën për masën e këmbës së saj apo të ti. Padyshim, është një thënie bukur e vlefshme në një kontekst të përhershëm, në një moment kur ju drejtova presidentit Begaj që është i pranishëm në këtë forum, thash nuk po them barazi gjinore, për arsye se çështja e gruas dhe e burrit, mundësitë e tyre, avancimi dhe evolucioni është një çështje e barazisë njerëzore. Dhe që ta realizosh këtë, që ta kesh këtë, që ta bësh këtë, duhet edhe ta imbresësh, ta kesh së brendshmi një personalitet të pashtë që unë besoj që presidenti Begaj e ka dhe kam kënaqësi ta kem në sken për dhënë përshëndetjen dhe fjalën dhe mesazhin e një barazie njerëzore. Presidenti Begaj.
Dear Natasha, you said that you are not here to fight the men's. No. But I can show you that I'm one of them that I truly believe to equality. So thank you so much for inviting me to be here today to speak on behalf of Albania. It's a great pleasure to see this room full with people, witness of those situations that never be repeated. Dear President Osmani, I am not going to thank you for the invitation because I will be always in Kosovo without invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it's an honor to address you at this Forum for Women, Peace and Security here in Pristina. This gathering stands as a proof of our shared commitment to peace and security, while also reflecting Kosovo's active contribution to a prosperous future and a world where the role of women is fundamental. The Western Balkans bear witness to the bloody conflicts that have left an unforgettable mark upon our lands and hearts, and will forever remain in our historical memory. Among those who bear heaviest burdens of these conflicts were women. They have been targets of violence and torture, subject to humiliation and ethnic cleansing. These conflicts serve as painful reminders of the price paid so dearly, especially by women. Today, we have gathered in Kosovo to reaffirm our strong dedication to cooperation, progress, and sustainable development, which are all essential for fostering peace and security in Western Balkans. This forum serves not only as a collective memory, preserving stories of historical and ongoing violence against women during conflicts, but also as a source of hope. It symbolizes our shared vision for a future where women's role and leadership strengthen peace and security. Dear participants, indeed, our history in Western Balkans, particularly with Albanian society, bear witness to the strength of women as mediators of peace and stability. Albanian women have been essential in maintaining family bonds and social solidarity. Nowadays, they make an important contribution to the building of democratic institutions and the promotion of dialogue. Women are engaged in various ways, including participation in political life, businesses, civil society, and initiatives for human rights and education. Notably, both Albania and Kosovo have been significant progress in ensuring high representation of women in political life, state institutions, and defense and security. Let me extend my congratulations to Kosovo for this, as a state that has had 2 female presidents within its first 15 years of independence. In a heartfelt manner, I would like to take this opportunity to thank President Osmani for her remarkable initiative and organization of this forum together with your staff. Thank you. I'm sure that more work is ahead to break down the hindering mindset, empower women, and ensure gender equality and equal opportunities. Sustainable peace and security cannot be achieved without the equal participation of women and men across all levels of decision-making. To empower women, we must enhance their capabilities and create supportive environment. Crucial to this is the education of girls and women. Investing in their education and training not only open up new opportunities, but also equips them with the strength, courage, and resources they need to challenge prevailing mindset and norms within the family and society. Such efforts would ensure equal opportunities to participate in political and social spheres. By supporting women's education, we invest in the next generation of women, leaders across demanding fields such as technological innovation and innovative solutions to environment problems. The innovation brought by women leaders, scientists, activists, and entrepreneurs are essential for addressing the world's present and future challenges. This forum has the potential to turn into a platform for alliances dedicated to supporting and ensuring women's education worldwide. Similar alliances are crucial for ending violence against women. This violence, unfortunately, is not only confined to civil, ethnic, regional, or global conflicts, but also to the daily life of hundreds and thousands of families in which women face mistreatment. Therefore, the fight to end violence against women requires our collective effort on many levels, determination and persistence. The time has come for an intensive campaign to ensure that violence against women in any form is intolerable and unjustifiable. Let us recall the pain, suffering, and sacrifice of the women and girls who were victims of the violence of the Serbian genocide against the Albanians. I highly admire the courage and bravery of those who witnessed the horrors endured. They serve as living testimonies that must not be forgotten, must not be failed away, must never be left punished, and must never be repeated. Dear participants, in today's ongoing regional and global tensions, promoting women's participation in peace and security discussions offers perspectives and solutions crucial for building sustainable peace. In our region, where political changes and security concerns continue to be a challenge, the role of women in conflict prevention, mediation, and post-conflict recovery is more important than ever. This forum is important as it emphasizes the role each of our countries plays, our efforts and our commitments to peace and security, which are based on consolidating the rule of law, democratic values, and social justice. These pillars are in line with Albania's strong commitment and ongoing efforts in its journey toward European Union integration. Undoubtedly, democracy and the welfare state always need reform and improvement. They always stand as the only sure solution for peace and security within the country and worldwide. I see gender equality and the empowerment of women in society and important requirements for a functional democracy. To conclude, I believe this forum will serve as a guide for concrete initiatives and activities at different levels of representations, raising society's awareness of women's inevitable role and guaranteeing their physical and psychological well-being at all times. From Pristina, a city of strength and endless energy to build a prosperous future, I wish for a world where every woman and girl can live free from oppression, violence, and discrimination, and realize their dreams and aspirations with our support. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, President Begay. And while I was listening to the speech of Her Excellency, President Musar from Slovenia, I was thinking how sad, and I believe you all agree, is that Europe, the inventor of democracy, countries with the oldest democracies in the world, part of Europe, achieved only to have 12 women as presidents. But I believe there's a chance to learn something from Kosovo, the newest country and the newest democracy in Kosovo. We achieved to have not only one, but 2 women presidents. So I believe by the time of the next forum, there will be at least 12 women presidents in Europe.
Let's hope so.
Thank you. And I believe Grida, as former politician, agrees that one
More
woman
than that, but
must
just
be a
not because
president
they
in
are
Albania.
women, but they are spectacular persons.
Thank you. And by saying that, we move to our program, and I have a pleasure to invite my dear friend, His Excellency, Prime Minister of North Macedonia, Mr. Talat Jaferi, to join us on stage.
Nderuara Presidente e Republikës Kosovës, Shëqësia juaj Vjosa Osmani. Të nderuar President të Shqipërisë, Zoti Begaj, Slovenisë, Zonja Musar, të nderuar të pranishëm. Sot jemi këtu për një rast të rëndësishëm dhe kisha thënë një arritje të madhe për rajonin. Për mua është nder të jem pjesë e këtij eventi që do të kontribuoj në realizimin e kësaj nisme të shkëlqyer, respektivisht Qendrës Rajonale e Ekselencës për Gra, Paqe dhe Siguri. Edhe ne, në Republikën e Maqedonisë së Veriut, jemi fuqimisht të përkushtuar në zbatimin e agjendës Gratë, Paqja dhe Siguria. Si një vend aktiv antar i NATO-s, ne mbështesim zbatimin e kësaj politike në 3 synimet kryesore të aleancës dhe për këtë qëllim e kemi harmonizuar edhe planin ton aksionar me nismën përkatës. Akoma më e rëndësishme, ne edhe në mënyrë thelbësore i implementojmë të 3 parimet e integrimit, gjithë përfshirjes dhe integritetit në punën tonë të përditshme dhe në politikat dhe në udhëheqësim. Sepse thelbi është ajo që na udhëheq çdo ditë në marrjen e vendimeve politike, të cilat kanë një qëllim të vetëm dhe kjo është ti plotësojmë standardet drejt arritjes së barazisë gjinore. Legjislacioni është një pjesë jashtëzakonisht e rëndësishme e këtij procesi, sepse e siguron kornizën me të cilën sigurohet përfaqësimi. I tillë është edhe plani i dytë nacional i aksionit të Republikës së Maqedonisë së Veriut për implementimin e rezolutës 1325 të miratuar në vitin 2020 si plan strategjik 5 vjeçar për arritjen e barazisë së vërtet gjinore, integrimit dhe transparencës në nivel nacional. Por legjislacioni është vetëm një segment i politikës sonë më të lartë. Është e padiskutueshme se çështjet gjinore në Maqedoninë e Veriut në masë të madhe po fitojnë hapësirë dhe po bëhen një nga prioritetet përmes reformave që qeveria filloi të zbatojë në vitin 2017 dhe menjëherë para antarësimit tonë të plotë në NATO. Këto reforma ndodhen mbi të gjitha në mënyrën në të cilën mendojmë për dimensionin gjinor dhe inkorporojmë atë në çdo politikë. Pa dallim, nëse kjo paraqet konventin e Stambollit, reformat sociale, një shoqëri për të gjithë dhe një sër politikash tjera që i zbaton kjo qeveri, ose po fokusi orientohet drejt grave në sektorin e sigurisë, qëllimi i përbashkët të gjithë është përfshirja e plot duke mundësuar një hapësirë që çon deri në barazinë gjinore. Në këtë drejtim, mund të them se ne jemi një shembull pozitiv. Ministria e Mbrojtjes së Republikës së Maqedonisë së Veriut drejtohet nga një ministre e shkëlqyer, të cilës i paraprinte gjithashtu një ministre tjetër e shkëlqyer e mbrojtjes. Presidenti i shtetit ka një adjutant dhe është arritur një avancim i konsiderueshëm i numrit të grave të përfaqësuara në armatë, i cili numër është dyfishuar në 10 vitet e fundit. Në ministrinë e njëjtë, nga numri i përgjithshëm i punonjësve administrativ të punësuar në poste drejtuese, 49% janë të përkatësisë gjinore gra. Kemi 8 gra me gradën kolonel, që është numër që deri para një dekade ishte 0 apo 1 e tillë. Të nderuar të pranishëm, Agjenda për gra, paqe dhe siguri ishte gjithashtu një nga prioritetet gjatë kryesimit tonë me OSBE-n në vitin e kaluar. Për të afirmuar këtë politikë, ne organizuam disa ngjarje në nivelin më të lartë në këtë temë. Me këtë, dua të potencoj se jemi në një rrugë të shkëlqyer, edhe pse kemi akoma shumë për të ecur në këtë rrugë, trajektoria e lëvizjes është përcaktuar dhe zotimi im ishte dhe do të mbetet të qëndrojmë në të njëjtën vijë. E di se sipas një nga teoritë feministe, përpaqen konsiderohet se është një proces i vazhdueshëm për të cilin duhet të punohet, e jo një qëllim që duhet arritur. Edhe unë pajtohem me këtë teori dhe mbi të njëjtën e bazoj edhe barazinë gjinore në siguri. Lufta në Ukrainë është një përkujtues i fortë i domosdoshmërisë së përfshirjes aktive të grave në të gjitha fushat e parandalimit të konflikteve dhe përpjekjeve për të ndërtuar paqen, stabilitetin dhe sigurinë. Kontributi i tyre është i domosdoshëm edhe në përshtatjen e politikave me realitetin e ri. Pikërisht për këtë, ne si një antare e besueshme e NATO-s, e mbështesim qasjen e aleancës për t'i dhënë rëndësi më të madhe politikës për gra, paqen dhe siguri. Kjo nënkupton përfaqësim dhe pjesëmarrje më të madhe të grave në operacionet dhe misionet civile dhe ushtarake të NATO-s, por edhe promovim më të madh të barazisë gjinore si shprehje e vlerave tona të përbashkëta demokratike. Ju falenderit për vëmendjen.
Thank you, Prime Minister Jaferi. And as we go along, I'm so excited that we came to a certain point of the agenda when we want to cherish our partners, those who stood by us in good and our bad, those who were with us with their support always when was needed. So let's take a moment to see one very special address.
Hello to everyone in Pristina for the International Forum on Women, Peace, and Security, and congratulations to President Osmani for bringing this community together. This forum is an essential confirmation of our determination to amplify the voices of women, strengthen women's participation in all walks of life, and ensure a gender balance in peace and security decision-making in Kosovo and around the world. I vividly remember visiting refugee camps in Macedonia when I was First Lady of the United States and listening to uprooted Kosovars telling me their tales of slaughter and forced exodus. After Bill called NATO to end the bloody ethnic cleansing and to stop Milosevic, we traveled to Kosovo and met with women rebuilding their lives. As Secretary of State, I also closely followed and supported the progress that was being made toward maintaining peace. That peace hasn't always been easy, particularly now as tensions in the Balkan region once again escalate, as Russia's unprovoked war in Ukraine rages on, and as global anti-democratic forces sow division and hate. That's why forums like this are so important. Women are not just victims of violence and inequality. Women are agents of peace and progress. In the decades since Kosovo has been an independent country, women's rights activists, many in this very room, secured meaningful progress toward achieving gender equality in the public sector and politics. After years of lobbying, you succeeded in securing reparations for victims of sexual violence during the war, and you elected your first and now your second female president, committed to preserving and strengthening peace, expanding economic opportunity, and proving that cooperation delivers far greater dividends than conflict. I'm pleased you will be working with the U.S. State Department and the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace, and Security on the establishment of a regional center of excellence on women, peace, and security in Kosovo. This new development will enable you and the region to better realize the promise of the WPS framework established by the United Nations. Together, women committed to peace building lead through action, but we also lead by example. Our democracies are stronger and more sustainable when women are involved and treated as equals, and especially when women lead. But simply embracing the concept of women's rights, let alone enshrining those rights in laws and constitutions, is not the same as achieving full equality. Rights are important, but they are nothing without the power to claim and defend them. So I'm incredibly excited to see this forum help deliver the promise of women's power, to call women and men alike to act, to speak up, to support the voices, courage, and vision of women around the world, building safer and more peaceful futures for us all. I'm committed to joining you in this fight and couldn't be more grateful for all of the women in this forum who are leading the way. Thank you all very much.
And we are so happy that Secretary Clinton is joining this fight and this forum, so please, a round of applause. Standing ovation, please.
Gratë mëdha Adriatik, ikonike si Hillary Clinton, sekretarja e shtetit, kandidate për presidente në Shtetet e Bashkuara, tha jo modeli i forcës, por forca e modelit. Ju thishni me modelin që jeni. Gratë më dha e kanë këtë aftësi që historinë e tjetrit ta jetojnë si të vetën dhe e din këtë përgjegjësi dhe këtë seriozitet. Ne kemi kënaqësinë që në këtë forum ndërkombëtar të rëndësishëm të kemi personalitete nga Departamenti i Shtetit që t'jap ty vijimin.
Po, dhe kam kënaqësi natyrisht, I have a special privilege and honor to invite now to the stage in this part of the program and announce that Kosovo is selected to be one of 3 countries globally to host a regional WPS Center of Excellence. And for the video address, we're going to see now Dr. Geeta Rao Gupta, United States Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues.
Good morning, everyone. My congratulations to President Osmani, her team, and our partners from Kosovo for organizing this exceptional Women, Peace and Security Forum. I also offer my congratulations on the launch of the Kosovan Women, Peace and Security Center of Excellence, an initiative the United States looks forward to working on with our counterparts for many years to come. To mark the official launch of the WPS Center today, the United States will sign a memorandum of understanding committing our countries to work together through the sharing of best practices, lessons learned, and technical exchanges to sustainably advance the objectives of the WPS agenda. It is symbolic that the launch of the Kosovan WPS Center of Excellence and MOU signing are being held at the WPS Forum. The partners and leaders gathered here from around the world to engage and exchange information truly represents how diverse and vibrant the global WPS community is. This gathering is also emblematic of the very goal of WPS centers, to coordinate existing WPS initiatives and develop new avenues for partnerships to further advance the tangible and sustainable implementation of our collective WPS goals. Progress on the WPS agenda cannot be achieved alone or in silos. It is crucial now more than ever as we experience increasing levels of conflict, threats to national and individual security, and a global backsliding on women's rights and gender equality, that we work to advance the core tenets of WPS together. While I'm unfortunately unable to join you in person, know that I look forward to many future engagements, and I'm thrilled and honored to be part of this ceremony, although from afar. I again offer my heartfelt congratulations to President Osmani and her team, and recognize the many leaders, champions, and experts in the room. My team and I are so pleased to be working with you to carry forward this vital initiative. Thank you.
Mirë, pa marrë shumë kohë, kam kënaqësi të kem këtu një mike të çështjes së gruas në Ballkanin Perëndimor, që njeh mirë Tiranën, që njeh mirë Prishtinën, që ka ndihmuar me projekte shumë të vëra çështjet e gruas në Ballkan, sidomos në 2 vendet tona. Catherine Fotovat, kam shumë kënaqësi që do të jesh këtu dhe do të mbash një fjalë përshëndetëse zëvendës drejtore kryesore, sekretarit shtetit për çështjet e gruas në Departamentin e Shtetit, Catherine Fotovat.
Good morning, everyone. Madam President, I do love saying that. Presidents, prime ministers, ambassadors, ministers, distinguished guests, and all the amazing WPS champions, men and women, good morning. I'm so honored to be here. And wow, I have to say, if there was a WPS Eurovision, I am voting for Kosovo. I have to share my congratulations along with Ambassador Rao Gupta's message. This is a moment of solidarity and partnerships, something I think we all know the people of Kosovo bring to the table in droves. To be here in this room with all of you as we sign a memorandum of understanding between the United States and the President's team to work together on the Kosovo Women, Peace and Security Center of Excellence is truly emblematic of the long-standing great partnership between our two countries, and a sign of many more opportunities to come. I want to acknowledge Ambassador Hovinier and our colleagues at the U.S. Embassy here in Pristina, and my team at the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues for our steadfast continuing collaboration and support for the counterparts here in Kosovo, the government, and all of our civil society members here. Your leadership and diplomacy continue to pave the way for colleagues across the U.S. government to engage on peace and security and highlight Kosovo as a great example of women, peace, and security. We are proud to be here today and to support the launch of the Kosovo WPS Center of Excellence for so many reasons. Most of all, we are here to recognize Kosovo as a shining example of how WPS can and should work at a policy and practical level in all areas of government and society. As we approach the 25th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 next year, we are currently in the midst of crisis and conflicts at a scale not seen since World War II. It can be disheartening to repeatedly witness women, peace, and security be so broadly disregarded as a tool for policy development and implementation, despite the clear evidence and data to support its essentiality and how important it is for achieving sustaining peace. However, Kosovo is an example where women, peace, and security has made an enduring impact locally, nationally, and internationally. The partnerships between civil society and the President's team are incredibly strong and truly inspiring. Kosovo is an example of what's possible when women-led civil society movements, political will, and the courage of survivors and activists, such as our Secretary of State's International Women of Courage awardee, Farida Rashidi, who is here today, who respond to, please give her a round of applause, who lead and respond to sexual-related gender-based violence, and Kosovo's leadership on the international stage. To the brave women and men in Kosovo and in the region who have faced this issue, and all around the world, women and girls who face this every day, know that the world is inspired by you. Last year, members of the President's team and civil society attended the UN Women, Peace, and Security Focal Points Network in Washington, D.C. It was an energetic, productive week filled with so many moments of solidarity and leadership among 300 attendees from around the world, done in partnership with UN Women. And I do believe Harriet Bright Williams is here today. One of the most heartening moments was hearing from Kosovo and their delegation, and the expertise they provided in participating in workshops and participating in terms of the voices that they brought from the people of Kosovo. Your leadership, from the truth and courage that the people of Kosovo brought in teaching about transitional justice, about conflict-related sexual violence, and standing for survivors and making sure the voices of survivors were included. It was this specific point, the solidarity between the people working on peace and security across Kosovo, that was and has always been so moving wherever we have had the privilege to work with the leaders and partners from this country. This solidarity has been a point that my team and I frequently refer to and have the honor of witnessing WPS in action. To be here now to support Kosovo at your second WPS forum, I was also privileged to be at the first one, it is only fitting that we have been continually inspired by your leadership. To see the launch of the Kosovo WPS Center and sign a memorandum of understanding between our two countries to work together on this center is also fitting, as we know there is much needed to be done and to implement from all of us on the WPS agenda in a sustainable and strategic manner. Centers are meant to be a coordination hub for existing initiatives and an avenue for partners around the region and the world to come together and share best practices for implementation across government, civil society, private sector, legislatures, and so many other areas. The leadership of Kosovo, as evidenced by this forum, is a perfect example of what the Women, Peace, and Security Center of Excellence will stand for. The United States is excited to contribute technical support through trainings, workshops, and so much more to the Kosovo WPS Center of Excellence from a government partnership perspective. We are also thrilled to be joined by our program implementers from the Georgetown Institute of Women, Peace, and Security, specifically my mentor and friend, Ambassador Milan Revere, and a true friend to Kosovo. And they will begin their work to coordinate civil society, academic, and non-government partner engagement with the Women, Peace, and Security Kosovo Center and locations around the world that we are also working with. We know that there will always be challenges to implementing the core tenets of Women, Peace, and Security. However, the Kosovo Women, Peace, and Security Center of Excellence is a step forward for Kosovo, the region, and truly the world. The United States is so proud to partner with President Osmani and her team and the people of Kosovo as you take this step. As we move forward together and as we sign this memorandum of understanding and the support for the Kosovo Women, Peace, and Security Center of Excellence, as we learn from each other at this spectacular forum, let us be reminded of the words of the late, great Secretary Madeleine Albright, which we just saw inscribed downtown in Pristina. Let us pledge that in Kosovo, there will be a new birth of freedom based on tolerance, law, and respect for every human life. To our dear friend, President Osmani, a true Women, Peace, and Security shiro, as I like to say. I'm going to get you a cape next time I see you. And her team, Liarta, Dora, and so many others, thank you all for all that you have done to organize this amazing forum, and congratulations. We look forward to working with you on the Kosovo Women, Peace, and Security Center of Excellence and this partnership, and many, and I see you all out there, the many amazing Women, Peace, and Security champions in this room. We cannot do it without each other. And make sure that we are advancing women's security, peace and security, and gender equity and equality for many years to come. Fellow Luminaires, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Fonovat. And I'm going to ask you to stay on the stage since we're going towards the signing ceremony. And I'm going to invite Her Excellency, President Vjosa Osmani, to join us, please. And also Ambassador Jeffrey Hovenier, U.S. Ambassador in Kosovo. Please, Mr. Ambassador.
rëndësishme. Ju do keni rastin të dëgjoni atë që në anglisht quhet fireside chat, një diskutim i ngrohtë pranë zjarrit midis zonjës Melanie Verver, që është drejtoresha ekzekutive e Institutit Georgetown për çështjet e grave, dhe gjithashtu zonjës Linda Robinson, dhe jam e bindur që ajo që vjen tani është një diskur i ëmbël, i ngrohtë, i një rrëfimi, eksperiencë personale të dy personaliteteve si këto dy zonja dhe këto dy gra. I ftoj me njerë në sken.
The floor is yours.
Thank you and good morning. It's my great honor to be here, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests. Thank you. It is my great honor to be here to hold a conversation and hopefully inspire everyone in the crowd about the need to act together. Activists and leaders together can make change in the world. And I am proud to be here with my friend and the Honorable Madam Verveer, who is director of the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace, and Security, and served as the first ambassador for global women's issues in the United States from 2009 and 2013. And before that, in the White House. She has been leading on women's issues since the 1990s, and there is no better person I can think of to have this conversation about the journey that we have been on. So I'd like to just start by noting, of course, in the 1990s, conflicts and wars were raging throughout the world. I was in Latin America, saw many wars as well as dictatorships, and the beginning of transition and peace processes. Africa, Europe, here, former Yugoslavia was raging, and we had many wars, Afghanistan, just around the world. So I'd like you to reflect for a moment on what happened to bring activists together and create this groundswell that led to the United Nations first resolution on women, peace, and security in 2000, now 24 years ago.
Well, thank you so much, Linda, and it's such a pleasure for me to be back in Pristina. And you know, we've been hearing about what a difficult time this is in the history of the world. You know, they're saying that war and conflict has become the new normal. And I want to salute the leadership of President Osmani and for everyone involved in this great experience for helping us rethink security, because this is a critical time and half the world's population needs to be involved, the part that hasn't been as involved in dealing with matters of peace and security. And so, Linda, it's great to be here with you, and I want to say that we're part of this trajectory that's gone on. I remember so well when I was working for then First Lady Hillary Clinton, when two women from Kosovo, at the time that the crisis here was beginning to turn into the disastrous horror that it was, they came to the White House, Fiosa and Aphrodita, and they talked explicitly. They told her what was happening here, how people were being forced down the mountainside, the atrocities that were beginning to be committed, before much of the world knew what was happening. And I think those two women, like the women of Kosovo, are symbols of the resistance that has gone on, the courage that has taken place over the years, and the resilience to keep going. So I wanted to mention the two of them because I have forever embedded in my memory what they represented in terms of bringing information to us and being part of the the larger international community that we are all a part of here today. Linda mentioned the Beijing Women's Conference, and this conference opened with those words of then First Lady Hillary Clinton, that human rights are women's rights. And you know, there were 15 articles that were adopted in a platform for action by 189 countries by consensus. I don't think that could happen today. And those articles went to issues like the economic participation of women, the political participation, and yes, women in armed conflict. And in many ways, it was a prelude for what the Security Council would come to do 5 years later with Women, Peace, and Security Framework. And what that article in Beijing said was that women needed to be fully and meaningfully participating in peace and security and recognize the disproportionate burdens that women have in war and conflict and need to be protected. And that was much of what would then constitute Resolution 1325. And then you had the Bosnian horrors that were perpetrated not far from here. And it was the women in Bosnia with great courage who went to the International Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. And they testified about what was done to the women in Bosnia, the horrific atrocities, rape being used without abandon, targeted to the women there. And it was their testimony that chiseled rape as a pervasive, systematic utilization as a crime against humanity. And that happened because of their courage. So we have this tremendous leadership over many years that bring us to this point.
Thank you. I would like to note, really, again, the critical role that activists played in crafting UNSCR 1325 and its 4 pillars of participation at all levels in peacekeeping, peace-building, peacemaking, protection from sexual and gender-based violence, prevention of violence against women through prosecution, as you mentioned, end to impunity, and the overall strengthening of women's rights, and the critical role of meeting needs of women in relief and recovery. So we have that essential document followed by 9 resolutions, no fewer, and some of the notable achievements there were enshrining sexual violence, rape as a war crime, setting up indicators to track progress on WPS, and instituting a special representative for sexual violence at the United Nations. Those are just a few of the milestones, but I would like also to note, I think it's 108 countries now have national action plans. There are regional action plans. NATO has an action plan. The US has a law. These are sort of markers on the institutional development, but I know you have always been very focused on results and outcomes. Some of the peace processes perhaps you'd like to mention, but what are the milestones you see along the way that have brought us to the current day?
Well, Linda, as you pointed out, the framework that we are marking today is one that continues to need great attention, and I was listening to the president of Slovenia when she said, we've not made the kind of progress we should in realizing what you just described, women as preventers of conflict, as peace builders, as negotiators, as mediators, working in relief and recovery. All of these efforts need to be completely integrated into the work that goes on by multilateral institutions and governments. And today, this is an evidence-based case. It's not just an ideological framework that was put in place. We know what a difference it makes. Peace agreements last longer when women are involved in the negotiations. Peace agreements happen sooner when they're present at the table. This is something that over time, seeing from the time when Northern Ireland was going through the Troubles, and we had the first ever women's coalition at the table in that peace process to bring to fruition what then resulted as the Good Friday Agreement. Women also bring issues to the table that might not otherwise get there. I heard about an example of what typically happens, which is the combatants on both sides sit at the table and somehow they're going to put together an agreement that is going to provide for lasting peace. Well, that's not what happens in about half of the peace agreements end in the first 5 years. And there was one such instance where the combatants, the first thing they did was give themselves immunity for what they had done to the women. So these are not the kinds of processes we need to see to have lasting peace and prosperity come out of war-torn situations. And there is much work that still needs to be done. We at Georgetown do a biennial Women, Peace, and Security Index. It's the first ever index of its kind that looks at the well-being of women. And why do we do this? Because what we see in looking at inclusion, women's political participation, economic participation, et cetera, justice, are women discriminated against? How is that impactful? And security, are women safe in their homes? Are they safe in their communities? Are they near conflict zones? That composite, not just one indicator, but the composite across 3 dimensions tells us a great deal about the well-being of women. Why is this important? It's about gender equality. In those places where women's well-being is what it should be, and in places where it's improving, those places are much more secure and at peace. The 20 bottom countries in the ranking of 179 on this index are mired in conflict, in instability, in fragility. It's a serious reflection of what happens when the well-being of women is not considered. And so the well-being of women and the well-being of nations goes hand in hand. And that's why this is so critically important.
Thank you. I'd like to delve into a few of the current day challenges. And you noted, of course, still insufficient participation by women in the actual peace processes, though I do want to note that Colombia achieved near parity as one of the outliers in having both negotiating teams be equally composed of women and men. But we have crises around the world now, and you've been very deeply involved over the years in places like Afghanistan and now Ukraine. And I thought we should highlight Sudan as well, where there is just tremendous violence and now an acute crisis of starvation, and as always, affecting women, girls and children particularly. But would you care to just take on the Afghanistan situation and what leverage is there to do anything about the worsening situation?
I'm glad you raised that, Linda, and I know that shortly we're going to honor the Afghan women. They are undergoing today nothing less than what we see as gender apartheid. There have been about 100 edicts put out by the Taliban to take every right imaginable from them: the right to go to school, the right to work, the right to go into a public park, regulating what they wear, having a male guardian every time they go someplace. Children are being sold, daughters are being sold just to put food on the table in child marriages. Women are dying every 2 hours in childbirth. This is the situation under the Taliban in Afghanistan today, and it's a situation that I don't think much of our world is seeing for what it is. And so we need to call it what it is, because there's nothing the Taliban crave more than recognition for their leadership in Afghanistan today. They want international recognition, and they want normalization. And there is nothing normal about what is happening to women in Afghanistan. And so gender apartheid is something, it's what happened in South Africa during the racial apartheid, the separateness, seeing a part of the community as totally separate, not equal in any way. That is what's happening to women in Afghanistan. It needs to be codified, we believe, in international treaties, conventions, and we need to recognize that this is the kind of leverage that the international community has. Call it what it is and keep from recognizing the Taliban and normalizing the situation in Afghanistan today.
Thank you. I know we only have a few minutes. I want to quickly note the role that women played in Sudan in toppling the dictatorship of Bashir, and we do not have women's presence at the talks that they hope to put back on in Jeddah. So I think that is one of the key issues at stake there, as well as the role of Ukrainian women going forward. I'd like to move now, we've kind of talked about the dire situation in the world now, but to reflect for the last few minutes on achievements and of course the signing of the regional Center of Excellence here, and congratulating Kosovo for this, and what might be the potential you see there, as well as the other regional centers, how they can empower and compel progress.
Well, I think you heard from Kat Fotovac and from Ambassador Gupta what the hopes are for the Center of Excellence here in Kosovo, the region, and beyond with the others. It is an opportunity to ensure that we can accelerate the progress on women, peace, and security if we understand what's working, if we take the lessons from other places. Think of the lesson here in Kosovo on reparations, one of the few places in the world where there's actually been an effort to deal with the conflict-related sexual violence of the past. We need to know what is working, what the data shows, how that can be utilized, how to bring others together, exchanges when one can understand how somebody made progress in one way and they haven't been making the progress, what can bring it together. But I think in the weeks and months ahead, Kosovo, as I understand, has already put together a program to go forward. We at Georgetown are pleased to be part of that effort in implementing it, but I hope that it will enable us to make the kind of progress on this very critical issue that our world has not seen yet.
Thank you, and I would like to throw out just 4 quick points for an agenda of action that I believe all of us around the world can coalesce around, which is really introducing conditionality into foreign assistance packages to require women to be at the table and start to legislate some of these issues so that countries can sign up to them. The use of sanction tools, and it's important to note the U.S., the Biden administration has 3 times now used its sanction power to name alleged perpetrators of crimes of sexual violence. So he's using that power that is inherent in the U.S. government arsenal. And finally, I think we need to talk about the reversing trend of women's leadership, because I know we're partners in wanting political leadership and empowerment to be at the top of the list. I salute the 2 women presidents here, and I think we need to pay attention and take measures to reverse that decline. It's an alarming and recent decline. So I want to thank you, Madam Verveer, and all of you here, and I look forward to all of the inspiring sessions to follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing those stories with us all here today. So it's so important for the voices of people unheard to be heard here among us.
Faleminderit ty, Adriatik, që lehtëson ndërkombëtarizimin e këtij diskutimi që është në këtë momente thelbësisht i Kosovës, me dy të mbijetuara heroike që janë zonjat Vasfije Krasniqi dhe Shoqërete Tahiri Sulimani, që ne kemi nderin me shumë respekt i ftojmë në këtë skenë t'japin përvojën e tyre, dëshminë e tyre si dy të mbijetuara. Mersi e veçantë. Shumë respekt. Mersi e veçantë.
For everyone in this room today, I am here to share my story. Doing this is never easy for me. As I stand here before the world, because of my story and the story of thousands of women, men, including children, raped during the Kosovo War 1998 and 1999. It is the story of the victims in the conflicts and wars in places today. Justice is never fully served for us or for them. So as I share my story, don't applaud me for my courage. Stand with me in demanding accountability for me and for them. My beautiful Kosovo. My beautiful Kosovo is the Europe's newest democratic country. You are here in Kosovo today that marks a lot of commemorations, mainly NATO intervention. NATO, it saved our lives. It stopped Milosevic's Serbian regime from committing more murder, massacres, atrocities, torture, fires, and rape to vulnerable, terrified human beings. 25 years ago, as most of my peers were celebrating their sweet 16th, thinking about college or simply hanging out with their friends after school, I was living in a world of fear and war. On April 14th, 1999, on April 14th, 1999, I was only 16. I was abducted by a Serbian police officer, and I was taken to a Serbian village where I was raped, not by one person, but by two Serbians, one in uniform and one civilian. Today and every day for 25 years later, I stand here and I'll stand in front of all the people in the world to remind them that Kosovo never fought for a revenge or to destroy other people. We fought for our freedom and liberty from Milosevic's regime, that a crime scene was committed to our people. I survived the cruelest weapon of war, but it is a daily struggle for the survivors. Sexual violence. War inside us never ends. So many of us fight for justice, and it's rarely delivered. We turn to our friends and allies, to institutions and to organizations to hold perpetrators accountable for the crimes they have committed against me and tens and thousands like me. For everyone in this room today, I'm here to share my story. I'm so sorry. I had a copy. Sorry. Thank you.
You will hear my story too. You will hear it, so you'll never forget it. More importantly, you all must do everything you can so that stories like this are told, not so we feel better by being relieved from the burden of carrying these scars, but so that those who did this don't get away with this. Those who are thinking about it, doing this, can't away with it. And more importantly, so the victims can heal, justice be served. I am Shtete Tahiri Suleimani. I am a survivor from the war in Kosovo, a survivor of rights advocate, and a member of Kosovo Rehabilitation Center of Torture Victims. I'm a member of SEMA Network. I'm a member of IRCT. I'm a member of Dr. Dennis Mukwege Foundation. I am here today not only as a wartime rape survivor, but also as an advocate for the rights of all survivors. I witnessed to the resilience of countless survivors who refuse to be silenced. My advocacy and activism uses my story to raise awareness about the needs of survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. Sharing the story is never easy. You will never recover from the pain that lives inside you, but just you learn to live with it. In my case, this crime impacted not only me, impacted my children too. Too often, the invisible impacts of this deplorable crime spans families and generations. My story begins in a wartime in Kosovo in 1999. I was physically, psychologically, and sexually assaulted in the most brutal way possible by Serbian forces. I was completely defenseless. They did that in front of two of my daughters, who were only 3 and 1 years old at the time. What happened to me, to us, during the war, shattered our lives in many ways. I suffered in a silence for a long time. I relived that horrifying experience over and over again in my mind, blaming myself for not being able to defend myself and not for being able to shield my daughters from witnessing such a vicious crime. I know, I understand that while I did not choose what happened to me, I can and I must choose how I responded to it. Telling my story helps me more than physical scars and mental trauma. Fighting the stigma, the ignorance, prejudice is emotionally exhausting, but it is essential for healing, to restoring dignity, and to provide hope. We are all in this together, survivors, organizations, advocates, community, the country, and the world. I invite everyone in this room to be the agents of change that our world so desperately needs. We must ensure survivors have access to rehabilitation, legal aid, and mental health services. We must advocate for their rights and work tirelessly for the future free from the scourge of torture, of sexual violence. My story is your story. You have heard it, and you will keep it hearing until we put an end to the silence which provides impunity for the perpetrators. Thank you.
I cannot go to school. I am bored. I had the dream of becoming a journalist just like you. I was studying very hard and I was learning English to get a scholarship to study in the West. But in the past 2 years, I am stuck at home. I am bored. I try to study myself, but it's not as good. My brother goes to school and I envy him. What is the difference between me and him?
In the heart of Afghanistan, where a fierce struggle unfolds, an unparalleled resistance prevails. The women of Afghanistan, silenced but not defeated, challenged but never surrendering, oppressed but ever more resilient, have risen against the shadows of oppression. Imagine a world where you are denied going for a walk, going to the park, attending secondary school, attending university, playing sports, appearing on TV, accessing healthcare without a male chaperone. This is the world in which the women of Afghanistan live today. And yet, in the darkness, they have become a beacon of hope, embodying a spirit that refuses to be extinguished. They are not only survivors, they are leaders, leading by example, showing the world the strength that lies within them. Their resilience in the midst of unimaginable circumstances challenges us all to reflect on the depth of our own resolve and the magnitude of our empathy. Standing in solidarity with the women of Afghanistan is not an option, it is an imperative. Their triumph is not only their own but of a world that values freedom, justice, and the dignity of every human being. Their struggle is our call to action, to support education, to empower local initiatives, to amplify their voices, to support women, the women of Afghanistan and the women everywhere. Because when we unite, we become a force no darkness can overcome.
came to part of this event when I have to invite once again Her Excellency President Osmani to join us on stage, because she's going to give medals, presidential medals, to the Afghanistan group. Please, Ms. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, Madam President, Speaker of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, once again, most importantly, the remarkable women of Afghanistan. Today we have also gathered in profound recognition of the extraordinary courage and resilience exhibited by the women of Afghanistan. In the face of adversity and uncertainty, you have stood as a beacon of hope, embodying the unwavering strength and spirit of your nation. The journey you have embarked upon has not been without its challenges. You have faced obstacles that many could scarcely imagine, navigating through turbulent times with grace and determination. Yet through it all, you have remained steadfast in your commitment to building a brighter future for yourselves, your families, and your country. Today, as I have the honor to bestow upon you the well-deserved Presidential Medal, we honor not only your individual acts of bravery, but also the collective strength of women across Afghanistan. Your courage serves as an inspiration to us all, reminding us of the power that lies within each and every one of us to effect positive change, even in the most challenging circumstances. In the face of adversity, you have chosen courage over fear, hope over despair, and resilience over resignation. You have demonstrated to the world the indomitable spirit of the Afghan people, and for that we are eternally grateful. As we look towards the future, let us continue to stand together in solidarity, united in our shared vision of a peaceful and prosperous Afghanistan, where gender equality is upheld and protected. To the women of Afghanistan, I salute your courage, your strength, and resilience, which are all an inspiration to us. May you continue to shine brightly, illuminating the path towards brighter and more hopeful tomorrow for generations to come. I got acquainted with the plight of the women of Afghanistan as a very young woman through the books of Khaled Hosseini. So let me conclude with his words. The mountains might crumble, the rivers might dry up, but you are a woman, and you will stand, you will endure. The women of Afghanistan have not only endured, but they are leading the fight for freedom, freedom for all. In this fight, the people of Kosovo will always stand with you. I invite you to the stage to receive the Presidential Medal for Courage.
Excellencies, friends, and colleagues, on behalf of women of Afghanistan, those women whose rights, freedom, and livelihood are brought to a halt by the Taliban since August 2021, I want to thank the Republic of Kosovo for recognizing the struggle, agency, and resilience of Afghan women, especially those women who put their lives on the line to fight for human rights. I am delighted to see two of these women, Arifa Fatimi and Medina Darwazi, are here to accept the award on behalf of Afghan women. I'm standing in front of you as a journalist whose job is to tell the truth, and truth is rarely convenient, especially in our time where war and destruction are ravaging the world, and women and children are the ones that paying the most. Today, an estimated 20 million women and girls are deprived of their right to education, work, travel, and even the freedom to choose their own clothes. A delegation of Afghan women who were invited to this forum from Afghanistan are not here today because the Taliban did not allow them to travel without a mahram or a male chaperone. In the Taliban worldview, women are not autonomous beings. They can only exist if they have a man in their lives. The Taliban have dismantled all systems of support for women. Violence against women, particularly gender-based violence, have increased, and many women decide to take their own lives than to live under the Taliban regime. Suffering is universal, and according to the recent UN statistics, 1 in 3 citizens don't know where their next meal will come from. At the root of this crisis is the Taliban and their policy of gender apartheid. The Taliban, an organization of fanatic mullahs who claim to rule the country in the name of God, have no respect for human rights and dignity. They are driven by their animosity and hatred of women. Yet, women of Afghanistan are still resisting, raising their voices, but they need your support, your solidarity. Let me be clear about what is at stake. As long as the Taliban are in power, there remains no hope for human rights, for security, for freedom, for the women and the people of Afghanistan. Thank you so much for your attention.
So we heard the speech from Editor-in-Chief of Zan Times, Ms. Zehra Nader, and we invite now to join us on stage Ms. Rina Amiri, which is U.S. Special Envoy for Afghan Women, Girls, and Human Rights. Please.
Hello, everyone. It's a distinct honor and pleasure being here today with you at the Women, Peace and Security Forum. And I have to say, President Osmani, I am more than grateful to you for using this forum to honor Afghan women and men. Afghan women and men we saw in the last 2 decades were at the forefront of the Women, Peace and Security implementation and agenda. And in fact, I would say it's been longer than 20 years. It's been over 100 years that Afghan women have been leading their own struggle for their rights. We just happened to witness it in the last 20 years. They were at the top echelons of government. They were journalists, judges, lawyers. They were in the formal economy and informal economy. They had the largest representation of parliament in the region, and they secured that by negotiating for their own rights. And overnight, that was taken away by the Taliban. Imagine, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the roles that you have, the opportunities that you assume that your daughters will have. And overnight, that's gone. You as ministers, as presidents, have to put down your title, your identity, and sit home. You have to look at your daughters and their aspirations and hopes and see that come to a close. And you see that it destroys your country. What do you do? What do you do in the face of an oppression that is so systematic and extreme that it's not only going to target you, but it's going to target your families? It will seek to have the men in your family as enforcers of these extreme decrees. That's what's happening in Afghanistan. But the courageous women and girls of Afghanistan have stood up and protested without anything but their voice and their courage. And some courageous men have stood with them. They have done this in spite of intimidation, threats, harassment, violence to themselves and their families. And when I ask them I spend a lot of time talking to Afghans inside the country, and I say, where do you get this courage? And they say, we're not courageous. There's just something more important than courage for us, and that is the freedom for our rights and the freedom to be able to move our country forward. Their struggle is our struggle. It's our struggle, our collective struggle, because it is a moral imperative, it is a normative imperative, it is a strategic imperative. A country that is stripped of its women and girls is a radicalized country. It is an economic issue and it is a security issue. Afghanistan, we have seen for over 4 decades, the challenges in Afghanistan don't just remain in Afghanistan. They bleed out into the region and globally. So when I say that it is in our strategic interest to stand behind women and girls, I say that because we have witnessed it in Afghanistan time and again. What this means is, exactly as Ambassador Revere noted, this cannot be normalized. This should not be accepted. Every country in the world needs to use its platform, its diplomatic power to stand up and say this is not acceptable, to not allow the Taliban to normalize this. We need to use every resource at our disposal to stand with the women and girls of Afghanistan. We have talked this morning about the backroll, the backsliding of women's rights everywhere. And I can tell you, if the situation in Afghanistan is normalized, women's rights will not just be in peril there, it will be in peril everywhere. So we stand with you, we honor you, we commend you. You are championing not just your own rights, but our rights collectively. Thank you very much.
Duhet kesh një medalje të madhe, siç e ka Kosova medaljen për të dhënë një medalje për drejtat e njerëzit. E ka Kosova medaljen me luftëtarët e veta, me qendrëstarët e veta, me të mbijetuarat e veta, ndërsa Vasfia dhe Shuretja e rithonin historinë e tyre. Vasfia përsëri kishte emocion në duar. Unë kisha emocion kur dëgjoja atë zë që më bënte eko, ndërsa e kam dëgjuar në dëshminë e saj në gjykatën ndërkombëtare, që diku në një moment është tronditse, se si thot, pasi tregon momentin e dhunës dhe thot, begging him to kill me. Lutesha të më vriste pas asaj. Ndërsa unë them, we are begging you to be you, Vasfie Shyrete, sepse për ajo që keni kaluar në jetë dhe luftëtarët e tjera të UÇK-s edhe më shumë, është në fakt medalja më e madhe për dhënë një medalje si grave të Afganistanit, duke falenderuar dhe vlerësuar shumë punën dhe kontributin e madh të shkëlqësisë saj zonjës Osmani për këtë forum, i cili arriti në momentin e fundit të këtij sesioni të parë që vijohet nga një drek adriatik e
Of course, after all these speeches, after all these emotions that were shared on this stage, one also important thing is to remind you all to come for the second part of the forum, and also now that all of you are invited to join us for lunch. So the second part of the forum is at 13:45. Thank you for your attendance.
Faleminderit gjithëve.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. My name is Eric Nelson. I am the United States Ambassador in Residence at the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies in Garmisch-Partenkirchen, Germany. And I have the honor to moderate the first panel of this edition of the Women, Peace, and Security Conference in Kosovo. Our panel is titled Voices Matter, a global call to end conflict-related sexual violence. President Osmani and her team have put together a fantastic conference for us again this year, and we have a wonderful start, and there's tremendous energy among all the partners in the room. We started with some very powerful voices, especially of women victims who speak for the victims and the most vulnerable when it comes to women, peace, and security. And President Osmani talked about how she wants this conference to be both looking at the past and looking forward. So when we look at the past, we think about the oldest and the most painful piece of women, peace, and security, and that is sexual violence and conflict-related sexual violence, which we're still failing to address adequately. When we look to the future, we're thinking about climate change and all the new challenges that we see on the horizon. So this first panel will be talking about what would a global call to end conflict-related sexual violence look like. So allow me to invite our keynote speaker, Her Excellency Lindita Nicola, the Speaker of the Parliament of Albania. Excellency.
Honorable President Vjosa Osmani, Honorable Excellencies, Presidents, Ministers, Parliamentarians, and participants to this forum. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very significant to discuss these three topics: women, peace, and security. The three have a direct correlation where the contribution of women as a source of life and a factor of peace and security stands out. I thank President Osmani for this initiative in the framework of the Summit for Democracy, which is being implemented as a debate and work site in order to make the countries and our region a better place to live. For all people, ethnic and religious, majorities and minorities, women and men, young and old people, the rich and those in need, the strong and the weak, societies, communities, and individuals. This discussion radiates a strong symbolism taking place in Pristina, the capital of Europe's youngest state and in the very heart of a region, the people of which, due to the past, want and deserve peace and security as much as any other European people, maybe even more. I thank the organizers for the topic they have bravely chosen for this edition of the forum: fight against sexual violence and conflict and its consequences. Protecting women and girls from violence, their life, safety, integrity, and dignity are part of the general security in our societies and our countries. There cannot be safe women in an unsafe region. We cannot live in and enjoy peace if half of the population is threatened or suffers economic, political, social, gender, ethnic, or religious injustice. You can't ever have a safe region if the clouds of horror darken or its outskirts in Ukraine, when a woman and children are innocent victims. As I mentioned there, but also in each of our capital where this forum could be held, we are in the heart of the Southeast Europe, or using another term, of the Western Balkans. Our countries for more than 3 decades are experiencing several parallel transforming processes: democratization, transformation to a market economy, globalization, Europeanization towards joining the European family, Atlantic integration, regional integration, and cooperation contribution to peace and security. The greater speed of the Atlantic integration as compared to the European integration process, even though it shows the slower pace of the latter, can also be considered an advantage for our region. Although we should be critical of the fact that the speed towards the European Union is lower than the speed towards NATO, we should appreciate the other side of the equation, that we are moving faster toward NATO than towards the European Union. Actually, NATO has 3 members from the Western Balkans, Albania, Montenegro, and North Macedonia, while none of our 6 countries has joined the European Union yet. No doubt, NATO is a factor of security and peace. This context also favors the security of the population, social, human, gender, even economic security. The fight against sexual violence and the protection of women and girls from it is an issue of concern in all our countries. But to win this war, a more visionary and adaptive approach is required compared to the technical solutions that are sometimes given to this issue. Quite a lot is said about representation quotas, about the percentage of the women and girls in institutions, about the individual achievements of many of them in our countries or at a global level. I can affirm that in Albania, 36% of the MPs and 70% of the government members are women. But this is not enough. The efforts we are making to impose society from above, the increase of women and girls' participation in the above spheres of social life, must be combined with the provision of spaces for their development and participation in the economic and family life. Shortening the distance and narrowing the gap between political participation and participation in the economy, markets, and family is the most sustainable way to achieve gender equality, which in turn is an essential condition for avoiding gender-based sexual violence. I also want to inform you that I have tried to incorporate this adaptive approach to gender-based violence in the activities of the Albanian Parliament. Some time ago, I submitted in Parliament an individual legal initiative on the protection of women and girls from violence, which provides the harmonization of legal measures, policies, and institutional changes with the expansion of participation spaces from the bottom up in the pyramid of society, accompanied by a comprehensive education process. Thank you.
Let us continue our discussion this afternoon with the members of our panel. We will have participation from Irene Feline, the NATO Secretary General's Special Representative for Women, Peace, and Security. She'll be joining us through a video message. I'd like to also welcome to the stage Her Excellency Ambassador Kate Marie Burns, the Civilian Deputy and Foreign Policy Advisor to the U.S.-European Command. Robert Oliphant, the Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Canada. Abulena Haiju, the Minister of Justice of the Republic of Kosovo. And Marko Makovec, the Director and Deputy Managing Director of the European External Action Service. Welcome, panelists. I think we all enjoyed the morning, a lot of energy, a lot of inspiration, I think we all came to Pristina for this second edition seeking inspiration, and we'll walk away with a lot of it. For everyone, I think, in this room, women, peace, and security is by now intuitive. We understand why it's important. We understand why it's essential. We understand that failure to include women in peace plans and security plans is a constant point of failure. For you on the panel, I think about how the challenge remains, and for everyone in the room, that it may be intuitive for us, but it's not yet inherent. It's not yet ingrained in our efforts. There are many obstacles, and there are very few people in this room who are satisfied with our progress to date on women, peace, and security. There's so many obstacles to overcome or circumvent. Obstacles like culture, prejudice and inequality and discrimination, resources, data, coordination, but also political will. Because our best efforts always to cooperate and to coordinate and to accomplish our professional missions, especially as public servants, it can often be checked by a limit of political will. And all of our panel members today, I think of as dealing every day at that nexus of what is the political will that supports and advances women, peace, and security. So let's start. I'll start off the discussion with each panel member will give some introductory remarks. I'll just go in order. Ambassador Burns, you have deep experience in the region, deep experience in NATO, and I know you have a lot to share about the importance of a civil-military partnership, as well as the importance of NATO's engagement, and as the speaker just reminded us, of NATO's prominence in responding to women, peace, and security.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you to everybody who's been here throughout this morning, incredible morning. What an impactful and inspiring start to what we're doing. I really appreciate that introduction. So I have been working as a diplomat for 30 years, but I'm in a unique role right now as the civilian deputy to a U.S. military commander responsible for all of Europe. General Cavoli has, of course, a deputy military commander, but he also has a civilian deputy. And the reason being is that our U.S. military, as many of you know and probably appreciate, have a tendency sometimes to look at all problems as a nail. And if you look at all problems as a nail, what do? You apply a hammer as a response. So part of my job as a civilian deputy is to make sure that at every level of our command, of our military planning, of our operations, exercises, and training, that we're thinking about the civilian perspective. But it's also important to be thinking about the gender perspective, which is why we also have a gender advisor as part of our team at U.S. European Command. And we know that as the problems of the world become even more complex, we cannot apply the old prisms and simply the old lenses to the problem set. This morning has been a powerful start to this day because it has reminded us the role the conflict in Kosovo has played in reminding us that violence and conflict can take place in Europe, in this part of the world. It also very much brought UN Security Council Resolution 1324 to the agenda, just as it brought NATO here to Kosovo. I think the inspiration, however, under President Mani's leadership and the many leaders and activists here in Kosovo today, is what's truly going to inspire us as we move forward and think about the challenges ahead. At U.S. European Command, we have a near-term, if you will, an immediate task, and that is to address the conflict that is happening because of Russia's unprovoked illegal invasion of Ukraine. It is hard to imagine that just less than a day's drive, or a little more than a day's drive from where we sit here today, we are seeing the kind of violence against women and children and civilian populations that we had hoped not to imagine here in Europe. The reports that we have seen from the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the UN Independent International Commission, are mind-blowing. Myriad cases of violence against women and children, The form of rape and even gang rape against the citizens is appalling, but we as an international community are trying to stand up and support them by first calling Russia to account, and secondly, helping Ukraine through our programs and opportunities. For the U.S. European Command, that means making sure that as we think through our security assistance support to Ukraine, we're also giving them the resources that they'll need to document what is happening, to eventually and hopefully provide some accountability and even maybe one day some reparations to the survivors of these horrible events. It also means making their society more resilient and supporting efforts to the NGOs and to the institutions of Ukraine to be prepared for the trauma that it poses not just on the survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, but on the families, the society, the long-term generational trauma that comes from a conflict like this. And we're looking at unique ways to use our security assistance and other support to strengthen these institutions, including through our Chaplains Corps, for example, helping to build out a program that can provide support to families. So there's a very immediate, near-term tasks that we have ahead of us. But there's also a more enduring task, and that is to make sure that as we approach all of our defense plans, we are taking not only that whole of government approach, that civilian military approach, but we're making sure that our gender lens is very much at the heart of all of this. So that as we go to Washington in July to celebrate the 80th anniversary of NATO, we use this dire moment, this very grave moment, also as opportunity to talk about rebuilding the security architectures by rethinking security and putting some of these issues at the forefront. So I will stop there, and I very much look forward to the discussion and to this great panel. And again, thank you to President Osmani and her team, and to the wonderful women who shared their stories this morning. Your voices matter because they allow us to bring our voices to the table on your behalf.
Thank you, Ambassador. Secretary Oliphant, Canada is a proven, long-time advocate and proponent for women, peace, and security. You're now in your third National Action Plan. Tell us about how that is implementing lessons learned for how gender-based violence and CSRV can be better addressed.
Thank you very much, and I begin with a very special thank you to President Vjosa Osmani for convening this, but for two other things. For her leadership in Kosovo, bringing this country together in a way that is a model for the world on important topics, but also for her leadership in the world. For her leadership on issues of gender and justice, on crimes of sexual violence and conflict, and in so many other ways. It is really humbling to be in this room today. I am very aware that I am surrounded by experts, both out there and on this panel. I am a politician, and that's sometimes dangerous. I am a politician who comes, however, to this issue with passion, with compassion, and I hope with some insight into how we address these issues, and a few words about how Canada is attempting to play our part in the world on this issue. We start out with the overall principle that everyone has the right, whether they're in Sudan or Ukraine, Israel or Gaza, Kosovo or Canada, to be free from sexual violence, to be free to live their lives as men, women, boys and girls, transgendered people, in safety and in freedom. Last month, Canada did launch our third Women, Peace and Security plan. We began in 2010, and this one will take us to 2029. The difficulty on that is the needle has not moved nearly as much in the world on sexual violence, particularly in areas of conflict, as we would have wanted it to happen. When it comes to this plan, Canada has three priorities. And again, humbly, I want to say that I believe those three priorities were already echoed when we heard the voices of survivors of sexual violence in this morning's session. Very powerful witnesses as we hear their voices. The very first call we heard, and we believe we're acting on it, and our first principle is accountability for perpetrators of sexual violence, and that there is meaningful justice that they can count on in our world. The second one, again echoed by those survivors, is appropriate supports, care, the release from stigma, the engagement in community of an envelope of love that surrounds them. And the third one is to change, to actually begin to look at the systemic reasons that underlie and are beneath the weaponization of sexual violence against women and girls, men and boys, LGBTQ people, and people with disabilities. Those communities have been for centuries victims of sexual violence. And what we have been hearing generally from those survivors is that we need to act, we need to listen, and we need to change. The principles that Canada has chosen to use, and the way we do that, are to do it with humility. Canada is a far from perfect country. We do it with responsiveness. That means listening to victims and being sensitive to the cultures and the context in which this violence is taking place. A sense of coherence, that we need a whole of government approach, but a whole world approach to add some sensibilities to this very complex problem, and trust. We need to move into areas of conflict, gain trust, and use that trust to ensure that we end the violence that is happening even today. Ending impunity, absolutely important, whether that is crimes against humanity, crimes against individuals, crimes that are genocidal. In every sense of the word, we need to ensure that perpetrators are called to justice. We also need to make sure that together we learn best practices of support and engagement for victims. Their voices, their faces, their lives need to be heard and seen by us. And also we need to engage in every tool possible that we can collectively change the systemic issues that are underlying the violence. I want to close with a story of two visits that I did in Kosovo yesterday. I had the advantage of coming in a day early and going to two projects that were funded by the Canadian government in support of civil society in Kosovo. The first was a group of young women who are educating girls in schools about careers in STEM, in science, technology, and the world of engineering, technology, medicine, those academic exercises, to open them up to the possibilities that young girls need to have in their future. Following that, I was really honored to visit Frida Rashidi at her center, which is dealing with the victims of torture. And I began to look at this problem from both the future and the past. Those young girls who are ambassadors, opening up possibilities for women in our world, will change the attitudes of men and society profoundly. Sexual violence in war does not start at conflict. It starts in homes. It starts in villages and cities and communities. It starts when women are considered lesser beings than men, when we're able to objectify them and not allow them to have full potential to live their lives in the world. These young Kosovar ambassadors are changing their lives and the lives of young women and girls in this country, and we're learning from them. We also need to care for the past wounds and hurts of those who have been victims, so that their future is as bright as anybody. So moving from the past to the future, as a maybe sometimes naive politician, I believe the world is going to be better when it's put in the hands of those young girls and women who will tell us their story in new and exciting ways, and our world will change. Canada wants to be a part of it. Thank you for your parts in it.
Thank you. Secretary Oliphant, you introduced several important themes that our next panelist, I think, is especially well positioned to respond to. The idea of gaining trust devolves greatly to the accountability that's needed in gender-based violence, the linkage between domestic violence and conflict, conflict-related sexual violence, the need to listen to victims and the vulnerable. These are all issues that Minister Hajia has been confronting and attacking, especially in her role as National Coordinator for Protection from Domestic Violence and Gender-Based Violence. Tell us a little bit about what's working in your efforts and what you see as the remaining challenges.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I will continue to speak in Albanian, and I just need to wait for it. Just maybe you can tell me, is everything okay with the translation? Now I think that everything is okay. Atëherë më lejoni që së pari të përshëndes këtë organizim të zonjës presidente, presidentës Vjosa Osmani. Konsideroj që është jashtëzakonisht e rëndësishme që Republika e Kosovës të ketë organizime të tilla ku ka pjesëmarrës nga vende të ndryshme të botës me të cilët mund të shkëmbejmë përvojat e mira, të ndajmë sfidat dhe të shohim se çka mund të bëjmë më shumë në raport me adresimin e fenomeneve të cilat mund të shkatrojnë shoqëritë tona. Më lejoni që të përshëndes të pranishmit po ashtu, ministra, deputet të vendeve të ndryshme, përfaqësues të institucioneve, gjithashtu organizatave të shoqërisë civile, dhe medjave të cilat po e përcjellin këtë organizim të rëndësishëm. Më lejoni që vetëm shkurtimisht t'i adresoj disa çështje që ndërlidhen me adresimin e dhunës seksuale gjatë luftës, qoftë në Kosovë, por natyrisht bazuar edhe në praktikat e vendeve të tjera, por sigurisht edhe vetëm disa elemente në raport me përgjegjësinë time direkte që ndërlidhet edhe me adresimin e dhunës në familje. Siç besoj, pajtoheni me mua, luftrat apo konfliktet mbeten thellë edhe në ndikimin e tyre gjinor. Pra, duke i parë gratë dhe vajzat kryesisht në shënjestër, pra për dhunuar seksualisht. Dhe dhuna, veçanërisht dhuna seksuale ndaj grave dhe vajzave, është shkelje e rëndë e të drejtave, por edhe ka pasoja të rënda, fizike, seksuale, mendore, dhe pasojat janë edhe të menjëhershme, por pasojat po ashtu janë edhe afatgjata, janë shkatruse, duke përfshirë raste edhe deri në vdekje. Dhe sigurisht që ndikon negativisht në mirëqenjen e përgjithshme të tyre, por edhe për shkak të stigmës që fatkeqësisht ende mbizotron në disa prej shoqërive tona, kjo i pengon që gratë jenë pjesë aktive në jetën shoqërore, pse jo dhe jetën politike. Dhe këtu më lejoni që të çmoj lart dy prej grave të cilat edhe sot janë në mesin tonë, të cilat kanë folur edhe publikisht për dhunën seksuale gjatë luftës, që është Vasfia dhe Shyretja, të cilat po bëjnë përpjekje maksimale edhe përmes organizatave që parafolsi e përmendi, sikur është KRCT-ja, por edhe organizatave tjera që të nxisin edhe gratë tjera që të flasin për përjetimet e dhimbshme që i kanë pas gjatë periudhës së luftës në Kosovë, sepse nuk është faji i tyre që ato janë dhunuar seksualisht. Unë do të tregoj pak edhe për përvojën në Kosovë, por megjithatë konsideroj që gjatë këtyre dekadave, sidomos dekadës së fundit, dhunimet seksuale apo dhunimeve seksuale gjatë luftës apo konflikteve është kushtuar vëmendje më e madhe, mund të konsiderojmë. Por dalim te aspekti i drejtësisë që edhe parafolësit e përmendën, sepse sipas disa vlerësimeve, vetëm 37% e përdhunimeve të raportuara ndiqen penalisht. Dhe studime tjera kërkimore vlerësojnë se vetëm 14 deri në 18% e raportimeve seksuale apo sulmet e çdo lloji çojnë në ndjekje penale. Kemi këtu edhe shembullin e Republikës Kosovës, për cilën ne jemi duke bërë përpjekje maksimale që ta ndryshojmë këtë gjendje, sepse vetëm së fundi kemi pas dënimin e parë për një rast të dhunës seksuale gjatë luftës në Kosovë. Së fundi kemi miratuar edhe ndryshimet për gjykimet në mungesë, sepse kriminalët e luftës, kriminalët që kanë bërë dhunime seksuale gjatë luftës, janë në Serbi, enden të lirshëm në Serbi, dhe Serbia nuk i dorëzon ata. Prandaj ne kemi qenë të detyruar që të bëjmë mundësimin pra që këto krime të hetohen, të gjykohen, por duke qenë që Serbia nuk i dorëzon kriminalët e luftës, kemi mundësuar gjykimin në mungesë, dhe tashmë institucionet tona të drejtësisë kanë nisur që ta zbatojnë gjykimin në mungesë për krimet e luftës. It's normal. Now it's okay, I think. Sa I përket kontekstit të rajonit, për shembull vetëm nëse marrim parasysh luftrat në Ballkanin Perëndimor. Por këtu s'pom hapet mikrofoni, tash është okay. Nëse marrim parasysh kontekstin nga Ballkani Perëndimor, shohim se në rajon kemi mbi 44.000 të dhunuar, përfshirë këtu Bosnjën, përfshirë Kroacinë, përfshirë edhe Kosovën. Pra mbi 44.000 të dhunuar seksualisht. Këtu përfshihen burra e gra, përfshihen fëmijë, pleq, gra shtatzëna, kështu që statistika sillen që mbi 70.000 apo 80.000 gra dhe burra dhunuar vetëm rajonin e Ballkanit Perëndimor apo të Evropës juglindore, pra I kemi nëse bazohemi në statistika. Dhe ende nuk kemi pas asnjë gjykatë ndërkombëtare që I ka dënu kriminalët për këto krime. Edhe në Kosovë, regjimi serb, domethënë ka përdorur dhunimin seksual si mjet, si krim, në fakt si mjet I luftës për dhunuar seksualisht gratë, për poshtruar ato dhe elemente tjera të cilat I kemi diskutuar sigurisht disa herë. Kosova ka themeluar një komision në vitin 2017, komisioni që njeh statusin e personave të dhunuar gjatë luftës, ndonse me vonesë, por megjithatë tashmë e kemi të ngritur si komision dhe deri tani ky statusi është njohur 1553 personave gra dhe në anën tjetër 89 personave djem apo burra. Konsiderohet që në Kosovë kanë qenë rreth 20.000 persona të dhunuar gjatë luftës, por ne jemi duke u angazhuar me presidentën Osmani, me kryeministrin, me kryetarin e kuvendit, me organizatat e shoqërisë civile, me institucione tjera, që t'i nxisim gratë që të aplikojnë për njohje të statusit të personave të dhunuar, sepse siç e përmenda nuk është faji I tyre që ato janë dhunuar seksualisht. Sigurisht që unë nëse kam hapësirë do të flas edhe për veprime tjera që I kemi ndërmarrë, ndërsa në raport me dhunën familje, sepse duke qenë edhe koordinatore nacionale kundër dhunës në familje, vlerësoj që kemi bërë angazhim të madh në këtë drejtim, por edhe për kundër faktit që jemi angazhuar, kemi miratuar ligje, kemi fuqizuar dënimet, kemi shtuar dënime për persona të cilët pra shpallen fajtor për dhunë në familje, konsiderojmë që kemi ende punë për bërë në këtë drejtim, por së fundin e kemi marrë masa të ashpra ndaj dhunuesve, sikurse edhe kemi adresu programe për viktimat, për rehabilitimin e viktimave, sikurse edhe për rehabilitimin e dhunuesve, sepse interesi joni është që një person I cili vuan dënimin për krimin që ka bërë të kthehet në shoqëri si person I përgjegjshëm. Po ashtu jemi duke u përpjekur që ta zbatojmë masën për punësimin e viktimave të dhunës në familje, që e kemi marrë së fundi, por së fundin e kishim një rast shumë të rëndë të vrasjes të femicidit dhe rastet që ndodhin na bëjnë të qartë që pavarësisht përpjekjes tonë, vullnetit të madh që kemi në këtë drejtim si asnjëherë më parë, kemi ende shumë punë për bërë, që Kosova të jetë një shtet ku qytetarët dhe veçanërisht vajzat dhe gratë nuk diskriminohen, ku respektohet dinjiteti I tyre dhe ku nuk konsiderohen si objekt nga partnerët apo bashkëshortët e tyre. Unë do t'jem e hapur që të përgjigjem edhe në pyetje tjera, por për shkak të kohës po e ndërpres fjalën time këtu. Faleminderit nderuar ambasador.
Director Makovets, you have a lot to share with us, I think, especially from the multilateral perspective of how do countries come together and cooperate to, especially for the European Commission, to build capacity, to establish standards within the Union, but also to build capacity among partner nations, and to be an advocate globally for progress against gender-based violence and conflict-related sexual violence. Tell us about how the EAS, and the European Commission and European Union are trying to focus their efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. First of all, let me express my honor to be here with you on behalf of High Representative for Foreign Policy, Joseph Borrell, and also my privilege to be part of this conference, to be part of this powerful group led by President Osmani, and to try to somehow contribute to all your endeavor here as regards the gender equality and protection of women in the conflicts. Now, I'm also honored and privileged to be part of this panel because it is our shared and common value. Gender equality is one of the core EU values, and we share it also with Kosovo and with all of you who are here in this room. Because in the EU, we consider gender equality, economic empowerment of women, and elimination of all gender-based conflicts as the core of our foreign actions, external actions, and they are also preconditions for safety, peace, security and prosperity all over the world, and especially in this region. We therefore promote gender equality as part of our main policies, and by doing that, we are trying to do three things which are all combined together. One is the gender mainstreaming, targeted actions, and political dialogue. Especially now when the war returned to Europe, it is extremely important that increasing pushbacks on women's rights and gender equality, be it in Ukraine, be it in Iran, Iraq, or Afghanistan, are safeguarded and promoted, and our shared values are commonly and together properly addressed, using our commitments within the multilateral forum and respecting the UN in its core, especially the UN Security Council Resolution 1253. In the EU, we have introduced a very robust gender equality framework, which is based on two main things: on the Gender Action Plan, the third edition, and on the strategy on women, peace, and security that started in 2018 and foresaw the commitment of the EU to contribute to the involvement of women more in decision-making processes and promote inclusive dialogue and negotiation process. This is also a very important part of the EU enlargement, as the gender equality is in its very core of a transformative power of enlargement that we want to introduce to all our candidate countries and countries with the European perspective. The second document is Gender Action Plan. My colleagues prepared me a lot of details on that, but I will just say one important thing for this panel. This Gender Action Plan will provide or will enable us to have more than 85% of all new external action policies having gender equality as a main objective or as a principal objective until 2025. This is what we have committed to do, and this is what we will do. With this, we are also having two other strains where first we want to start with ourselves. So we have significantly improved the number of women and the IGTBI people in our senior management structures, but also as the ambassadors abroad, and we will continue that. Also trying to improve and increase the number of women in the missions and operation, but as we noticed, this is a little bit long-term process because we need to adapt all the logistics in the world that has been dominated by men for quite some time. And then I would like to mention two more things. One is on our strong commitment to address the causes and consequences of the conflict-related sexual violence, especially in Ukraine, which we're trying to do through our civilian CSDP mission support, supporting the investigation and prosecution of the conflict-related sexual violence. And the second thing is already mentioned program, the EU-funded program of gender-sensitive transition and justice, especially through the establishment of the Committee for Kosovo Verification Commission for the verification of the status of survivors of sexual violence during the war. As it has been mentioned, more than 1,500 victims already passed through this program, and what we are trying to do is to continue with the program and also to make it more transparent and enlarge the program also to the period after the 20th of June in order to include much more victims into this program, because we feel it's really important for the society and it's important for the broader region. I would stop here for the moment and thank you very much for the participation, and I would like to be open for any questions or any comments on this regard. Thank you very much.
Kate, I'd like to come back to you for some follow-up. Speaker Nicola talked about the role that NATO plays in this region, that this region can be proud that there are 3 new members of the NATO alliance. That's real progress. NATO should be playing, has a key responsibility to play in WPS. You talked about NATO's intervention here to end the incredible inhumanity of the war in the 90s. And today in Ukraine, we're reminded of, and we're challenged again. I've heard you say, we should not accept that combat-related sexual violence is a part of war. Talk a little bit more about how do we take that out of the accepted equation?
So I think 2 big questions there. One, I think we need to be very candid and have frank conversations about what we're seeing and make sure that the documentation, the evidence that's being reported about the crimes committed in Ukraine are not compartmentalized as just the responsibility of those responsible institutions. We all have a duty as governments, as institutions, to make sure that it is part of our thinking. So again, as I look across U.S. European Command and we think about the kinds of security assistance and training that we're providing to the Ukrainian armed forces, we're also making sure that the tools we're giving them will help them document their process and the crimes that are being committed and the evidence to support what's happening in the international community, because at the end of the day, the Ukrainian government should be able to provide that accountability on behalf of its own citizens with our support. So we have to rethink the way we approach everything. We have to ensure that in all of our training programs, we're sensitizing our armed forces to what happens in conflict and what happens as a result of conflict. It may be that at times when we're doing military operations and activities, that violence is not taking place in the moment, but it's very much a part of the community in which we're operating. We need to understand that environment as we move forward. But we also need to focus on the institution, back to your point about much of this being intuitive, but not inherent. I think we've all, I hope at this point, accepted, digested, and embraced the principles that are spelled out in 1325. But we still have a lot of work to do to make sure that the processes and the way our institutions and our programs operate change and incorporate that into our bloodstreams, into our muscle memory. In the military environment, we talk about rehearsing for the war that we're going to fight. Well, we have to make sure that as we build our defenses for the future, we're thinking about this across the spectrum. We also have to make sure that our entire civilian populations and citizens understand what we mean by security. And security is much more than your military defenses. And if we're going to be able to be secure and resilient across our critical infrastructure, across our societies and our communities, we're going to need the power of all of our populations. One of the #1 issues that we talk about in our security assistance and cooperation programs with countries across Europe is the need to recruit and retain new talent for the armed forces. Well, guess what? Some of the best talent as technologists, as logisticians, as communicators, as planners, and operators are women. And unless we are able to recruit them into our effort, we are not going to have that whole of society view. So when we look at NATO and what it is trying to accomplish, and I know Irene would talk about this if she were here and part of this panel, is ensuring that as we come out of the 80th anniversary, as we look at a NATO that is in many ways reborn and reformed by the recent conflict that we've seen, that we now make sure that those processes are fulfilling the vision of the principles that were espoused in 1325.
You raised some really powerful points, which I think and remind me how valuable I find the title of our conference, Rethinking Security. That you talk about how we exercise, we prepare, and we plan for security and for a military confrontation. And that planning is only as good as your imagination. And to defend and deter. Well, you cannot have total defense without women. You cannot have resilience without women. A country cannot protect itself, a community cannot protect itself without women, and without addressing and incorporating the voices of any vulnerable and marginalized group. So that challenge of rethinking, I think everyone in this room understands that women need to be part of this equation, but this, again, it needs to be intuitive beyond our congregation here of believers. Women have to be at the table. Their voices have to be heard, and we want them at the table. And they may be heard, but they also those voices need to be heeded. So this is a big challenge, and it's certainly, as a veteran of many WPS discussions, I always want to emphasize WPS is not women's work. WPS is leaders' work. WPS is citizens' work. We can't expect women to suddenly fill the gap. We need to recognize that if you don't have women as part of the response, you will fail again and again. And it's not a question then of just of we can only do this if we have new resources. We keep learning that we fail because we fail to address gender issues. So how do we, all of us who are in this business, every public servant, every peace officer, address these issues Conferences like these, I think, are wonderful for bringing us together and thinking about and rethinking security. You mentioned, too, that I think I would say justice begins with documentation, especially in the case of Ukraine. That's a great opportunity for me to bring it back to the minister to talk a little bit more about domestic violence. Just last week in the U.S., there were some headlines that reminded us of domestic violence in the U.S. O.J. Simpson passed away. His trial in the 90s was a hallmark moment for many in America to consider victims of domestic violence and the failure to protect them. And in the U.S., we went through the Me Too movement with raising our awareness about how women are too often assaulted and accosted and discriminated against. Yet in the U.S., we see also domestic violence rising since the pandemic. So I want to hear more from the minister about this. If we can't protect women in peacetime from domestic violence, we'll never succeed in wartime.
Faleminderit edhe një herë për mundësinë. Leoni që para se të dalë tek pyetja që ndërlidhet me aspektin e dhunës në familje, mendoj që është e rëndësishme edhe çka u tha nga parafolësit kryesisht për drejtsinë tranzicionale, sepse kur flasim për viktimat, natyrisht që duhet ta kemi parasysh që si institucione duhet të adresojmë nevojat që kanë viktimat, dhe në këtë drejtim Republika e Kosovës është në fazat pothuajse përfundimtare të votimit të strategjisë për drejtsinë tranzicionale, që në thelb ka për qëllim mbështetjen për viktimat e luftës, por po ashtu në veçanti për viktimat apo të mbjetuarat e dhunës seksuale. Dhe përveç aspektit të drejtësisë që po pajtohemi të gjithë që është shumë i rëndësishëm, mendoj që edhe aspekti i rehabilitimit të viktimave është po aq i rëndësishëm. Sepse është e papranueshme që të lejojnë viktimat që të vazhdojnë jetesën me dhimbjen shpirtërore që i përcjell në vazhdimsi. Prandaj strategjia për drejtsinë tranzicionale adreson edhe zhvillimin e programeve rehabilituese për të mbjetuarat e dhunës seksuale gjatë luftës, por edhe fuqizimin e institucioneve tjera që t'i dalin në ndihmë viktimave apo të mbjetuarave të dhunës seksuale. Një aspekt që unë do doja të adresoja dhe që mendoj që shtetet tjera nuk do duhet ta merrnin shembull Kosovën është vonesa. Ne tashmë po bëjmë punë shumë të madhe në adresimin e krimeve të luftës, por jemi më shumë se 2 dekada pas luftës. Prandaj edhe në Ukrainë, teksa po ndodhin dhunime seksuale, mendoj që veprimi më i mirë është që ato të trajtohen menjëherë dhe pa vonesa, sepse kriminalët mbahen mend, dihen emrat e tyre, dëshmitarët i kujtojnë mirë dhimbjen që i ka përcjellur në vazhdimsi kur ka ndodhur ai krim, dhe në Kosovë ka ndodhur që dëshmitarët kanë vdekur dhe s'ka pas drejtësi. Prandaj unë mendoj që në këtë aspekt duhet që të shërbejmë që vendet tjera t'i adresojnë pa vonesa këto krime. Ndërsa tek dhuna në familje, konsideroj që sidomos kohëve të fundit, ne kemi marrë për si qeveri përgjegjësinë që kemi. Sepse në të kaluarën, natyrisht që nuk ka qenë një qasje e tillë. Në të kaluarën ka pas një përpjekje që dhuna në familje të shihet si diçka private, si një problem familjar që duhet të mbetet brenda mureve të shtëpisë. Në momentin kur qeveria ka marrë përgjegjësinë dhe çdo ditë angazhohet së pari që të raportohet dhuna në familje, që ajo të mos mbetet e heshtur, dhe së dyti që secili institucion në Republikën e Kosovës, përfshirë këtu policia, sidomos prokuroria dhe gjykata, t'i adresojnë përgjegjësitë që kanë, sikurse edhe qendrat për punë sociale, strehimore që strehojnë viktimat e dhunës, besoj që këto janë dy aspekte jashtëzakonisht të rëndësishme. Pra, një rast i dhunës në familje mund të raportohet vetëm në qoftë se viktima e din që e ka mbështetjen e shtetit. Mirë po në anën tjetër, nëse viktima e sheh që nuk e ka mbështetjen e shtetit, thjesht nuk do të raportoj këtë rast të dhunës në familje. Prandaj, i gjithë fokusi jonë është që të ketë raportime të rasteve dhe të ketë drejtësi për këto raste. Mund të them që tashmë duket që ka lëvizje pozitive nga institucionet, duket që po e marrin më shumë seriozisht adresimin e përgjegjësive që kanë, por ama duhet pajtohemi që veprimet të cilat janë neglizhente ndaj këtyre rasteve që ndodhin nga institucionet i dekurajojnë viktimat që të raportojnë rastet dhe i trimrojnë dhunuesit që ata të vazhdojnë me veprimet e tyre të dhunshme dhe të cilat përfundojnë me fatalitet. Aspekti i edukimit është i rëndësishëm, parafolsi e përmendi më herët edhe tek bursat STEM, pavarësia ekonomike po ashtu është jashtëzakonisht e rëndësishme, prandaj e përmenda aspektin e punësimit të viktimave të dhunës, sepse konsiderojmë që kur viktimat e dhunës pavarësohen ekonomikisht, konsideroj që ato janë më të forta, që t'i dalin në balë çfarëdo tendence për të cenuar dignitetin e tyre. Një aspekt tjetër që është që e shoh që na përcjell në vazhdimsi, konsideroj që Kosova është në një tranzicion ku gratë çdo ditë më shumë po vedisohen për shkak edhe të fushatave të shumta vedisuese dhe nuk po pranojnë që ato të diskriminohen në familje, as në çështjen e pronës, as në çështjen e trashëgimisë, as në çështjet e punësimit, të shkollimit. Dhe kur ka një vedisim shoqëror, në këtë rast të vajzave dhe grave, në anën tjetër ka një nxitje të burr, në fakt një acarim të burrave që nuk dëshirojnë që kjo gjendje me ndryshu. Pra dëshirojnë që gratë t'i mbajnë si pronë të tyre, prandaj edhe kemi raste të dhunës në familje. Për shembull, pandemia që u përmend, në pandemi e kemi parë se sa shumë janë rritur rastet e dhunës në familje. Dhe ku gratë kanë qenë të detyruara që të largohen nga ambientet e dhunshme dhe të shkojnë të gjejnë strehim në strehimore. Pra, edhe njëherë po kthejmë që kemi shumë punë për të bërë, por është e rëndësishme që qeveria ka marrë përgjegjësinë që ka dhe kur qytetarët e dinë që nivelet më të larta të institucioneve po punojnë në këtë drejtim, unë jam e bindur që kriminalët nuk do të na mundin, ndonse nganjëherë dëshpërohemi për shkak të rasteve që ndodhin, mbështetemi për muri, megjithatë konsideroj që do të arrijmë që ta fitojmë edhe këtë betejë, prandaj konsideroj që është e rëndësishme që të ndajmë edhe përvojat më të mira në këtë drejtim. Faleminderit.
We've quickly used up our hour, but I want to give an opportunity for Robin Marco to have a last word. Getting back to our panel title, Voices Matter, your last thoughts on why voices matter to the Government of Canada and to the European Union.
I begin, I think, where the last two speakers have taken us, and that is listening to the voices of women from Kosovo have taught us lessons. And those lessons have to do now with Ukraine and illegal invasion by Russia into Ukraine and the importance of collecting real-time evidence. So there are two aspects of that. One is to have, Canada is supporting the Office of the Prosecutor, the International Criminal Court, and the Criminal Court's investigations, but you can't wait. You can't wait 10, 20, or 30 years. You have to do it right then to get real evidence to protect the victim's future for their recognition as well as for accountability. But the other part of that is that when you're collecting evidence in real time, you're the eyes and ears on the ground, which hopefully act as some deterrence for military operations that are doing sexual violence in the moment of that combat. Backing up from that, training soldiers. One of Canada's role has been to train soldiers in Ukraine since the illegal annexation of Crimea. Over 30,000 soldiers have been trained in Ukraine, and part of that was gender-based violence training, so that they are not only not doing it, but they're watching for evidence that it's happening. So we have learned, sadly, tragically, but one of the things that I have learned in my life in working with victims of violence is that part of their healing and restoration is helped by knowing it won't happen again. We can't turn back the clock on the violence that they have been subject to, but we can make a difference for people in the future, for women and girls, boys and men in the future who will be less subject to that violence. Hopefully that is a healing word to the victims of violence in Kosovo.
Marco, last word to the EU. Your voice matters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Let me just say two things before I finish. First of all, I'd like to extend what you have said on the women, peace, and security, and I'd like to say it's a state of mind. Once we come to this state of mind, we would realize the whole potential and the full potentials of women in our societies and broader. Just to say that. And why it matters in Kosovo, because we see Kosovo as a very vibrant community, a country and a community with a lot of potentials that is growing, that is developing. So now giving the opportunity to start and to empower women and to give them the right role in this moment means that for the next generation we will build and you will build very strong fundamentals for, first of all, for protection of women, but also for giving the full potentials of your society and country. And in one sentence, the EU is absolutely focusing on educating and training of armed forces, but also of civil society as regards the human rights and protection of women. We have some progress financed in Mozambique, then especially in Central African Republic. We've done a lot in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Georgia, especially in Ukraine, where in Ukraine, the European Union has a really, really comprehensive approach. From being a leading or an agent in an upcoming hybrid court on atrocities done in Ukraine to providing equipment, funds and support to the society, as well as with EUMM mission, which not only provides training for the troops, but also knowledge and understanding of society, and gender equality and participation of women in the conflict is one of the essential things. And it is one of the gender action plan that I before that mentioned, and is one of the 85% of the policies that we are introducing in our external service. I could continue, but let me just finish that it is the core value for the EU, and I'm very privileged and happy that we share this core value also with Kosovo and with everybody who is here, and I hope we will continue that way also in the future. Thank you very much.
We're out of time, so please join me in thanking our distinguished panel to help us think about how we need to rethink security. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, as we approach the 25th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325, the world is witnessing the highest number of violent conflicts since World War II. Moreover, we are confronted with a rise in security challenges such as climate change and disruptive technologies that transcend borders. Thank you for inviting me to this year's Women, Peace and Security Forum. I sincerely regret not being in person, as this forum comes at a crucial time, given the growing urgency to impact hundreds of millions of women and girls. They face the compounding effects of persistent gender inequality and insecurity, often exacerbated by the repercussions of climate change. Additionally, women and girls are subjected to pervasive sexual and gender-based violence, including conflict-related sexual violence, both offline and online. Lessons from the past and ongoing wars and crises, including those in the Balkans and Ukraine, underscore the enduring relevance of staying true to the core values of the Women, Peace and Security agenda: participation, prevention, protection, relief and recovery. As women and girls' rights are being globally challenged, our actions count more than ever. We need to remove existing barriers to women's full, equal and meaningful participation in peace and security. We must further invest in effectively mainstreaming gender in our defense and security sectors. Gender-responsive leadership and accountability are essential. These principles are also integral to the new NATO policy on women, peace and security endorsed by foreign ministers earlier this month. We are bound to safeguard and capitalize on the achievements we work so hard for. What is evident is that implementing the Women, Peace and Security agenda prior to conflict is instrumental to then being able to leverage it in times of war. It is a path that also provides opportunities for joining forces and creating synergies at all levels. The international community must connect with the national actors, civil society organizations, academia, and the private sector. Only through collaborative efforts in addressing these challenges we can resist current pushbacks, aspire to achieve tangible outcomes, and ultimately fulfill the agenda. Thank you.
You may know now we have the coming panel discussion. We have been talking throughout the day about women as survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, and now we will enter a new set of topics talking about women as agents of peace and agents of peacemaking and state building. Before the panel, I would like to have the opportunity to invite His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Kosovo, for addressing the audience. Mr. Kurti, the floor is yours.
Të nderuara zonja dhe zotri, ladies and gentlemen, dear panelists, Your Excellency Ambassador Hovenier, we were on a panel regarding our successful solar energy auction nearly 10 months ago at this same venue, whereas with Professor Edward, who is just arriving now, we were on a panel 10 years ago at the Johns Hopkins University. Melisa, Yasmin, and Edita, this may be our first time that we share the panel, but be sure and aware that the government follows what you say publicly on media humbly. I am pleased to be here with all of you at the Women, Peace and Security Forum, and I will continue now my speech in Albanian language. Tri fjalë të rëndësishme na kanë mbledhur sot këtu: gratë, paqja dhe siguria. Sot jemi bashkë për këtë trinom që është i lidhur ngushtë. Dje po ashtu ishim bashkë në shënim të ditës së të mbijetuarave të dhunës seksuale gjatë luftës së fundit në Kosovë. Jemi bashkë çdo ditë në kauzën për drejtësi për të mbijetuarat e dhunës seksuale gjatë luftës çdo kund. Kur rezoluta 1325 e Këshillit të Sigurimit u miratua në tetor të vitit 2000, ne kishim rreth 20.000 viktima nga lufta e viteve 1998-1999. Në këtë rezolut, mes tjerash, flitet për sanksione dhe përjashtim kategorik të amnestisë në rastet e krimeve të dhunës seksuale gjatë luftës. Andaj ne jemi pranë të mbijetuarave, gjithmonë, edhe dje, edhe sot. Duke e paguar një çmim shumë të lartë për lirinë, ato bëhen kujdestaret më të mira të lirisë, andaj edhe punojnë për paqe. E sjellin më shpejt atë, e përfshirja dhe pjesëmarrja e tyre siguron paqe. Paqen që qëndron e që shëron. Ato që para një çerek shekulli ishin subjekt i luftës çnjerëzore të projektit gjenocidal të Serbisë, sot janë heroinat tona. Heroina të zëshme e të heshtura. Ndonse mund të mos u ndim emrat, të gjithave u njohim forcën dhe qëndresë. Të nderuara zonja dhe zotri, nuk mund të ecim drejt paqes globale pa reflektuar thellë në atë se çfarë do të thotë të jesh njeri, të reflektojmë mbi humanitetin ton dhe të tejkalojmë rendet shoqërore arkaike që nuk i shërbejnë të mirës së përgjithshme e as të ardhmes së njerëzimit. Po e shohim çdo ditë më shumë se në çfarë gjendje të krizës sigurisë globale është sot bota si rezultat i burrave me ego të brishta që duan të tregojnë se kush i ka muskujt artillerik më të mëdhej. Unë besoj se njerëzimi është shumë më i mirë se kaq. Dhe për paqen nevojitet një humanizëm i madh. Këtë burim njerëzor bashkë me dijen, maturinë e guximin e kanë ofruar vajzat e gratë edhe në historinë tonë. Kemi shembuj frymëzues të kontributit të tyre në përpjekjet për liri, në ndërtimin dhe në funksionimin e Republikës sonë dhe në demokratizimin e institucioneve tona. Emrat e tyre janë në çdo ngjarje historike, siç janë edhe në vendime të rëndësishme shtetërore. Ato nuk i ofrojnë siguri veç njëra tjetrës, por në përgjithësi qytetarëve të Kosovës, secilës e secilit pa dallim. Sot, me gjithë betejën për drejtësi, me gjithë faktet e njohura të krimeve, si udhëheqës jemi të obliguar të veprojmë jo vetëm prej anës së ndërgjegjes sonë, por edhe obligimit që buron nga dokumente si rezoluta 1325 dhe të tilla si kjo që kanë dalë si kërkesë e vetë grave dhe viktimave. Një prej synimeve është që gratë të mos portretizohen e shihen si viktima. Kosova po e sfidon këtë portretizim me gra në institucionet më të larta shtetërore, me gra në institucionet e sigurisë dhe me të mbijetuarat e dhunës seksuale, të cilët tash janë aktiviste publike dhe sinonim i forcës. Ato e dinë më së miri dhe na japin mësim neve, pjesës tjetër, se siguria është e pa kompromis dhe se paqja është obligim. Paqja nuk mund të arrihet pa gjithë përfshirje. Ne e njohim rëndësinë e përfshirjes së grave në dialog. Është e domosdoshme që ato të dëgjohen e që pikpamjet e tyre të respektohen. Dialogu ka dy nivele, të punës dhe të angazhimit që bëhet nga ekipi, së bashku me institucionet e Republikës, si dhe atë të pjesëmarrjes në takimet në Bruksel. Në të dyja këto, në ekipet përkatëse, gratë janë të përfshira sipas fushës së ekspertizës. Veprimet tona duhet të flasin më fort se fjalët që themi. Ne po zbatojmë ligje që garantojnë barazinë të drejta, po zbatojmë politika e po ndajmë fonde që garantojnë barazinë mundësi. Gjatë këtij mandati janë zbatuar një sër reformash për avancimin e grave në shoqëri. Masa e politika mbështetëse për një shoqëri barazimtare e më të drejtë, po i përmendi vetëm disa prej tyre. Me mbështetjen e drejt për drejt të shtetit janë punësuar mbi 12.000 gra. Në 3 vite qeverisje mbi 10.000 të rinj, mes moshës 18 dhe 29 vjeç, janë punësuar përmes platformës qeveritare Superpuna, prej të cilëve gjysma janë vajza e gra. Me masën Qeveria për Familjet, ku kemi subvencionuar pagën e punëtorit, ashtu që të sigurohemi se së paku një antar i familjes është i punësuar, kemi mbi 2.600 familje përfituese, përsëri gjysma e tyre janë gra, krye familjare gra. Në fund vitit kaluar, bashkë me Ministrin e Drejtësisë Albulena Haxhiu dhe me Ministrin e Financave Hekuran Murati, për herë të parë lansuam masën e punësimit për gratë që janë viktimat dhunës. Përmes kësaj mase do të subvencionojmë 70% të pagës së të punësuarave për 6 muaj me radhë. Deri më tani janë 10 aplikuese që pritet të përfitojnë nga kjo masë. Ndërkaq aktualisht është e hapur thirrja për fuqizim ekonomik të grave dhe të vajzave që kanë të zhdukur gjatë luftës si antar të familjeve të tyre. Si rezultat i skemës së shtesave për fëmijë dhe lehona, pra nënat e reja, 90.000 gra për herë të parë kanë hapur llogari bankare në emrin e tyre. Pavarësia ekonomike e grave është hap i rëndësishëm drejt zhvillimit të lirisë individuale dhe paqes sociale. Rreth 3.000 studente, gra e vajza, kanë përfituar bursa në programet e STEM, shkencë, teknologji, inxhinieri, matematik. Në fund të këtij muaji, për herë të dytë, organizojmë konferencën e përveçme STEMinis, qasje dhe mundësi për gjitha vajzat në arsim, sepse arsimimi i tyre është garantues i progresit mbar shoqëror. Të nderuara zonja dhe zotëri, Republika e Kosovës angazhohet për paqe dhe barazi mes kombeve në Ballkan. Ne besojmë se themeli i paqes është drejtësia për viktimat dhe ndëshkimi i kriminalëve. Dialogu i mirë mund të zhvillohet kur palët nuk tremben nga distancimi prej krimeve. Me 27 prill, Kosova e shënon edhe ditën e të zhdukurve me dhunë. Në nderim të viktimave të masakrës së Mejës dhe gjithë personave të zhdukur dhunshëm gjatë luftës në Kosovë e që vazhdojnë të jenë pagjetur. Kujtojmë forcën e grave që qëndrojnë në Mejë, në Krush e kudo. Nuk i harrojmë thirrjet e nënave të Kosovës e as nënat e Srebrenicës. Në vitin 2021, Kuvendi i Kosovës miratoi një rezolut me të cilën dënohet gjenocidi në Srebrenicë. Kjo rezolut fton të gjitha shtetet e rajonit që të bëjnë përpjekje shtesë për t'i nxjerrë para drejtësisë të gjithë ata që janë përgjegjës për planifikimin dhe kryerjen e gjenocidit në Srebrenicë. Këtë pranverë, teksa përkujtojmë 25 vjetorin e masakrave të kryera në vendin tonë nga Serbia, kujtojmë edhe të gjitha viktimat e luftrave të viteve të 90-ta në Ballkan dhe forcën e qëndresën e grave dhe të vajzave që mbi shkatërimin e luftës po e ndërtojnë paqen. Jemi mirënjohës për kontributin e grave ndër breza, vigjilencën e tyre ndaj pabarazisë dhe solidaritetin ndaj njëra tjetrës që janë ende edhe sot frymëzuese për të gjitha gratë, për mbar popullin ton e secilin qytetar të Republikës. U jemi falendërues për punën vetmohuese, për angazhimin e dyfish që secila prej jush e bën. Jemi krah për krah e këmbgulës në rrugën e lirisë, drejtësisë dhe barazisë, të cilët janë idealet tona të përbashkëta. Agenda për gratë, paqen dhe sigurinë, për të i së qeni një premtim i së ardhmes, është angazhim yni I përditshëm. Duke punuar bashk për të tashmen, le të ngrisim të fortë të qëndrueshëm themelet e barazisë mes individëve e të paqes mes kombeve që t'u lëm trashëgimi brezave të ardhshëm. Ju faleminderit. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. I invite you to take your seats because we will start with the next panel. This panel is quite interesting because, as I mentioned before, we are talking now for another part of the discussion. We talked before about women as survivors of conflict-related sexual violence. Now we are talking about women as peace agents and women being part of peace negotiations and peace deals. If we can be a bit more silent, that we can hear the panelists, it would be very welcoming. I am very honored to be here and to have these distinguished panelists to discuss this very important topic. In 2000, a landmark resolution passed, 1325, calling for women to be part of peace processes. But more than that, it called as well for peace agreements to have integration of gender perspective. So we are not only talking about participation as a number of women, but we are also talking about substantial contribution and gender perspective by taking into consideration that war is gendered, so should be peace. Data is all the time showing that when women are part of peace processes, the agreements are more durable. At the same time, the agreements are more inclusive. If we talk about numbers, and I want to share with you some numbers, women participation increases the probability of a peace agreement lasting at least 2 years by 20%, and a peace agreement lasting 15 years by 35%. Women are affected differently during the war, but at the same time as agents, equal agents in society, they also contribute differently prior to the war, during the war, and after the war. All these contributions should be taken into consideration and should reflect in peace negotiations and decision-making processes. This is a topic of today, which I am very honored again to talk with a distinguished group of people who have been part directly of negotiations and who have dealt with peace processes throughout the years in the region and beyond. I would like firstly to welcome the U.S. Ambassador. Mr. Ambassador, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for accepting to be part of the panel. We have here with us as well the former Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister of Kosovo and Chief Negotiator, Madam Edita Tahiri. Thank you for coming, ma'am. We have with us as well the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Madam Melisa Radinaj. Thank you for being here. We are as well joined by Mr. Edward P. Joseph, lecturer at Johns Hopkins University, amongst others. And last but not least, we are joined as well by Mr. Yasmin Mujanovic, a political scientist who has been closely dealing with developments in the region. If I may start with some ground rules, I would like you to have your first remarks at around 5 minutes in order for us to have another round of questions of 3 minutes and then to hold the whole conversation in 1 hour. I know that you have a lot to say and the audience a lot to hear from you, so without further ado, I would like to go back to the Mr. Ambassador and go back to your speech in the first edition of Women Forum, Forum on Women, Peace and Security. You did recall a personal experience you had with Madam Secretary Albright and her leadership of how did she directly influence a situation, how she handled it. So put into the forefront the importance of women, but also the boldness and strength of women. So drawing from that and your experience, why do you think, Mr. Ambassador, that it's important to have women in peace processes and peace building? And at the same time, how can U.S. strategies be used in order to have women more being part of these processes, especially in regions where their role is marginalized?
Well, you have to thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers of this event, Mr. Prime Minister and others. It's a pleasure to be here. So I almost hesitate to answer or to be the person answering your first question of why is it important to include women in peace negotiation and peace building, and that this room is full of experts who can probably give better answers than I can. But I'm going to do what bold diplomats often do, and that is cite the President of the United States of America. On November 8th, 2023, the United States government adopted a strategy on women, peace, and security. And if you read that strategy, the very first thing is a letter from President Biden, and it's so appropriate that the very first sentence of his letter laying out this strategy is, quote, "My friend and former Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, once said, quote, societies are more stable if women are politically and economically empowered," end quote. And that is a piece of it. Why does it matter? Because if we don't include women in peace negotiations and in peace building and in these processes, we are, first of all, there's just a fundamental issue of equity. We're excluding 50% or more of the population, but we're also making ourselves less adept, less able, less capable of dealing with the problems that we're trying to address. I'm going to continue quoting President Biden with the boldness that a good diplomat brings. He says later on in his letter, beyond the moral imperative to advance gender equity and equality around the world and beyond clear notions of right and wrong, we know that societies do better when women participate. Economies grow, education rates and health outcomes increase, political instability and extremism decline. When women are fully engaged in building and maintaining security in their countries, we see more sustainable outcomes, including less conflict and longer-lasting peace agreements. Put simply, the status of women and girls and the stability of nations are irrevocably linked. Now, I want to note a couple of things, because I believe that, and I believe that strongly, and I'm so proud to be the personal representative of a president of the United States who would articulate that both so clearly and so well. But I do have to note that in the years since 1325 was adopted, you know, we're now in 2024. The last numbers I have are from 2022. Women represented only 16% of negotiators and active peace processes led or co-led by the United Nations. No women were included in negotiating teams for conflicts in Ethiopia, Myanmar, Sudan, or Yemen, or in the Balkans. So it's appropriate reminding ourselves, as you did, of the first forum 18 months ago or so. And I don't know how many remember Monica McWilliams' deep, searching, powerful presentation. It was really very, very challenging to speak right after her. But her question is, where are the women? And her discussion of what it meant. I see a lot of pictures, photos from meetings convened under the auspices of the EU, of the UN and others, and I see a stark lack of gender representation. And here on this set of issues, with the exception of President Osmani, we got to go pretty far down our list before we get to a woman who's directly or indirectly involved in the Kosovo-Serbia negotiations, either from the facilitators, the supporters, or the parties themselves. Now, that hasn't always been the case, and we're going to hear from Edita about her time, and we're going to hear from Elise about her time, but I think we have talked about the case now, and we have to acknowledge it. This doesn't mean that men aren't qualified. I hope we are, but it does mean that without this representation, without a diversity of experiences, of views, without bringing in the strength of our society and our organizations, we're handicapping ourselves. So there's good practical reasons. There's good, what I would call, issues associated with ethics, associated with why we want to have inclusive processes. So that was the first part of your question. I don't know how much time I have left of my 5 minutes. The second part of what can we do about it, and that is a harder question in some ways. I think we should all agree with what I just said as to why it is desirable. And I think we all agree on that. The question is, how do you put that into practice, and how do you move from a motivation or a understanding of a principle to actually doing the hard work of putting that principle into action? These are political choices, right? So there's the combination of citizens electing people who will say things and mean things and act in ways like President Biden does. There's also the question of our being attentive to this. So the United States cannot make choices for Kosovo or Serbia or other countries in the region. There are times when we kind of wish we might be able to at moments, but that is not how it works, and that isn't how it should work. The people of Kosovo control their own destiny, and we're proud of the role we've played in supporting that happening. But we can give our advice, and we can model. We're not the best examples of this ourselves. I mean, Secretary Blinken has made very clear how much he wants the Department of State to be an enterprise that reflects the diversity of American society. I think Secretary Blinken would be the first person to tell you that that remains a fundamental goal and that we have fallen short thus far in realizing that goal completely. We've done better, but we are not where we need to be. So I think from an external perspective, we can try to encourage, model, create programs and processes like an MOU we signed earlier today in support of the people of Kosovo to set up a center of excellence in women, peace, and security issues. I think we can draw attention to it, things like this initiative by President Osmani and the people of Kosovo. And I think we just have to acknowledge this is something that requires more attention and requires more of us speaking out. One last point. I was asked why I was going to be on a panel since this was a women's issue at one point by someone. And I was really delighted to say it is not. Of course it's not. It's a human issue. And it's a fundamental issue. I want a successful process of Kosovo-Serbia dialogue resulting ultimately in mutual recognition between two states. That's what needs to happen. And we're not going to get there without bringing our very best teams and negotiating in good faith. I think there also is a place, as some people spoke about earlier today, of men championing these issues as well. And I hope to be one of those champions. I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Now I would like to turn to one of the women who was leading the peace process, one of those leaders that were not even in the Western Balkans, because if we see in the last 20, 30 years, there have been 10 peace processes, only one of them has been led by a woman. Madam Edita Tahiri, you have been involved in this process for a long time, even in peace making in 80s and 90s. Can you share with us your experience? What does it mean to be a woman leading a peace process? And at the same time, can you share with us how can we overcome the challenges and the barriers that are often put in front of women who tend to be, or the topic of why women are important to be part of the peace processes?
Thank you, Jetta. First, would like to thank our Prime Minister for introducing us. Thank you very much. And I have a message for you, Prime Minister. Next time you are in the Security Council, you should ask international justice for our women victims of rape during the war in Kosovo. Because, Prime Minister, we are doing a lot. I have done, as you know, even petition organized, citizen petition all over Kosovo. Was glad mostly men signed, but it's not enough. Our voice is not reaching where it should be heard. I must tell you that I recently wrote another letter to Guterres, Secretary General, calling for international justice, not only for Kosovo, but also Bosnia and Croatia, but not even answer. Thank you. Sorry, Jetta, a little diversion, but it was my opportunity to meet our Prime Minister. Now, back to your question, where, first of all, let me say that in this sad picture of discrimination of women everywhere in the world, Kosovo makes difference. Kosovo is the only country which had women in the Rambouillet Peace Conference where we decided peace. We were good negotiated, made our allies, strategists, allies, Americans. Honored to be with Ambassador of America, who decided to use force through NATO, bombing Serbia, stopping genocide in our country, bringing peace, and we succeeded to leave the door open to independence, and I was only woman among 15 men, so Kosovo made difference. Another difference, Kosovo had woman chief negotiator in Brussels dialogue, Serbia did not have. So when I speak of dramatic underrepresentation of women in formal peace processes, I always make distinction of my country, young, visionary, I would say breathing democracy, respecting women, I hope will be better in the future. Now, why we don't see women in formal peace processes? It is related directly to under-empowerment of women in politics. Because to be able to be chosen or nominated to be in the formal peace tables, you women need to have political power. I told you I was in Rambouillet. I was again chief negotiator. Why? Because when my country got occupied, I took a role myself, become one of the founders of the movement for independence and freedom. Didn't wait it somebody to call me to join in that hard times of occupation from Serbia, but I came from the family who was patriotic. My father was in prison in the hard times of Rankovic, for those who knows, for ex-Yugoslavia. Ended up in jail because he stood up to defend the rights of Albanians. So same came to me as a feeling, patriotic feeling, and I became actor immediately. I became in the top leadership of the movement. Hence, I also got the seat in the delegation of Kosovo in Rambouillet. So my message is, and not only here, everywhere I speak, including the panel of UN Women 3 years ago, I said, empowering women in politics, investing in women in politics, we come to the terms of what? Sharing power with men. Ambassador said women are not the issue. I would like to say, Ambassador, men are the issue. Because men are dominating politics, dominating institutions, dominating delegations in Brussels dialogue, not only Kosovo, Serbia too. So, time has come to gender equality in politics. Through that comes the gender equality in the decision making. Hence, we have ensured women in the peacemaking, informal peace processes. If we cannot speed up with implementation of WPS agenda, which is delaying, isn't it? Isn't it today 23 or 20-year implementation is delaying? I would like to tell you our experience when we returned from the war, as we were exterminated by Milosevic. We started the life in free Kosovo. What I saw, men running for power. Women put aside. I personally know, because I already had high credibility in politics, so I was not the one targeted to be marginalized. What I did, I initiated the quota for women in parliament with whom, not alone, with grand coalition between women in politics and civil society in Kosovo, even wrote to the State Department, and we got quota. We still have quota, we have law on equality, but it's still not implemented. But why I'm mentioning quotas? We need now quotas at the world level and national levels. Each delegations of each state in the peace process, it must have quota in delegation for women. Even mediators must have quota. Look, Borrell, men, Lajčák, men. Okay, say it, Balkans couldn't put women, Kosovo or Serbia, but EU, our model for European and democratic values, Borrell men, Lajčák men. In my time, only Ashton was woman, others men. So here I want to finish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Tahiri. I would like now to go to another woman, to to Madame Elisa Radina, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kosovo. While you were the Foreign Minister at the same time, there were discussions now under the US and at the same time under EU facilitation in order to reach comprehensive agreement, because at that point we were still talking about comprehensive legally final agreement. Based on your experience as being the head of the foreign policy, how can we use a diplomatic mission and foreign policy initiatives in order to advance gender equality agendas in conflict resolution efforts, but also in increasing the participation of women in peace processes?
Thank you very much, Yeta. I am indeed both honored and it's a pleasure to be here among very distinguished guests and panelists. I also want to applaud Madam President Vjosa Osmani for not only putting Kosovo on the map of the WPS agenda, but also leading with Kosovo at the forefront of the agenda with this forum and with these discussions that we are having here. I have to be honest that gender-classified discussions were not a preferential angle for me until I reached a point in public service and in politics where I climbed the ladder and I found myself in a very lonely position surrounded by men. And it was only when I approached the decision-making tables where natural topics reserved for men, such as defense policies, such as foreign policies, such as geopolitics of war, peace and reconciliation, were discussed only by men. So it was only then that I had to rethink my, initial thoughts of, having thought in the beginning that classification on gender and discussing based on gender about policy issues will create division in the first place and will be counterproductive to the equality and to the equity and equal opportunities that we all aim. So it was only then when I thought that there's a large place in the decision-making table and in peace processes for women, for fellow women to be there, to have their voice, to amplify their voice and their rights and their opinions, and to fill that place where they belong. Unfortunately, even when I was a minister for a very short time, and there were comprehensive discussions going on for a final mutual recognition agreement potential between Kosovo and Serbia, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was not included, and it still isn't, in the dialogue process, despite the fact that dialogue with Serbia and a potential peace agreement between Kosovo and Serbia are the main foreign policy goal of the Republic of Kosovo, and that the absence of peace between Kosovo and Serbia is a main threat to the security situation in Kosovo. So it was not by function that I became involved in the dialogue, nor by meritocracy, but I had to, in a way, impose myself in that decision-making table dominated, I repeat, I highlight and underline, only by men. So when I sensed that it was not enough, that my voice was not heard enough in that delegation, I searched and sought different alternative means to have my voice heard. Unfortunately, it was COVID and traveling was not permitted, but I managed with the then Ambassador Kosnet, US Ambassador, to plan and to realize a visit at the United States where I thought it was imperative to say my opinions and my thoughts on what the comprehensive agreement, which was due to happen at the White House at the time, should address. And what happens if what shortcomings happen when those important issues are left out of the negotiating table, are left out of a potential agreement, and are not treated in any way between the two countries that are aiming a potential peace agreement. So I remember meetings with the National Security Council, with close advisors to the then President Trump, with the presidential envoy as well, and also with the EU counterpart, which were not so coordinated at the time. And I wanted to make sure that Serbia should not get away with the illegal campaign of derecognition of Kosovo. It should not get away by not implementing the first ever agreement that was reached, that was brokered by Madam former Deputy Prime Minister Edita Tahiri, which is the IBM agreement, and that Serbia wants to have this volatile border with Kosovo so that it has an open door to constantly and continuously destabilize the Republic of Kosovo via volatile borders. And also the fact that Kosovo is missing on international recognition, universal recognition, 5 EU non-recognizers. So these are the things that I mentioned that the agreement, the Washington agreement, should address. And in a way, I did my alternative way of influencing the decision-making process when I thought and I sensed that I'm not being heard enough from the national delegation team in Kosovo. So it was very, not comforting, but it was very, I was pleased to see the first draft of the Washington Agreement, which included not the 5 EU non-recognizers, but the Israel recognition. It stopped for a year, though, the illegal derecognition campaign of Serbia that was running against the sovereign independent Kosovo, and also the fact that Merdare Common Crossing Point, which was part of the IBM agreement, was functionalized for the first time with the Washington Agreement. So in this way, I thought that I gave my indirect contribution to the dialogue. And of course I did, before leaving the US, I forgot to mention, I met Madame Tahiri and consulted her, and always, every step of the way, she was an inexhaustible source of guidance and strength to us and to other women that were involved in the dialogue process. So with the roadmaps and guidelines, or thoughts on how to improve and how to increase, yeah, we will do it in the second round, but I think there is a lot of space for women and a lot of potential and opportunities for women to find their way, not only in the negotiating table, not only at the forefront of where decision-making happens, but also in the background with consulting and with informing the decisions and just communicating and talking honestly about what the voice of the women is in relations to the dialogue and the peace processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing this very personal journey, and also for offering not only your personal journey, but offering also an example of how sometimes when you don't have a chair on the table, you bring your own chair and you sit in the table. So thank you for that. And now I will go, Mr. Joseph, are you okay with giving? Oh, okay, great. Then I will go to the lecturer of Johns Hopkins University, Mr. P. Joseph. We talked about the research and empirical evidence saying that when we have more women, the agreements are lasting longer and are more comprehensive. I would like to ask you, how do we take these insights to inform policy and practice for all stakeholders which are involved in the process? But at the same time, coming from your experience in different conflicts in the Balkans, I would like to ask from you, how do you consider the design of a peace process, the very design of how the peace process can determine the role of women, but also the actors, right? Mediators, negotiators, political parties, experts. The floor is yours.
Jette, thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to addressing those questions. I first have to say how wonderful it is not just to be on this panel, but to be on this panel with two fellow SAIS alumni. So Edita Tahiri and Jette, so really a special occasion. And permit me, please, 3 very brief acknowledgments. First, I have to acknowledge an extraordinary woman, and that is my wife, Eva. who is originally from Osijek, Croatia, and is a wonderful role model to our daughter and our son. So I acknowledge her. Second, I owe special gratitude to even being here today to my friend, the former Defense Minister of Albania, Fatmir Mediu, who remains a leader on NATO issues and on NATO values, which is so important. And finally, I want to thank President Osmani for her extraordinary leadership on globally on women, peace, and security. So, I thank her for this invitation. Now, you mentioned the past. So what I would say here briefly, Jette, is I would have 3 points. One is to delve in to my experience in the region during the wars, talk about the past a little bit, then see where we are in the present, and then finally, I would, looking to the future, I actually have a concrete answer, a suggestion to Ambassador Hovenier's question about how to translate. Okay, all right, very well. So we'll wait on that. But I do have that. So let me speak to the question here, and I think Edita alluded to this, is the absence of women. I have to tell you, in a decade here, from 92 to 2003 actually, in all conflict areas, from Croatia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, here, Kosovo, and then Macedonia, I honestly and sadly have to acknowledge that I do not recall encountering a woman in a significant, let's call it, political role in that period. And of course, we know during that period that women suffered tremendously. But women have agency, and they're not only victims. And it wasn't really till after the war, and I'll mention how, when I first became acquainted with the need and the capacity to involve women. But I have to tell you, honestly, I was trying to think, and I could not think of a single encounter. And of course, I was exposed to the question of conflict-related sexual violence in Tuzla in July '95, when the women who were expelled from Srebrenica with their children had been traumatized, deeply traumatized. And this was, I can remember, I don't have time here to give some graphic examples of how that was manifested there in the camp, but that experience, in a way, was very valuable to me, because within 10 days or 2 weeks later, I was in Žepa, face-to-face with Ratko Mladic, Zdravko Tolomir, Milan Guerrero, and others, evacuating, coordinating with my colleague, as a UN Civil Affairs officer, this evacuation of Žepa, simultaneously with the genocide in Srebrenica. So that was a primary concern, was how to signal to the Serbs, to this senior Bosnian Serb leadership, that we were aware and we were going to do everything we could to let them know that we were watching, and we in this chaotic, incredibly stressful July scene, we tried to let them know ostentatiously that we were taking every woman's name down, and that we had colleagues where the buses were going to be dropped, that they would be also checking these names. So this was very much on our minds, and of course, after the war, we know that in terms of justice, it's been sadly completely inadequate. I mean, there's been some justice, but I will give you just a quick real-life situation. I was in Brčko just a few years ago and met with some women survivors of conflict-related sexual violence from the war, who told me that the perpetrators of these acts were walking freely in Brčko. I mean, can you imagine that? It's bad enough to suffer the trauma, a lifelong trauma, but to have that, and this was really deeply upsetting to hear that. Then let me quickly pivot to our post-war work in Bosnia-Herzegovina. I was with I4 and assigned to OSCE, and I made a special point of meeting and engaging Esma Palic, who is the widow of Colonel Avdo Palic, very likely the highest ranking prisoner of war taken during the war by the Bosnian Serbs and executed by the Bosnian Serbs, and working with her to try to get the international community to press the Serbs to return her husband's remains, at least. And when I witnessed her poise, intelligence, and capacity, then it became graphically aware to me about what was missing all this time and the absence of women throughout this period. So that became very clear. Then within, I have to tell you, Edita mentioned quotas. I think great credit goes to the OSCE mission in Bosnia-Herzegovina under the leadership of someone who I'm sure Ambassador Hovenir remembers, the wonderful Bob Froeck, wonderful diplomat, and who insisted on these first elections, despite all the controversy and so forth, absolutely insisted on strict quotas. And I remember there was a lot of controversy about that. Yet it succeeded, and you see Edita tells, and this is where I would quickly pivot to the present, and then we'll come back later on the future and my concrete suggestion. But the present is we have this paradox, which is this is an issue, women, peace, and security, which actually is widely recognized as this, as Ambassador Hovenir said, this is tremendously important construct. It's a policy framework that's been formalized. Prime Minister Kurti mentioned Security Council Resolution 1325, and Ambassador Hovenir mentioned, for example, in the United States, there's even legislation. Republicans and Democrats have backed legislation. So there are some formal steps, and yet we all know, that the progress is inadequate, way inadequate, for the very fact that, as Edita mentioned, we still need quotas. So without wanting to take too much time, I could go on, but I'll wait for I'll wait for the second round and give you my concrete suggestion for how to advance this and begin to resolve this paradox. Thank you very much.
Thank you likewise. I think that speaker after speaker, you are bringing a very rich experience, in which way you are highlighting what are the challenges, but also what are the ways or how to break these challenges. So thank you very much. Now I want to go to Yasmin Mujanovic. Yasmin, you are a political scientist, and you have been very closely monitoring, looking at political developments in the whole region. You are very actively discussing about different issues and how to improve, actually, all the processes that are going on in the region. I would like to ask you to share with us what are your thoughts on where do women stand now in the region when it comes to their representation in general in decision-making processes, but most specifically in peace processes, and how can we ensure that women are more involved in peace processes, and why? Why do you think that women should be there? Yasmin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a real honor to be here. Thank you also to the Prime Minister for mentioning the Srebrenica genocide, and thank you also to the entire cohort of Kosovar officials here who have really done a lot to speak out about some of the issues in Bosnia, and I hope my friends in Sarajevo will replicate the favor, although obviously and very shamefully Bosnia-Herzegovina does not recognize the sovereignty of the Republic of Kosovo, but unfortunately we know why that is. It's a very good question that you have, and you know, if you'd asked me this question maybe 3 years ago, I think I probably would have given you a more positive answer than the one that I'm about to give you. Notwithstanding this very important conference and all the efforts that are being undertaken here, I think broadly speaking, the region as a whole is moving in the wrong direction. And unfortunately, that also includes the policy direction of our most important friends and allies in the political West, including in the EU and the US. We have a very particular problem, unfortunately, in the Western Balkans, and that is namely the insistence on ethnic-based solutions to political problems. We know, obviously, that sectarian and nationalist leaders want to have relevant political issues resolved through the prisms which they advocate for. So they want national and ethnic and sectarian solutions. But we also know, and I think both folks in the policy community and people in academia know, that these kinds of approaches do not produce good governance, they do not produce representation, they do not produce inclusivity. So we know, generally speaking, that women in virtually all societies, including in the most advanced democracies, still continue to face systematic barriers to participation and inclusion in the political process. That process of inclusion and representation gets even more difficult and pronounced anytime you introduce any kind of additional barriers to participation. And so in the Western Balkans, and I think unfortunately, Bosnia and Herzegovina in this regard is probably the most acute example of this. When you create an entire political regime that operates on the basis of sectarian identity or sectarian expression, that means that a whole cohort of people is excluded from the political process. Oftentimes, women and girls first and foremost. There is a reason why Bosnia has the most hardline sectarian regime in the world, and it has some of the lowest rates of women's representation in politics accompanying that, right? And so the kind of real upshot of this, though, is that this is not just a kind of generic problem. I think the thing to really emphasize here is that when those of us in the political West who benefit from living in liberal, cosmopolitan, multicultural societies that have taken great strides towards inclusion and participation, when it comes to our engagement in regions like the Western Balkans, we should champion those values, because we know they are successful. We know ultimately they are the only things that are successful. In this sense, I am a little bit of an ideologue in the sense that I do believe very objectively that liberal democracy is the most optimal form of governance for human beings yet devised. Maybe in a couple centuries we'll come up with something better. We've yet to stumble upon it, however. So here's the thing. When we then turn to policy, Western policy in places like Kosovo or Bosnia, and the thing that Western officials want to talk about are ethnic-based solutions or ethnic-based paradigms, that means that space is being taken away from more important issues. Issues like the representation and participation of women and girls in politics. Because when we spend time talking about the ASM, or we talk about any number of other sort of sectarian hobgoblin formulations that we have a myriad of in Bosnia and Herzegovina, that is space that is finite. We do not have an infinite spectrum of time to resolve these issues. So every time we choose to speak about something that is not about empowerment, inclusion, and participation, we are losing time. And we can measure that loss of time in the Western Balkans in a very tragic way. We can measure it through the rates of emigration. And this is sort of the last point that I'll make, which is that all the time that we have spent over the last 20, 25, 30 years in this region, seeking continuously to find exclusionary solutions, i.e. ethnic solutions, has been wasted time.
And I can tell you that because any one of us can go to Berlin, or we can go to Sydney, or we can go to Stockholm, and we will encounter there hundreds of thousands of young people from Kosovo, from Bosnia, from Serbia, from North Macedonia, etc., because they did not want to wait any longer to see the magical results of exclusionary solutions, because they know it won't work. And so they went to the places that succeeded with open, cosmopolitan, democratic, liberal solutions.
Thank you, Yasmin. I'll follow up with another question, because now I want to do the second round of questions. We don't have too much time, so please be short. We did talk previously about the importance of not having a top-down approach when we talk about peace processes, but also bottom-up. You did talk about how your vision or your opinion or your view on how ethnic-based solutions are not the RIP one, and they are also excluding the representation, inclusion, and participation. Now, can you shortly, very shortly, talk as well about the importance of having different stakeholders from the bottom, from grassroots, involved into peace processes, and how to ensure that politics and political parties do not become a barrier to having them on board? 2 minutes, Yasmin.
So it's very simple. I think and here I'll say something. The danger about us talking through very simple lenses, like for instance ethnicity or even gender, is that we erase the complexity and multiplicity of human beings. A woman that comes to a position of power, and we've heard from two esteemed colleagues here today, also has this baggage coming with her, because she is forced to, in male-dominated spaces, not just represent women, but almost in every instance represent all of the other identities that she is aware are not being represented. Right? So it's not just about, hey, oh, I'm a woman, so let me speak on behalf of all womankind. It's going to be about the fact that, look, a woman has one experience, but if she's a Romani woman, she's going to have a still different perspective. If she's a Romani woman who happens to be disabled, she's going to have a still third experience. If she's a Romani woman who happens to be disabled and also a gay woman, she's going to have a still fifth experience. So the reason why we need to emphasize inclusivity and participation is because we need to adequately represent the complexity of actually existing human beings and citizens. And this is why participatory-based solutions, and there are modalities ranging from what's called participatory budgeting to civic assemblies and all the rest of it. They create spaces and opportunities for us to reflect the complexities that exist in these societies. Very simply, in a place like Kosovo, it's not just about Albanians and Serbs. Right? It's not, because that's not the only human beings who live here, and those are also not the only human beings, even if they are Serb or Albanian, that's not their only relevant political identity or social identity. So those are the spaces and opportunities we need to create to hear those voices, because that will also create new solutions that we will never encounter if we close off space.
Amen. I see that Edward is like nearly moving from his seat because he wants to take the floor, right? If I'm not, okay, because I thought, okay, your 2 minutes about the future, your golden ticket of how we can have more women in the U.S. strategy.
I will come to the future in a second, and let me just say that I think participatory models are great. And also, we've seen actually that ethnic-based models have made a major contribution in the region in taking the people of this region away from fighting and killing and conflict-related sexual violence. Let's stay with our theme here on women, peace, and security. And I'll give two examples which are right next door. The Ohrid Agreement, and by that I mean the original Ohrid Agreement, not the unsigned Ohrid Agreement, but the original Ohrid Agreement, which has resolved the conflict between ethnic Albanians and Macedonians, and it's an ethnic-based agreement. There's absolutely no doubt about that. And they have a vibrant democratic scene and a lot of political activity with elections coming up, and we'll see how that will play out next door. Also, the Erdut Agreement, completely ethnic based, but look at the situation in Croatia today. The only Serb diaspora that is completely integrated into the society does not listen and bow to the demands of Belgrade. So we should be careful before we make sweeping remarks about that. And we should remember that democracy, the fundamental principle of democracy, what is it? Consent of the governed. So when existing peace agreements, however flawed, are present, we have to reform them, and they demand reform. Definitely, the Dayton Agreement has to be reformed. Deeply flawed agreement, unnecessarily flawed agreement. The pathway to reform, through consent of the governed. Now, and 1 minute now, let me pivot to our topic here, and just quickly mention, just because it came up, that the solution really to the region is the non-recognizers. And it's the 4 NATO non-recognizers, as I've written it with colleagues, including from Kosovo and Serbia, in our SICE report, From Crisis to Convergence. So I encourage you to read that. That is really the key to the entire region. In terms of the future, and answering Ambassador Hovenier's important question, which is how to move from to achievement. The answer is we have to show respect for women who are leaders, who are embodying and modeling the values that we want. And one of those women, in my view, is President Vjosa Osmani. And in my view, the U.S., in addition to all these formal steps it's taken in implementation of UN Resolution 1325, in my view, there's a very quite concrete step that the administration, that President Biden himself could do, which is to invite President Osmani to the White House and have a meeting in the Oval Office and discuss these issues. And as a gesture, President Biden could be showing his respect for a leader on these issues, and they could actually discuss how imperative it is to advance the roles of women, not only in the United States and Kosovo, but globally.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Ambassador, to follow up maybe to the contribution of Edwards, what could the U.S. strategies be in order to push forward more women in order to surpass these barriers, and challenges in general?
I know we're very low on time, so just a couple of things. One, I do want to just briefly note that I believe strongly and have been committed in the various jobs I've worked on in my career on Kosovo to advance a sovereign, democratic, multi-ethnic state and society. And I believe that is the foundation of American foreign policy on Kosovo. So I'll leave that one there. We have a strategy, as I said, and our strategy, which is a national strategy, lays out some lines of effort that are incredibly relevant to the things we can be doing to advance the status of women globally while it is a national strategy. But we talk about participation, both internal to the United States, but we have all kinds of programs to try to seek and support preparation and participation of women and girls in civic and political leadership. USAID and other programs very involved in that. Protection, a lot of our assistance is to protect human rights of women and girls and others around the world. Relief, response, recovery, this is less getting people at the negotiating table, but making sure that the most vulnerable get adequate resources. Last thing I will say, we have 5 lines of effort. I'm going to skip one, but the 5th one is partnerships, and we saw a visible manifestation of that today with the concluding of the MOU to support the Kosovan establishment of the Center of Excellence on Women, Peace, and Security. I think it is actions like that. I think there is no one big bang. I think it is changing attitudes. I think it is helping ensure that capable men and women, but with a big focus on women given their underrepresentation, do not face impediments or barriers to opportunity, and being champions for them, for those of us who are in the IN Club, and making the club bigger and broader and more expansive is the answer. But it is a long-term process. I mean, again, I don't want to suggest, therefore, everybody be patient and don't demand any change. Please demand change now, but acknowledge that this is going to take some time. It is a process.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now, talking about a process, I'll go back to Madam Tahiri and speak about how to make the peace process more inclusive in a sense, not having women, but also more to the peace agreements to have this gender perspective. I did talk about the design of a peace process. You've dealt with peace processes, you have negotiated. So can you tell us how the design of the peace process influences this? What's the space there, or the lack of space?
Thank you, Jetta. I will lead a little aside this issue, gender issue, because situation is much more serious in the Brussels dialogue between Kosovo and Serbia, because virtually Brussels dialogue is dead now. The fact that since last year, when this Ohrid implementation agreement was reached, there is zero implementation of any agreement by both sides. Why? Because the dialogue has come to final stage. What is final stage in negotiations? It is the time when both parties to be prepared for big exchange. And we have come to that position, but there is no move neither from Kosovo side nor from Serbian side. Kosovo, on its side, has an obligation, association of Serb majority municipalities. Serbia, on the other side, has an obligation to recognize de jure Kosovo as a state. However, sorry to say, lately I hear all international players, all our allies even, America, Europeans, only call on Kosovo for association. None of them is calling on Serbia for recognition of Kosovo states. And it's not the first time I am saying, I am posting, I am giving interviews. I just want once again to say, because I have experience, at least in terms of how to push processes. I have pushed processes in Brussels dialogue. We reached 33 agreements. Why? Not that we were willing to do agreements, but I was pushing, even saying to EU, please put European standards as the basis for solution, otherwise things are not moving. So now to come to the end to this, where we are. First, Serbia knows that there is chapter 35 that we established, myself with Americans, and Serbia knows that it cannot reach to the European Union without normalizing relations with Kosovo, because chapter 35 applied to Serbia as a decision of EU calls that there is going to be normalization of relations between two states with the judicially obliged agreement for two sides. But honestly to say, nobody is mentioning. All is about Kosovo. Yes, Kosovo has to implement its obligation based on Kosovo constitutions, but Serbia has also to recognize Kosovo de jure. Otherwise, yet this Brussels dialogue, as it is 10 years, might be another 10 and 20 years, unfortunately, because Brussels is quite a slow motion mediator. If there was no United States in Rambouillet, we would not have what we have today alive. We would be all killed with Milosevic genocide. And I am saying several times, it's time on EU, to be fair, to say, yes, UN Assembly asked EU to facilitate the dialogue, should say, please US, take the seat of mediator and become the mediator we become your supporters because after all these new challenges we are having, especially the events between Iran and Israel, things are going beyond even best experts are imagining. So I would say at least Balkans to fix this issue, and this is the big exchange. Yeta, sorry, didn't speak about women issues. Thank you very much.
I'm just going to briefly say that while I acknowledge and appreciate that, this administration is not prepared to take the place of the European Union as the lead facilitators of the dialogue.
Thank you both for your interventions. I disagree with you. Madame Tahiri saying that you were not talking about women's rights. I think you were acting as a woman in peace negotiations and in peace building. So you were exactly talking about that. So thank you. And last but not least, I will go back to Melisa because we are beyond time. But I want to give her the second round and to. Now, I'm scared to ask a question because usually in the second round I ask questions, but they were not very much answered. So in any case, I will go to the point of how can we ensure that more women are in these processes, and how you did give an example, your own example of breaking barriers, but what are your thoughts? What can you share at this point after hearing all the speakers?
I promise I'll be very brief. So in practical terms, I think that first and foremost, we should celebrate the trailblazers, the women who were there before there was peace in Kosovo. So the women who fought for freedom, who fought for political rights as a prerequisite for peace, and then who are fighting today for peace as a prerequisite for democracy. So Kosovo's modern history goes back to a lot far than the 21st century. So in the 90s, we, for example, had Ulfete Humoli, who was killed as a 17-year-old kid, if I may, teenager, while protesting for political rights. We have Madame Dr. Flora Brovina here in the audience as well. Also as a political activist, a humanitarian activist who was held hostage as a prisoner of war and held in prison in Serbia for 2 years, and she was released only after international pressure after the war. We also have Madame Edita Tahiri, not least, and also Madame Ativete Yahyaga, and now President Osmani, who is the most voted politician in Kosovo. So quotas have become, if I may, useless now because the Kosovo society, in cooperation with the international community, were able to build the confidence and to see that women in politics and women in peace processes are the ones who bring results, are the ones who broker agreements, and are the ones who implement as well those agreements, and not leave them only on paper. And the second thing, if I may, is also the necessity to apply gender quotas in Kosovo's foreign service. And I use this podium, now we don't have the Prime Minister here nor the President, but I'm sure they will hear this plea from this podium here to the plea to apply gender quotas to Kosovo's foreign service and to take all the legal means to implement the gender quotas to Kosovo's diplomatic service as well. Thank you.
Now, I don't know, add 2 minutes really, because I see Dora.
Yes, sure. I agree fully with Melisa, what she just said. And as a sort of political topic emerged here, and Edita's expert remarks about the association, just to quickly say what's different about the association, and again, in and of itself, giving some special rights to a group, in and of itself, depending on how the design is, and that's critical, is not a bad thing. But what's different about the association from elsewhere in the region, for example, in Croatia, I mentioned the Erdut Agreement, and the Joint Council of Serb municipalities, Serb majority municipalities in Croatia, the difference, what was the difference? In that case, the Croatian Serbs relinquished any bid that they would have to Eastern Slavonia to somehow secede, and it was similar with Belgrade, even though there wasn't formal recognition at that time. But this was, and without that, that's the basic trade of autonomy, is a vulnerable group, a vulnerable minority gets autonomy, a form of autonomy, a carefully structured, from the central government in exchange for relinquishing any possibility of any type of territorial secession or otherwise obstruction of the kind we see with Republika Srpska and Milorad Dodik every day. So, and I know Ambassador Hovenier and the Biden administration are very aware of that concern, but that's what's different about this case. Kosovo makes this deal. Kosovo does not have the all-important pathway to NATO, which is all important not just for Kosovo, but for Serbia and the entire region. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the speakers. Please join me in a round of applause, and we will leave the floor for the next panel. Thank you very much.
Running out of time. As a matter of introduction, my name is Florian Choia. I'm ambassador of the Republic of Kosovo to the Republic of North Macedonia. I am privileged to have been given the opportunity to moderate this distinguished panels, and I would like to thank Madam President Osmani Sadrio for giving me the opportunity to moderate the panel and to bring back me personally into the echelon that I belong to, the defense sector. The panel we will be having here with distinguished speakers is titled Uniformed and Unyielding, Women Leading Change in the Security Sector. So the panel will discuss about the role of women in the security sector in general and security issues in particular. We are more than delighted to have representation from 6 countries. But before we come to the panel, I am delighted to invite the Minister of Defense of the Republic of Kosovo, Mr. Ayub Macedonci, to have his opening remarks. Minister, the floor is yours.
Dear participants of this very important activity, I will try to be short in order to allow more time for strong ladies and strong military and security officers and leaders that will follow me. Before I go more deep on this topic, I would like to emphasize that this topic so the topic of women in armed forces is very special to me personally, as I was lucky to meet my wife in the trenches and while serving in the Kosovo Liberation Army during the Kosovo War. The role of the armed forces in a democratic society has evolved throughout history, and with that, also the role of women in armed forces. Before the 23rd century, the involvement and the role of women in armed forces was limited, both in terms of numbers that they were represented in the armed forces and also the specialties in which they were engaged. The Second World War is the event that has emphasized the importance of the engagement of women in armed forces. And since the democratic societies have increased efforts in higher integration of women. Given the fact that women consist half of the general population, their role in crisis management and sustainable development of our force is not only important, but also irreplaceable. Because of the specific circumstances that the professional defense capabilities of the Republic of Kosovo were developed, and the fact that we are in the process of building a contemporary armed force, the increase of the number of women in the army is seen as the main factor to contribute not only to strengthening the role of women, but also to strengthening the overall defense capabilities. Because in general, and especially in our country, they have been and continue to be a determinant factor of major changes. At the moment we speak, the percentage of women in the Ministry of Defense and the Kosovo Security Force is close to 10%. And they are engaged throughout the structure of the MOD and the KSF, including General Inspector of the MOD KSF, who holds the rank Major General, Head of Human Resources of the KSF, the Commander of our Military Academy, and many other prominent positions within our structure. While in our commitment as the government for the professionalization of the KSF, a significant number of attendees at professional training are women members, with many of them being awarded for their excellent performance. Just last week, our cadet officer Endrita Brahimi, who attended the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst, was awarded with the Commander Coin for her extraordinary performance. Despite the efforts to advance and promote an environment that offers opportunities and support for all without distinction, which does not exclude women, but treats their inclusion as a value, as such, their result and performance should be recognized and accepted. Our focus will continue to be encountering challenges that require our attention for improvement. We will continue to engage ourselves in the elimination of any obstacle that in any from stagnate the advancement of the position of the woman in defense sector. In this regard, as society, we still face the challenges of gender stereotypes, where military is seen more as man's profession. Such a mindset produces general effects that contribute to unequal environments which disproportionately hit groups, in this case, women. Therefore, we are focused on giving even more attention to the information campaigns about the possibility of developing a military career, with the image of the military woman at the center. In this regard, we are very determined that the composition of recruitment and selection boards reflects a gender perspective as balanced and representative presence. Military women today operate in better environment due to the continuous efforts to improve the conditions that they have faced over the years, including recruitment procedures. All these undertaken measures aim the increase of the efforts to encourage the integration of women in the defense sector. This is because women have proven that they are fully competent to perform all tasks for which they have the will to commit it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister Macedonci, for your opening remarks, and I use the opportunity to praise the Minister of Defense for their efforts to enhance women participation in all levels of the ministry and the force. Without further ado, and strictly on the military manner, I invite the panelists in the following order. I invite Major General Manushaci Sheu, Deputy Chief of Defense of the Armed Forces of the Republic of Albania. First. I invite Major General Irfetis Pahiu, Inspector General of the Kosovo Security Force. I invite Air Commodore Saskia Siemensa, Royal Netherlands Air Force and Director of Security at Ministry of Defense of the Netherlands. I invite Brigadier General Fadzila Abdullah, Director General Defense Operations and Training Division, Malaysian Armed Forces. I invite Brigadier Mariana Plesha Čadunic, Head of Stratcom Department, Croatia. Last but by no means least, I invite Catherine Bourdeau, Commissioner General, Ministry of the Armed Forces of the French Republic. So, as you can see from the composition, we have not only the highest ranking officials and military officers of the countries they represent, but we have representatives from the 6 countries, and we look forward to hear from their direct experience on the topic, which I repeat is titled Uniformed and Unyielding Women Leading Change in the Security Sector. This is certainly a topic that I have been dealing a lot in the past, and I repeat, I'm privileged to be moderating the panel with some of the panelists I've happened to work to be part of processes or even education processes. So the overarching question that I make to every panelist here is, to what extent and how does women shape security sector nowadays? I have provided clear instructions to have each of the introductory panel, each of them to provide introduction in 4 minutes, within 4 minutes, so we give the chance to the audience for question and comment. So I invite General Sheu, Major General Sheu, to throw the ball and start with her introduction.
Thank you Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Major General Sheu from Albania. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much, Madam President Vjosa Osmani, for this excellent organization's forum about peace, women, and security. For me, it is a privilege to be here with my delegation from Albania, many colleagues, officers in the second row. About your question, because the time is limited, it is just a little short time, but I would like to try to respond to these questions. Resolution 1325, it is most important for all the women under the uniform, all the section security and defense. About Resolution 1325, I bring here one case, for example, in our military Albanian armed forces. In our defense sectors, we have 15.1% females under the uniform. They are soldiers, NCO, and officers. They are worked in different sectors. They are right now in many missions, peacekeeping operations. Let me bring here one example we have in United Nations in North Sudan, because in this conflict area it is very difficult, but for 3 years we have females in these very, very difficult missions. About Resolution 1325, in Ministry of Defense and Military Armed Forces in Albania have a lot of progress. This is two parts. The first, action plan. You know the action plan, it is most important, and for first time in my country is signed in 2018. And second part, it is the strategy. We are in minorance with our colleagues men. We are 15%, about 85% they are men. You know, never we fighting about the men, but we are able to do the men, we are able to do the men do. We are females. In the other side, we are strong, we use the different weapons, we are done and we have been in many missions, peacekeeping operations, and we are participants in our difficult jobs. On the other side, we are female, we are sensitive, we are mothers, we are sisters, and together we have one aim, to contribute for peace, security, and stability. I have one short message. To be together, we are joined. To be together, we are strong. To be together, we are more. To be together, we are peace, women, and security. Thank you.
Thank you, General Sheo, for your opening remarks. Of course, I strongly believe there will be questions meanwhile that will be addressed and will be interested more on the state of play in the Albanian Armed Forces on the topic. I move on to the second speaker, to Major General Irfet Spahiu, Inspector General, with whom I have had the privilege to cooperate in the past. Major General Spahiu used to be also commander of Tradok, as far as I remember, and was in different positions in the Kosovo Security Force. Major General, the floor is yours. And I understand that Major General Spahiu will be speaking in Albanian, so those that would need translation, please take the simultaneous equipments.
Faleminderit, ambasador. Të nderuar audiencë, vërtet është privilegj me mbri këto ditë pas një kohë dhe eksperiencë që përmbajmë edhe duke u fokusuar se ku kemi qenë 25 vite më parë. Do të mundohem të jem shkurt, orientimisht më duhet të përmend edhe pjesën e historike, gjithat kontributin e femrës shqiptare. Ne si shoqëri konsiderojnë se gjynia femrore nuk vuan nga inferioriteti. Prandaj kjo ka ndihmuar që gratë dhe vajzat të jenë pjesë edhe çlirimit të vendit tonë. Kjo ka ndihmuar edhe në themelimin e institucioneve të sigurisë. Ne si vend kemi kaluar jo rastisht të përmena vitin 25 vite më parë. Si çdo vend tjetër pas luftës apo konfliktit edhe Kosova me ndihmën e partnerëve ndërkombëtar ka filluar ndërtimin e institucioneve të sigurisë. Tani forca e sigurisë së Kosovës është një forcë multietnike dhe profesionale. Është forcë vullnetare dhe ndërtuar sipas standardeve të ndërveprueshme me NATO-n. Në forcën tonë vlen të gjitha ligjet e Republikës së Kosovës, cilat garantojnë të drejtat e gjinisë femrore. Në strukturë të forcës sigurisë Kosovës, numri i gjinisë femrore nuk është i garantuar ose i rezervuar, pasi struktura është e orientuar në kualitet të jo në kuotë fikse, e cila duhet të arrihet. Mundet mos të jetë numri madh ajo përqindja që ministri më pare tha, por të gjithë këto ushtare, nën oficere apo oficere ka kaluar proceset e rekrutimit apo gradimit në gjitha format, sikurse kolegët e tyre meshkuj. Sot, në forcën e sigurisë Kosovës, mund gjeni gra dhe vajza që punojnë gjitha sektorët dhe njësitë e forcës sigurisë Kosovës, pa marrë parasysh vështirësitë e shërbimit apo gjinisë ushtarake. Bazuar në përvojën time 29 vjeçare, mendoj se përfaqësimi i gjinisë femrore në sektorin e sigurisë, në këtë rast, ushtrisë, është më se i domosdoshëm. Kur e mendojmë këtë që femrat përbëjnë gjysmën e popullsisë, pjesë kritike e shoqërisë, prandaj edhe duhet të jetë pjesë kritike e paqërujtjes. Integrimi i perspektivës gjinore në ushtri është thelbësor, sepse unë orientimisht ndaj në një do të përmbajmë parimeve të drejtave të njeriut të pranuara botërisht, sepse kur si burrat ashtu edhe gratë përfshihen në procesin e vendimarrjes ka rezultate më të mira. Dhe përdorimi i perspektivës gjinore dhe integrimit në përgjithësi rris efikasitetin operacional. Kontributi grave në ushtri tani më nuk është një kohë që duhet përmbushur, por duhet përfshihet si vlerë e shtuar ushtarake, por edhe dita ditës edhe si domosdoshmëri e sukseseve operacionale. Kjo çka kemi arritur deri sot nuk na është falur, por e kemi arritur me mund, punë dhe sakrificë, edhe pse nuk ka qenë dhe nuk është e lehtë shërbimi në uniformë. Faleminderit.
Faleminderit shumë Gjeneral Spahiu për fjalët tuaja. Sigurisht që sikurse për rastin e forcat armatosura të Shqipërisë, besoj që do të ketë pyetje konkrete edhe për forcën e sigurisë Kosovës. So I switch now again into English, and I have the great privilege and honor to invite Air Commodore Saskia Siemensma, Royal Netherlands Air Force and Director of Security at Ministry of Defense of the Netherlands, with whom I have to share we have been jointly part of the Royal College of Defense Studies in UK in 2019 and 2020, and being part of epistemic community, part of a small world, we have happened to meet again after 4 years and now even be in one panel. Saskia, I invite you. Saskia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your nice introduction, Florian. And also thank you for having me here, here in this venue, but also in the panel. And it feels good and safe to be in the company of such accomplished and like-minded women who've all had challenges in their careers, different challenges, because I feel that I feel a bit spoiled by being from the Netherlands Air Force and not having suffered all the the hardships that you have in this region. But still, I think we have a lot in common too as women, and sometimes it takes you to step out of your the things that you are used to realize where you can make a difference. And I have to admit that for almost half of my career, I was always trying to be one of the guys. I didn't want to be different. I didn't want to be treated differently because I thought that the only way to get accepted fully was by being like them in all respects. But then I realized that I really can't because I'm not very good at press-ups. I'm not a very good runner. I'm quite clumsy. So however hard I tried to be like them, I just couldn't. And I think that even if I had been able to meet them in all respects at the same level, I wonder if they would have allowed me to be on the same level. Because, and that's a short story I'm going to tell that someone once told me, and it has made such an impact on me. And it's about the differences between men and women and boys and girls. When boys play together, they try to exaggerate. So one says, I can throw this ball that far, and the second says, I can throw it even further. And the third says, I'm able to kick it all the way to the moon. And then a girl comes in and she says, that's impossible. So girls are basically killjoys, and boys don't like that. So if we try to join them in their play, we have to adjust to their rules of the game. And that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to be me. I didn't want to be someone else. And moreover, I thought that if you try to be someone that you're not and to be like them, what use is it when it comes to diversity? Because diversity is about differences, and it's not about being all the same. So if you tend to include women and you force them to be like the men and to be as good as the men in all respects, then that's a foolish thing to do, because women are so much better at other things in general. And halfway in my career, I realized that I should make a shift to doing what I was good at and trying to make a difference in doing what I was good at. And one of the things that I found that I'm good at is raising questions that other people don't. And in meetings, several times I made a difference by addressing issues that other people or men didn't raise because they just weren't aware of the issues and the importance of those issues to the challenge that we had that we were facing and the solutions that we came up with. And it does feel a bit uneasy if you are the only one who asks a question that no one else asks, because you think, is it me? Is something wrong with me? But they are just embarrassed or surprised that someone raises a question that they didn't think of. So I thought, well, that's the way to make a difference. And from then on, I continued doing that, and it got me to the point in my career where I'm now, and that's not because I succeeded in being one of them. So in general, women are good at addressing things, topics that men don't. We raise questions that other people don't. We also try to collaborate much easier and more natural than men. And I realize that I'm generalizing men and women, and that's not what I want to do. But like for this session, we agreed to join together to get to know each other a little bit and see who was on the panel. And that's what women do. We look for each other, we try to join forces, we try to get to know each other better, to be able to to be more effective as a team. And I think that's one of the main benefits of having more women in your organization and the way that women do make a difference. I didn't look at the clock. Do I still have half a minute? Yes, of course. Okay, so one more thing about that needs to be said as well, and that goes to all the brave men in this room. Because women, peace and security seems to be always something of women, from women, about women. But it's so necessary that there are men who support women and who support the idea of diversity and equity. So I'm really pleased to see so many men here who are brave enough to openly admit that they think diversity is important. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saskia, especially for the fact that you have shared your personal experience. I have the honor to invite here our guests that came all over from Far East, Malaysian Armed Forces. Brigadier General Fazila Abdullah, Director General, Defense Operations and Training Division. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good evening all. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for inviting. But once I'm here, I realize that my knowledge in we are very young. The Malaysian Armed Forces is very young in WPS. Yes, we involved in peacekeeping, but in terms of WPS itself, we are still very at infant stage. In fact, even though the WPS has been introduced in year 2000, but I only know about it in year 2020. That is also because of my post, where I'm in charge of the training, where I found out there were a lot of WPS-related courses, especially organized by the US and the Australian. But all the while, the course has been attended by the guys. And the guys, when they came back, they keep quiet. They didn't do anything. So since then in year 2022, I enrolled myself for a course that organized by the Canadian Armed Forces about WPS, and I realized, oh my God, we are so left behind. But luckily, I have a CDF who is very pro for WPS, and because of that, we managed to have a community team for the advancement of the women in the armed forces. But there was still a lot of resistance because to them, to the men, we should be happy what we have. And to them, there's no discrimination. To them, all the problem is limitation by ourselves, not because of the service, because it has been proven in most of our cases. Most of the young girls, when they are doing very well in the service when they were a bachelor, but once they get married, unfortunately, it deteriorated. So our armed forces, the ladies in the armed forces, there's only 7%, and we aim for 10. And from we have lady officers, close to 1,500 ladies officers. And from there, we only have 8 colonels and only 1 big gen. So 68% of them are at the captain and the major rank, which is at the peak of their career, but at the same time, it's the time for them to start their family. So we made a study and we found out that they like the military life. They said they enjoy military life, but unfortunately, the support system and the support element does not support them to continue to remain in the armed forces. So we are trying to work on it. And at the same time, we are pushing to have our janat, okay? But we could not process because we do not have the authority to have it, because all the while WPS is under the control of the foreign affairs. So every time they go for a meeting in the UN, they only ask about the peacekeeping, nothing about WPS per se, and that's why until now we do not have NAP yet. And we have been pushing for our NEP for the past 2 years, and I'm very happy that I finally managed to get a slot in Hawaii under in the PACCOM for a month for them to help us to formulate our NEP. So hopefully by end of this year we have at least a draft of our NEP. And I was told by Madam Lana to mention about a little bit about Myanmar. Okay, on Myanmar, as you know, the ladies in the armed forces in Myanmar is only 0.2%. Okay, and as you know, they are trying to go for the peace process, and a lot of things have been done. And ASEAN have a principle of non-interference of domestic matters in the member state. But now, we cannot afford to leave it on their own. It's not purely about internal issues. Malaysia itself now is having a black blast of having 200,000 of Myanmar refugees in Malaysia. So, yes, there's effort have been done for the peace process, but unfortunately, the peace process is creeping as slow as a tortoise. So, now, and then we think that the participation of Myanmar women should be considered to quicken the strike. For Myanmar women to participate effectively in peace process, they must be given opportunity to upgrade their capacity and experience in participation in security sector. Okay, I know that to have the woman in the military organization is not about to improve the woman equality, but rather, actually, it is to improve the quality of the force. With that, since I'm in the training sector, to me, never stop learning. Knowledge is power. To overcome the past, to change our own situation, to fight new obstacles, and to make better decisions. So, it's hoped that international support, including funding for programs addressing sexual violence, technical assistance, capacity building, are always needed and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brigadier General Abdullah, for your opening remarks and for bringing the experience of Far East, in this case, not only of Malaysia, but also Myanmar. And so we move on with the fifth speaker. I invite now Brigadier Marijana Plesha-Čadonić, who is head of Stratcom Department Croatia, and I understood that Brigadier Čadonić served as defense attaché here in Kosovo and in this part of the region. So, Brigadier, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So, first of all, I'm really grateful being invited by your President, His Excellency Osmani, to be here. I'm honored to be among these generals, really respected from their countries, and definitely I'm be grateful and thanks to be here, very welcomed, and feel here as at home because of Ministry of Defense and Kosovo Security Force friends and Croatian ambassador to Kosovo. I really am here as at home. Thank you very much for the first. Going back to the main subject, Croatian Armed Forces strongly support gender equality on each level in the Army. Even in the Ministry of Defense, we have a committee for gender etiquette. I can refer how many percentage we have in Croatia. There is not flowers, I must say. Even we have a lot more percentage in the Ministry of Defense, something between 35 to 40 females in uniforms, on leading and the command position. But in the Army is a little bit more than 15%. So we will be on the path to increase this percentage in the armed forces. I really hope do. I will say something from my past. More than 20 years ago, I was asked if I would apply for a military observer in a UN mission Armagip in India and Pakistan. So until that, no one from Croatia as a female officer didn't go there. So I passed several courses, and 3 months before I needed to go, I was called in the Ministry of Defense by our Department for International Relations, and they asked me again if I would like to go, because they received a letter from the mission, and there we had 2 colleagues prior to me, male colleagues, and they refer that there are still ongoing violence between 2 countries, and there are some casualties, and conditions for living were poor, and that is a different culture, and it will be hard to adjust female officers to these conditions. So for more than 4 months, I was prepared myself to this mission. In my head, with my family, yes or no. This is a 1-year mission. It is not easy to go abroad without a family. In different country, as a first female officer in the mission, even in the mission, there never ever been there female officer. So I needed to be first. So I said, in my mind, I said, I will not change, so I will go. Nothing will be, say something which I will be not going there. So my decision was strong. As a first, I was wearing this uniform. I have never met any distraction in the mission according to these words what was said prior to me. Anyway, and anyhow, I was advantaged there because of some violence things from both sides of the countries. There happened some casualties, and we needed to go through some investigations. So only me could speak with women in this investigation. My male colleagues, they couldn't do this. So I have advantage to do this. So after me, it will come again Croatian officer, again Croatian officer, not just in that mission, in some others, UN mission, as well as NATO mission. So this is my word to all female officers. Don't be afraid. You go straight, be courage, you wear uniform, and if you are strict in your mind, you will finish your mission in the end as a final and conclude. Thank you very much for now.
Thank you, Brigadier Plesha Čadonić, for your experience and for the fact that you have shared especially your experience in a peacekeeping mission as the first woman, that, as far as I understand. Without further ado, I invite General Catherine Bordeaux, who is from the Ministry of the Armed Forces of the French Republic. The floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I'm very happy and very honored to be here today. That's my second time in Kosovo, and I'm very impressed by the way your civilian authority and your military authority are pushing the agenda of WPS. I'm currently assigned as special advisor on gender to the Minister of the French Minister of Defense. And in this job, I used everything I learned during my 33 years of service, everything I experienced, everything that frustrated me. And during these 33 years that have shaped me and are shaping my mission, I've seen a great evolution. We've started, when I first came in the forces, we started with restricting quota, where there were only 3 jobs for 120 officers in the Air Force Academy, to now a time where we have 22% of the laureates, the candidates that are being selected, that are women, in the Global Academy, Officers Academy. 22. That means that between 1/4 and 1/5 of the future officers are women. We have 17% of women in the French forces. That's something we are very proud of, and we are especially proud because we didn't have any quotas, we didn't have positive discrimination. We had objectives, we had policies, and we worked hard. And we couldn't do anything if the women were not strong enough and competent enough to achieve that. Last time we checked on operation, we had 10% of the forces on the ground in theater of conflicts that were women. And they were not there for the show. I mean, we were in Mali, we were in Afghanistan, 10% of the military there were women. No quotas. So that's what shaped the French vision of how we can promote women. And on a more personal note, I had 2 tours in Afghanistan, and what I saw there helped build me my vision. I saw young girls, 10 years old, who were sprayed with acid because they wanted to go to school. And on the other hand, I saw women, Afghan women, learning how to fight and becoming special forces units. And that was huge. So that's everything that shaped my vision of how we should go forward. That's a lot of frustration and a lot of dedication. There is this cold rage inside, and on the other hand, the conviction that there is hope, that we can go forward, that we can change things. And the conviction that women are exactly at their place in the military. Because women are bringing not only what every other man bring, that means, hard work, dedication, fighting spirits, expertise, professionalism. I mean, like my colleagues, Dutch colleagues said, and most of you ladies have said, we are selected on our talent. We're not selected on whatever quotas to show that, okay, we're good at promoting women. So it's all about, doing the job like the guys. Differently, possibly, but doing the job. But what I think the reason why we need women on top is because they have this specific life experience that makes them want to change things, that makes them want to build societies where women can raise their children, and especially their girls, into, strong-willed people, women or men. Sorry, I have a flu. People who can live the lives they choose just because they live in a better society. So that's why we need women in the military, because they have this little extra life experience that's absolutely essential in the world we are facing right now. Thank you.
Thank you, General, for sharing your experiences from the perspective of the French Armed Forces. And wow, so we have managed in 35 minutes to have, in a very military manner, introduction from the 6 speakers, which give us about 15 minutes, because I'm asked by the organizers to have it in 15 minutes, a round of questions and the final answers. This is actually what you call lead by example. So women lead change here in terms of the timekeeping and in terms of their contribution here. So I invite the audience for a question to the panel here. Whoever is breaking the ice, please introduce yourself. We will have one round of questions, I hope, and we will have the last intervention before we move on to the conclusion of the panel. Who is going to really break the ice here? Okay, please, the gentleman there. Okay. Sorry, I have the light here and I can't see, but I see there is an interest. If you can introduce yourself, please.
Generals, thank you very much. That was so inspiring. My name is Lone Kjeldgaard. I'm from Denmark, and I'm here in my capacity as the Chief of Staff of the NATO Advisory and Liaison Team here to Kosovo. First and foremost, I was struck by the resemblance of your experiences, how hard it has been for all of you to break the glass ceiling in your respective countries. And we have generals from so many different places and different career paths. And of course, the obvious question is to ask, what advice would you give to the young ladies embarking on a career in the security sector? Or what was the biggest challenge that you overcame in your career? But I'd like to take it somewhere slightly different and to say, if you were given unlimited power for one day, and perhaps looking at some of the cultural differences that is also represented on the stage, what would you change to further not only the recruitment, which I don't believe is a challenge for most nations, but the retainment of women in the security sector? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your valuable question. Is there any other question? And I hope there will be, actually. There is another, okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask a question. My name is Private Nadine Felber. I'm from the Swiss Armed Forces here in Kosovo as a LMT for the KFOR. And my question is more addressed to especially the military personnel from Kosovo, from Albania, from Croatia that we have here, because just of the conflict that was fairly recent, or the conflicts that your nations endured during, the couple of years ago, couple of decades ago, and we talk a lot about, violence against women, conflict-related violence against women. Does this legacy of this violence that has happened to your nation's women still impact the armed forces today, or the motivation to join armed forces in your countries today? Like, how do your countries still deal with this legacy? I would be very interested in that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. Is there any other question? If not, I will misuse the opportunity to make the third question so that we can take input from all of you. When we talk about this topic, we usually talk about the quotas, we talk about the numbers, we talk about statistics, about the percentage of general participation, women participation in the armed forces. What we talk less is the extent to which women are represented in all levels, layers of the armed forces, be it in the tactical, operational, strategic level. Could you share your experiences on the extent to which women are represented in all levels of the armed forces? So now we have three questions. The third is mine. The first is the question from NALT team, which is to remind you, what would you change if you would have the possibility to change based on your experience, and what would you do in terms of the retention of women in the armed forces, if I'm not wrong? And the other question from the representative of the Swiss Army here in part of KFOR is, did the violence in the past, the war, have impact in terms of the participation and representation of women in the armed forces? And she made particular reference to the representatives here of the region, namely Kosovo, Albania, and Croatia. So I propose you have 1 minute each to feel free to choose one of the questions, or even more, to answer the three questions that we have, and this will be your last remark in this panel. I will turn around and we will start from the French General. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think I'm going to answer the first one. What would I do in order to retain women? Actually, it's what I'm doing, because at the job I'm doing right now is all about retaining women. as you saw, we are recruiting a lot, but we are losing a lot too. There are many reasons for that. Most of them are linked to the requirement of the military career, which means that as an officer, you're moving a lot. You're being assigned every 2-3 years. And when a woman gets a family, she may have she may find it difficult to adjust to that. So what we are building, we have specific plan dedicated to military women, and we are adjusting all the processes, all the rules, in order to help them adjust to the mobility. So we are creating an organism that helps you move and take care of finding childcare and finding a new place and finding a house and helping you with registering to whatever school you need. We are trying on the work side, we're helping women when they go to war college, for example. They find it difficult to have children because war college come after 15 years of career. That's when you're 35 and you want to have children. So we have adjusted the limits so they can have a baby before, during and after, but they can pick the time where they can have and they want to have a baby. So we've been working, and there's a plan that was written in 2019, and I'm rebuilding it, and we're going to issue another one this year, and the idea is about how to retain women, and that covers from the personal family side to the military side, and we're trying to help retain them. Over 1 minute, sorry.
Yes, a bit, but thank you. I hand over to Brigadier Czadonic for, please feel free to answer one of the questions in 1 minute if possible.
In Croatian Army, we don't have a prescription, and we have volunteer recruits. Now we are in the thinking process of having again. Why? Because we have a lack of new cadets. But we don't have a lack of female cadets. We have even increasing. So according to our network and socializing with students just before applying as a cadets, we have increasing of female population in our students. And why? Because we building our capacity and integrity in some way in the Navy as well, and in actually Israel part, and also in the Army. So there is a challenge for them. So we put this as a challenge: be a Croatian officer or soldier, to be part of a new way of thinking, new way of having integrity for your country and keeping your country safe in the future, as well as we are part of NATO. And as we having anniversary of this year, joining NATO 15 years together with Albania as well, we have also 75 years of NATO all together. So this is all together in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brigadier. General Abdullah, please, 1 minute.
Okay. Remember just now I said that they commented about young girls when they are single, they are doing okay, but once they get married, they are not performing. So I replied once to my chief, and I said, don't blame the girls, sir, but blame the husband. So in our country, before the men can get married, we were supposed to go for a religious class. In that class, unfortunately, they always say that the wife have to listen to the husband, blah 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 blah. So now, if possible, for me, for the man to marry, you know that you're going to marry a woman, especially a pilot. I'm talking about for a pilot. Usually, the pilot, the man should. You want to marry her, so you make sure her career. You don't make her to feel guilty of having to choose her career and her family. Because this I like to repeat about my own experience when I was sent to Australia to do for my master's. I was told that I can go for a course, but my husband cannot follow me. And then when of course, being a wife, I have to ask my husband. When I asked my husband, when I told my husband what happened, my husband said, "You go, I'll take care of the children." If he were to say, you want to go? How about the children? I would think twice. But because he answered, "You go," so I went and I did well. So what I want to do, if I have the power, all the men has to go through a special course. Not only the wife have to go, but the man has to go for this special course. Thank you.
Thank you. Saskia?
Right, I'm taking the first question. If I was in power for one day, I think I would organize an experience day to make people aware of what it's like to be in the shoes of the other person, and to force men to experience what it's like to train with equipment that doesn't really suit your body or doesn't fit, what it's like to be in a group of women and saying something really brilliant and everyone looking at you like, no, it's a bad idea. And 5 minutes later, one of the women says the same thing and all the women think it's a great idea. And it's not to tease or to bully men, but I think sometimes you just need to have some experiences to be aware of what's happening and how it impacts people. So I think that would make a lot of difference if you had one day to experience what it's like.
Thank you. Generale, shumë shkurt ju lutem.
Nëse kisha mujt me përmbledhen se përpara jush është një oficer që kur është bërë klasa e oficerëve pas luftës ka qenë e vetmja femër në klasë. Edhe çdo hap që ose çdo rang që e kemi kalu me qenë e vetme gjithherë është desht me pas një qëllim. Andaj çdo herë inkurajoj prej eksperiencës time që vajzat, femrat, gratë të kenë një qëllim edhe të udhëheqin me shembull. Këto që e kemi mri për 25 vjet nuk është pak për ata që kanë kalu në këto procese, por megjithatë krahasu me vendet e tjera kemi shumë punë për me bë. Kurse sa i përket pjesës tjetër, impakti i konflikteve ndoshta ka qenë, po në retrospektiv pas 25 vjetëve, unë kisha thënë që ajo që kemi mri është e kapshme edhe institucionet e sigurisë, sidomos forca e sigurisë është në rrugë të mbarë me udhëheq me shembullin, por edhe pjesën tjetër me mbajtjen në shërbim të femrës nuk është e lehtë shërbimi në uniform, po megjithatë me procedura ose trajtimi i barabartë. Na e dim se si jemi të njëjtë, po trajtimi i barabartë dhe fuqizimi i femrës është një e ardhmja që ose forcimi i asaj shtytjes me majt femrën në uniform.
Faleminderit generale. Atëherë kret për fund generale Shehu. Shumë shkurt ju lutem.
To be military female, it is very, very strong. Not it easy. Believe me, I'm serving for a long time my country. I'm proud for that. But all during the time, I encourage young generation, young female, if they have passions to do this job, it is the great job. It is very excellent job. And many females, young females, new generation, would like to do this job. For me, not it easy to care for myself, to care for my children, for my husband, for my home, etc., etc. But together with my family, I have a lot of positive energy. Because the first support for to do the job excellent it is the support of family. We are altogether military females. We are in strategic levels. We have dignity, we have a lot of responsibility, and it is most important to be all together, to have a lot of integrity. And if we work together, we are very successful. In my country, in 3 levels, tactic levels, operational levels, and strategic levels, not are same. In many sectors, have much and more percent female. For example, in finance, in logistics, in medicals, in IT, have about 35, 20, or 40, 50% females. But in strategic levels, we have many colonels, not have a lead, for example, director, commander, etc. We have much and more commanders in tactical levels. I would like to work so much, to work harder, and together to support each other, because we have much and more value, and we have to share our experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all 5 generals and the brigadier for their contribution. This is a never-ending topic. This is a topic that we could not exhaust in 1 hour or less than an hour, but I'm really grateful to all of you for your contribution, and this panel really deserves a big applause. So I invite you for applause. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I know you're all tired. It's been a great day, a lot of good conversation. This is going to be the last panel that will discuss the ripple effects of the conflict-related sexual violence on social fabric and mental health. And please trust me, we have a wonderful panel of distinguished guests that will bring really very good conversation on the stage. We will start today with a video message from the Member of Congress, Dina Titus. She is with the House of Representatives from Nevada and Vice Chair of the House Democracy Partnership. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Valbona Zanelli. I'm a Senior Fellow with the Atlantic Council of the United States. We can start the video.
Hello, my name is Dina Titus, and I represent Nevada's 1st Congressional District in the U.S. Congress. As a senior member of the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Europe, I'm honored to address this forum at the invitation of President Osmani, who I had the pleasure of welcoming to Washington last year. During our meeting, we discussed our shared commitment to advancing democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. We also reflected on our country's notable progress to elevate the voices of women and pave the way for more women to serve at the highest levels of government. You know, the United States and Kosovo are enjoying an historic moment in this regard. Here in the U.S., we're seeing more women running for office than ever before, which has resulted in a record number of women serving in Congress. In Kosovo, President Osmani is presiding over the most gender-balanced cabinet in the Republic's history. But despite these notable gains, significant women consider only half of the population. Countries with a larger gender gap see higher levels of corruption, interstate violence, and disease. When women are empowered, though, to be full and equal partners, we see stronger economies, healthy children, and more durable peace agreements. Women are indeed the agents of change, and that's why promoting women's rights globally has been a key pillar of U.S. foreign policy since 2017 when Congress passed the Women, Peace, and Security Act. The subsequent U.S. strategy on women, peace, and security of 2019 focused on improving the effectiveness of our foreign policy and assistance efforts across the board by proactively integrating the needs and perspectives of women and allowing women to meaningfully participate in the processes for international peace. This framework has been a whole-of-government priority that mandates a national strategy. State Department-led trainings, consultations, and collaborations, and reporting requirements to measure and track progress. The Biden-Harris administration has advanced women's participation and protection in the military. They've promoted accountability for conflict-related sexual violence, supported women in law enforcement, and in homeland security. We've also strengthened women's roles in conflict prevention and resolution. We've linked the WPS and climate security agendas and advanced female civic and political leadership through the Summits for Democracy. There is, however, more to be done to advance efforts to end child marriage globally, embed WPS principles in defense engagements, and enhance support for survivors of gender-based violence in conflict settings. As Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine continues, we must stand with our allies as they fight for survival and amplify the voices of Ukrainian women. Recognizing women as vital to the war effort and future recovery is essential to a peaceful and sustainable future for all Ukrainians. To make effective progress on WPS, we must have bilateral and multilateral coordination and cooperation, which will strengthen our global commitment to the advancement of women. If we do this on our own, it won't work. We risk doing more harm than good by instituting piecemeal policies that lack coherence and consistency. So I commend President Osmani for hosting this important forum, bringing all the experts and academics and legislators together to collectively discuss WPS. With women and girls at the center of violent conflict, we must view the disparities in female participation as the national security issue that it is. Until women meaningfully participate in peacekeeping and conflict prevention, we will never be truly secure. Thank you.
If you just read that again, I can do the same thing from this one on.
All right. Okay. With women and girls at the center of violent conflict, we must view the disparities in female political participation as the national and global security issue that it is. Until women meaningfully participate in peace building and conflict prevention, we'll never be truly safe. Thank you.
Congresswoman Titus is one of the strongest supporters of women, peace, and security in the U.S. Congress, but also as Vice Chair of the House Democracy Partnership. She is very strongly committed on strengthening democracy in the countries of Southeastern Europe, such as Kosovo. And now I would like to invite for the opening speech Her Excellency Emilia Regepi, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are enjoying our state. And I will speak my language because the Kosovo is a multi-ethnic state and we speak many different languages. And you have to translate. Dame I gospodo, poštovani gosti iz regiona i širom sveta koji ste danas ovde sa nama, želim posebno da vas pozdravim i zahvalim se na vašem dragocenom vremenu koje ste posvetili svima nama ovde na Kosovu, odnosno ovoj današnjoj panel diskusiji posvećenoj jednoj od najvažnijih tema našeg vremena, efektima seksualnog nasilja povezanog sa sukobima na društveno tkivo i mentalno zdravlje. Ovo je pitanje koje zahteva našu pažnju, angažovanje i solidarnost kako bismo stvorili okruženje koje pruža podršku žrtvama i radi na prevenciji ovakvih zloupotreba. Kao zamjenica premijera Republike Kosova zadužena za ljudska prava, ponosim se što imamo priliku da otvoreno razgovaramo o ovom izuzetno važnom pitanju koje je i dalje tabu tema u mnogim društvima i mnogim državama koje su prošle kroz ratove, sukobe, konflikte, ali se svi zajedno moramo suočiti sa posljedicama seksualnog nasilja koji su duboko ukorenjene u istoriji našeg regiona. Danas, kroz ovu panel diskusiju, imamo priliku da produbimo naše razumevanje ove kompleksne problematike i istaknemo ključne korake koje treba preduzeti kako bismo osigurali pravdu, podršku i prevenciju, o čemu ću govoriti i ja, ali pre svega i naš ministar zdravlja, gospodin Vitija, koji je upravo zadužen za taj portfolio u vladi. Poštovani prisutni, seksualno nasilje povezano sa sukobima ne samo da nanosi fizičke i emotivne povrede pojedincima, već i duboko pogađa društveno tkivo naših zajednica. Ono slabi poverenje u institucije, stvara osjećaj nepravde i marginalizuje žrtve. Dugogodišnje iskustvo koje imam sa našim silovanim ženama u Bosni i ovde kod nas na Kosovu, tokom celokupnog rata je jako bolno. Hiljade i hiljade žena su silovane u Bosni i na Kosovu. Hiljade i hiljade žena, mladih devojaka i njihovih života je uništeno pre nego što su počeli da žive. Hiljade i hiljade majki je rasplakano. Hiljade i hiljade dečjih života je uništeno. Zašto je to trebalo da se dogodi? Da li su to ljudska bića koja su to uradila, koja god da su? Pitam se kako bi se oni osjećali da su to bile njihove majke, ćerke, žene, sestre. To su teške životne priče naših žena koje se ne zaboravljaju tokom celog njihovog života. Naše društvo ne može i ne sme ostati ravnodušno na sva ova pitanja, na sve te patnje. Moramo raditi zajedno kako bismo izgradili inkluzivno okruženje koje osnažuje žrtve, a istovremeno osuđuje nasilje i promoviše kulturu poštovanja ljudskih prava. Mentalno zdravlje žrtava seksualnog nasilja također zahteva punu pažnju i apsolutnu podršku u svakom segmentu društva. Traume koje proizilaze iz ovakvih iskustava imaju dugotrajne posljedice na psihološko blagostanje pojedinaca i njihovih porodica. Zato je od ključne važnosti osigurati pristup adekvatnoj psihološkoj podršci i terapiji za sve žrtve seksualnog nasilja, kako bi im se omogućilo da prevaziđu traume i ponovo izgrade svoje normalne živote kao i svi mi. Dame i gospodo, tokom ove panel diskusije pozivam sve prisutne da aktivno učestvuju, razmene ideje i predloge, kako bismo zajedno identifikovali najefikasnije strategije za borbu protiv seksualnog nasilja povezanog sa sukobima i za promociju mentalnog zdravlja u našim zajednicama i državama. Hvala vam veliko što ste pružili sav vaš doprinos ovoj današnjoj raspravi. Nadam se da će naši razgovori biti korisni i inspirativni i da ćemo zajedno pronaći put ka stvaranju društva koje pruža sigurnost, pravdu i podršku svim svojim članovima, bez obzira na naciju, religiju i veru, jer žrtva je žrtva i ona ne bira etničku pripadnost. Zahvaljujem se i želim vam ugodnu sesiju.
This is the last panel, and we are in between you and some rest and the wonderful dinner that's been prepared by the host. I would like to thank once again. I am honored to be back here in Pristina for the second WPS conference organized by President Osmani. Our panel, as I pointed out, will be focused on the ripple effects of conflict-related sexual violence and how that affects the social fabric and mental health. And we have a great lineup of panelists here. Her Excellency Sofia Zakaraki, Minister of Social Cohesion and Family Affairs from the Hellenic Republic. Mr. Arben Vitia, Minister of Health of the Republic of Kosovo. Dr. Maitha Salem Al-Shamsi, she is the Minister of State of the State of United Arab Emirates. And Professor Tanya Domi, she is a Professor of International Public Affairs at the Harriman Institute at Columbia University. Thank you all for being here, and thank you to our audience for staying with us. As it was pointed out more times during the conversations today, the current geopolitical landscape is increasingly fraught. And from Russia's brutal war of aggression to Ukraine and Israel's war with Hamas, conflicts are erupting, aimed at upending the rules-based international order, but also targeting civilian populations. And we heard more times today that women are consistently and disproportionately affected in those conflicts. From malign actors that weaponize gender and exploit societal fault lines, to leveraging sexual violence as a tool to raise the civilian cost of war, but also imposing institutional obstacles that make women's involvement in peace and stabilization processes very difficult. more times it was mentioned that gender violence, gender-based violence is a human right abuse, it's a form of discrimination and a manifestation of unequal power. What I would like to do, I'll start with Professor Domi. Let's get back into basics. What is the impact of conflict-related sexual violence? Does it impact only women? Describe that to us.
Sorry about that. In terms of conflict-related sexual violence, I think the objective over looking at a number of countries, including Kosovo, including Bosnia, in southeastern Europe, it is very clear that the objective is to not only destroy familial bonds, but it is to disrupt and destroy the society and where these people have lived for generations. And secondly, the act of rape is to humiliate, regardless of gender. And we know, based on the Bosnian War, and also it happened in Kosovo, that men were also sexually violated. And as a matter of fact, the first decision by the International Criminal Court of the former Yugoslavia was a conviction of Duško Tadić for ordering the rape of men. So this is a reality, and we are seeing it more and more and more, and we are seeing it amplified in brutality, including the Yazidi women with the ISIS fighters. That took place there. So the idea is to destroy the society, destroy the familial bonds, and people leave. And then when an enemy is using land warfare, they take over that territory. And that's exactly what's been happening in Ukraine at the direction of the Russian army. And most recently, on October 7th, you had a bout of this very serious amplified brutality in Israel. And what you're now seeing, perhaps in Gaza, there are reports of gender-based crimes. I want to see more reporting, but clearly the SRSG of the United Nations, Pramila Patton, has actually written a report about this. So more to come, but this is basically the objectives of the perpetrators.
As you point out, Professor, it looks like really, with the high number of ongoing conflicts, looks like really it's used opportunistically as a weapon of war due to the climate of impunity that we have seen when it comes to this very act of war. But what I'd like to do, I would like to ask now Her Excellency Zakaraki, the Minister of Social Cohesion and Family Affairs. As Professor Domi was explaining, the impact is not only on the person that's being directly impacted. It impacts the families, it impacts the society, and impacts the social and economic development of a country. So I'd like to hear your perspective as a minister that cover a lot of these issues that have to do not just with the act of sexually raping in war, but also the gender-based violence more in general, because we should not lose the big focus on that. I would like to hear your thoughts on the topic.
First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. Congratulations on the organization and congratulations on setting up the very first Center for Excellence. I think it's going to be something that is very unique and I would say very substantial for the region as well. So it's a good thing that you cooperated and with the United States government, and of course that there is a very strong commitment by Georgetown and the relevant center, and of course all the main stakeholders here, that there is capacity building. And of course, all this tradition of capacity building is very important, I think, to everybody in the policy-making scheme. And I very much state that because policymakers are not just here in order to identify the problem, the issue, the trauma, and the numbers, but to do something substantial about that. I was going through the panel discussions today, and I was thinking about all the ripple effects of what we've been discussing, also in the gender-based aspect of that. But let me stay also in the initial question that you actually posed to the professor about the sexual-driven acts, and of course all the ripple effects of what it does to the family ties, what it does to the person that has endured and been inflicted with such pain, regardless of gender, by the way, because you very acutely say that it's not just women, it's also men that are humiliated through processes like that. But of course, we do have the cases. We have them reported cases in Ukraine. We have Middle East. We have, of course, Afghanistan, Sudan. A lot of cases right now where there have been reports of sexually inflicted incidents. And you look at that, and you also have to deal with the trauma afterwards. So I very much stay on the issue of the psychosomatic support that you offer to those victims afterwards, apart from just, focusing on what's been happening and, of course, condemning that in different ways. Now, let me also state that the Greek government, and also in its promotion of the priorities as a candidate to the UN Security Council for 2025-2026, has actually placed this priority in one of the first, let's say, priorities that we have clearly stated. It is also on the 25th anniversary of the UN Security Council resolution in 2025. And I would like also to inform the distinguished guests, and of course everybody who's with us today or watching us, that we have already drafted our very first national plan for women, peace and security, which reinforces the prevention of armed forces, related gender-based and sexual violence, the protection, relief, and of course, a recovery of women and girls primarily from such violence. And of course, gender balanced participation in peace processes. We see that it's starting to work. We do this under the auspices of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but we have all ministries working towards that end. And of course, you also mentioned something that we do as the ministry that expedites the whole process about the gender-based violence. We have a clear strategy in Greece, 2021 to 2025, with a lot of actions that we focus on education. It has to start from the very early stage. Children have to learn how to respect each other, and they have to know what a healthy relationship is. So it's very important that they learn to respect and see no boundaries and see no prejudice when we're talking about human relations. We've also focused on protecting women and men within, of course, and LGBTQI plus members of a family who may endure violence. We have helplines, we have shelters, we have community centers with free advice on consultation, on psychological support, on finding a job afterwards, because after the trauma comes the recovery. And of course, the professional perspective of such victims is very central in our effort. So it is an all-encompassing strategy. The two action plans, the action plan on women, peace and security, as well as the action plan on combating gender violence, are interlinked in order to provide a very sound system of protection. And of course, we, as the Hellenic Republic, are very much eager, of course, to offer our guidance and help and all the lessons learned, also through supporting victims.
Well, thank you very much. I will continue with you because I know that you have to leave early. So, great points, and a lot of work has been done over the last 25 years. There's much more awareness on those issues. But if you look at the WPS index, it looks like many of the countries are backsliding when it comes to the results. And there are some studies that even call the gender-based violence as the shadow pandemic, because the pandemic also has worsened the situation together with the wars and conflicts everywhere, with the decline in economic development in many countries. There's been a worsening in that. So what should we do differently? What are we not getting when it comes to really making this, making future equal societies for everyone, not just for women?
I think staying firmly on the line of raising awareness, of intensifying all the legislation around those issues, and we have done a very committed work in Greece about that. Greece is one of the 12 countries that qualifies as a full equality, actually depicting in legislation as primary and secondary legislation. Of course, there's always a distance in implementation, and I fully recognize that, but we're making strides, of course, in meeting all the legislative, let's say, requirements. Apart from that, let me also note that we're making a lot of effort also in intensifying women participation in labor force, and also helping them reach their full potential, also when we're talking about participation in board of directors, you know, reaching them, helping them reach betterly, let's say, positions in hierarchy. But when it comes also to security and peace, I think that we should do our best through, of course, the Security Council, the UN Security Council, and all the other formats to talk about, raise the issue, be very firm, and have one voice when we're talking about the countries that backslide on such policies. And I do feel that the more we see implementation on the ground and where we see more education, and I cannot but stress that as a teacher myself, you can see how it works. It has a ripple effect. Of course, women are the first victims of crisis. They are the first victims of war. And not only when we talk about the gender-based violence, but also the economic impacts. When you see the rise in prices, where you see the economic deficiency, women are the first to pay the price wherever you see a conflict, wherever you see even an incident happening, not just, you know, in the form of an armed conflict.
Well, thank you very much, first, for really raising this topic, such an important topic, high in the agenda for Greece, but also talking about a whole-of-government approach, but more a whole-of-society approach, because you included their media and awareness, and they have to be close partners. Civil society has to be a close partner of government to achieve results. So thank you.
Politicians have to be pedagogical about that. They shouldn't think about political cost. They should try to raise the issue alongside the civil society, the academia, and all the people, and have a unique voice, of course with our differences, but make a very clear statement when it comes to equality and when you talk about human rights.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, please, Professor.
Yes, if I might add, I do think education is always important. I am a professor. But I would say that accountability, justice, and let me add that we are not doing well in this department. There is not enough accountability. What is justice? What does that mean? When you start talking about people who have been traumatized and that if they survive it, it will be with them for the rest of their lives. And of course, there's an obligation on behalf of government to provide those psychosocial remedies. However, right now, when you look at the situation in Ukraine, we're talking over 100,000 crimes, many of which are conflict-related sexual violence. You back up how many people have been raped in Ethiopia. You add in rapes that have never been prosecuted from Bosnia. That's a case that's been taken up in Montenegro. Cases here in Kosovo that have never been brought. They're finally being brought, but as we say in America, justice delayed is justice denied. I would just add that we have to do a better job in prosecuting conflict-related sexual violence. And we may need to look at additional courts. We're also looking at third states. Last year, Germany prosecuted an ISIS fighter who trafficked and raped a Yazidi woman. This is happening more and more, but we have to organize around that principle and make agreements between countries that they'll take those cases on. This is an enormous challenge, and the world community has to demonstrate political will to bring justice.
Absolutely, completely agree. However, from the education and research perspective, I think it's difficult, there's this difficulty in collecting data and in humanitarian context, but also the sensitivity of the topic and the vulnerability of the affected populations. And so you have this intersection of, traumatic events And that makes the academic research sometimes even more difficult. So I think we should pay more attention also when it comes to academic research and give data to politicians to increase this political will of politicians.
I mean, I also might add that the data, and when I'm just looking at it from one place to another, Myanmar, what's going on in Ethiopia, there's no reporters in Ethiopia. We don't hear about Ethiopia. We're talking about gang rape. So who's going to bring them to justice? Who's going to bring the perpetrators to justice? The ICC is just one court, and it only has so many resources and so much capacity. And this is why weighing the differences between what is justice and what can be done to support that survivor and their family. And this is the quandary I think we face. And, but I will say this, and I wanted to say it, there's been a number of people that have said it. President Osmani has actually been a leader in a way that we have not seen before. And she deserves tremendous credit. And I do want to say, by appointing Vasfia Krasniki-Goodman as a presidential envoy on sex conflict-related sexual violence during war, is sending a message. She planted a flag, and she said, we, in fact, at Kosovo have learned, we have some experience to share. And this appointment of Vasfia, I think, is actually not only the right thing to do, but I would call on Western governments to do the similarity action. For example, the United States Foreign Service in the State Department, we do have a special envoy on LGBTQ rights. And I think it's time, after President Biden signed the memorandum last year on conflict-related sexual violence, it's time to ask for representation. Representation can speak to these issues and help move them politically in ways that haven't been done before. So I applaud the President of Kosovo for her incredible leadership.
Well, thank you very much. Very well said. And we had an emotional moment this morning, but such a great act of courage too that really raises awareness and pushes for more political will. I will invite you to get the headsets. I would like to give the floor to Her Excellency Dr. Maitha Salem Al-Shamsi. As I introduced her, she is the Minister of State at the State of United Arab Emirates. But also, very importantly, she's speaking on behalf of Her Highness Sheikha Fatima bin Mubarak and all the efforts that they're committed into supporting women empowerment, but also the women peace and security agenda more generally. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for inviting us to attend this great conference, and I would like to thank also President of Kosovo to invite me to share in this conference. If allow me, I will speak in Arabic. I will speak not on behalf of Her Highness Sheikha Fatima, ولكن سأتحدث عن دور الشيخة فاطمة. حقيقة عنوان المؤتمر الذي يدعو إلى إعادة التفكير في موضوع الأمن والسلام للمرأة. سمو الشيخة فاطمة Mother of the Nation هي كزوجة مؤسس دولة الإمارات العربية في عام 1971، وأيضا هي رئيس دولة الإمارات الحالي صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد. هذه السيدة منذ بداية حياتها وهي تنظر إلى أن حماية المرأة ومساعدة المرأة وتمكين المرأة هو مسؤولية الجميع، وتبدأ أيضا من المرأة نفسها. فعندما حظيت بهذا الدور قامت بالعديد من الأدوار في تمكين المرأة الإماراتية، ولم تكتفي بذلك ولكن أيضا قامت بتمكين المرأة العربية. والآن هي دورها يتسع إلى خارج نطاق الدول العربية ويمتد إلى مناطق كثيرة على مستوى العالم. في موضوع الأمن والسلام
أطلقت سمو الشيخة فاطمة خطة وطنية يعني تعزيز دور المرأة في الأمن والسلام. من هذه الخطة تحقيق الاستجابة لاحتياجات النوع الاجتماعي في السياسات الخارجية، منع التطرف العنيف ومكافحته، تخطيط وتنفيذ منظومة الاستجابة للطوارئ وإدارة الأزمات، تعزيز المساواة بين الجنسين في مجال المساعدات الإنسانية، تحقيق المشاركة الفعالة للمرأة في الوقاية من النزاعات، زيادة مشاركة المرأة في أنشطة بناء السلام، تدريب الضباط العسكريين من النساء في مجال التطوير المهني. والسيدة صاحبة السمو الشيخة فاطمة فكرت أن تمتد حماية المرأة ووضعها في منظومة الأمن والسلام ليس فقط في بناء المجتمع أو في حدود المجتمع، وإنما في كافة مجالات المجتمع، وهي أول من أدخلت المرأة إلى العمل في نظام الدفاع ونظام الشرطة، وأسست مدارس متخصصة، مدرسة خولة بنت الأزور للدفاع الوطني أو اللي يعملون في الجيش، وأسست مدرسة الشرطة النسائية في بداية 73. فمن هنا كان الفيجن لسمو الشيخة فاطمة بأن تعطى المرأة وتمكن من قدراتها وتعزيز قدراتها عن نفسها وعن أسرتها وعن وطنها. كان يعني نظرة سابقة لأوانها، والآن دولة الإمارات تجني ثمار هذه التوجهات وثمار هذا العمل. في عام 2018 وقعت مذكرة تفاهم بين وزارة الدفاع والاتحاد النسائي وهيئة الأمم المتحدة للمرأة وتحت رعاية سمو الشيخة فاطمة بنت مبارك، وتم إطلاق هذا المبادرة في عام 2019، مبادرة تمكين المرأة في السلام والأمن. هذه المشاركة أو هذه المبادرة نتج عنها برنامج تدريبي متكامل، استقطبت نساء من جميع أنحاء الدول في العالم وأعطيت لهن فرص التدريب في مجال الدفاع. يعني كان هناك تدريب مهني دقيق جدا، تم تخريج دورات متعددة خلال هذه السنوات التي تلت 2019. من ضمنها كان عندنا 5 نساء من كوسوفو، ونحن فخورين بأن يكون لدينا في مركز أبو ظبي للمرأة الأمن والسلام أن تحظى نساء على مستوى من كل مستويات أو دول العالم أن يحظين بهذا المناسبة من التدريب. في يونيو عام 21 أيضا وجه سمو الشيخة فاطمة بإنشاء مركز للأمن والسلام في أبو ظبي، تأكيدا على دور الإمارات العربية في مشاركة المرأة الفاعلة في جميع القطاعات وخاصة قطاعي السلام والأمن، وحرصها على بناء القدرات للمرأة سواء كانت المرأة الإماراتية أو المرأة في أي دولة أخرى. في عام 22 تم تخريج ما يقارب 615 متدربة من عدد من الدول، وما زال البرنامج التدريبي وفي هذا المركز الذي شيدت سمو الشيخة فاطمة يعمل بكل اهتمام وبكل دعم. ونحن يعني حريصين أن لو كان هناك أحد من المشاركين أن يستطيع أن يدعم بعض النساء يريد لهن التدريب أن يتواصل مع المركز، وأن يكون هناك في إتاحة فرصة للمزيد من النساء للالتحاق بهذا المركز التدريبي. في 16 يونيو عام 23 في نيويورك أكدت الإمارات العربية المتحدة التزامها بالنهوض بالمساواة بين الجنسين وجدول أعمال المرأة والسلام والأمن وتمكين النساء والفتيات في جميع أنحاء العالم من خلال مساهمة إضافية قدرها 15 مليون دولار أمريكي لهيئة الأمم المتحدة للمرأة على مدى السنوات المقبلة من عام 23 إلى 25. فهناك يعني توجه كبير من سمو الشيخة فاطمة إلى الاستمرارية في دعم تمكين المرأة في مجال الأمن والسلام. ولا يعني سمو الشيخة فاطمة لا تقف عند هذا الحد، ولكن تنظر إلى النساء التي يعانين من النزاعات والحروب المسلحة على مستوى دول العالم. ونحن اليوم نعيش جميعا لحظات مؤلمة في بعض مناطق العالم ضحيتها النساء والأطفال. فهناك نساء بلا مأوى، نساء بلا معيل، نساء غير قادرات على متابعة حياتهن وعلى يعني وجود أبسط احتياجات الحياة الأساسية. سمو الشيخة فاطمة من خلال صندوق المرأة اللاجئة الذي نتشارك فيه مع هيئة الأمم المتحدة المفوضية العليا لشؤون اللاجئين، نقدم العديد من الإسهامات التنموية من خلال الصندوق هذا. وليس هناك مساعدات إغاثية فقط اللي هي تعتمد على الغذاء والماء والأدوية، ولكن نعمد في صندوق المرأة اللاجئة إلى تمكين النساء. يعني استطعنا من خلال مخيمات اللاجئين في الأردن أن نمكن المرأة السورية من أن تكون قادرة على إنشاء ريادة أعمال، على أن تقوم هي بإنتاج المستلزمات الغذائية والملابس، وأن تقوم ببيع هذه المستلزمات أو هذا الإنتاج، مما يمكنها من توفير مردود دخل ثابت لها ولأسرتها. فنظرت سمو الشيخة فاطمة أن لا تكون المساعدة هي مساعدة وقتية، وإنما المساعدة يجب أن يكون مضمونها تنموي وتمكين للمرأة أن تكون قادرة على حماية نفسها، على تعزيز قدراتها، على توفير ما يلزمها في الحياة لها ولأسرتها. أيضا عندنا في شهر أكتوبر المقبل مؤتمر كبير جدا يختص بالصحة النفسية للنساء اللاجئات اللاتي يعانين من الظروف النفسية والصحية، خاصة في حالة النزاعات المسلحة أو في حالة الكوارث الطبيعية. فسموها مهتمة أن يكون هذا العمل على أفضل وجه، وأن يكون في التزام بتوفير العديد من الفرص للنساء اللاجئات، أن يجدن الدعم الملازم لتحسين ظروفهن الصحية النفسية، وخاصة أن المرأة في حالات كثيرة تفقد الكثير من قدراتها إذا لم تجد الدعم المناسب في الوقت المناسب. فمن هنا أنا وددت أن أركز الضوء على هذه الإسهامات التي لا تأتي بتوجيهات أو قرارات أو برلمان، وإنما تأتي من إحساس المرأة بالمرأة. سمو الشيخة فاطمة عندها قدرة بإحساسها على المرأة. يعني نحن الآن في قبل سنتين افتتحنا مع كنا سبق أن سمو الشيخة فاطمة وجهت بإنشاء مستشفى للأطفال في كوسوفو للمرأة والأطفال، وأنا الآن جئت فأخبرها بأني أجيء لمؤتمر مثل هذا، فتسألني اذهبي إلى المستشفى وشوفي ماذا يحتاج الأطفال والنساء في هذا المستشفى أيضاً. فدائماً النظرة الإنسانية التي تعتمد على الجانب العفوي والجانب التنموي والجانب الذي لا يفرق بين أي جنس وبين أي لون وبين أي عرق، فقط هو يعتمد الإنسانية. ولأننا جميعاً ننتمي إلى هذا الكوكب، ويجب أن نعيش في كوكب يحمل لنا الاستدامة ويوفر فرص استدامة واستثمار للمرأة في قدراتها وتمكينها. شكراً.
Thank you very much, Minister, and really very grateful to Her Highness Sheikha Fatima for all the support she has given to Kosovo and other countries in the region. But really what caught my attention in your points, yes. Yes, so the Minister, will excuse the Minister because she has to leave the panel.
I have to catch my flight to go back to Greece, and I'm flying in less than 1 hour and a half, so thank you again for the invitation, and thank you for the insights you gave us.
I will say goodbye for
yes.
Yes, we'll continue for a few more minutes. We'll try to cut this shorter. So really, thank you very much. And it's not just the vision of Her Highness Sheikha Fatima, but it's also what you mentioned, funding it. Because you cannot talk about political will if there's no money attached to that, and funding to raise capacities. And that's the important, not to victimize only those people, but really raise capacities to make them able to enable them, empower them both economically and socially. Last but not least, Minister Vitia, thank you very much, first of all, for the hospitality and for this conference. You are really, the question for you really will be focused on gender-based violence as a public and global health issue. So I'd like to hear from you from the health perspective as a health minister. As we witness the harrowing images and the accounts of the conflict, it's crucial to recognize the need for mental health support of those affected from the psychological trauma of the war that can be manifested in different ways. So I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Thank you very much indeed, and the esteemed panelists, honored guests, and respected participants. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be a member of this panel, but to begin with the question you made, our region suffered a lot during the last years of the past century. And we cannot, the Kosovo was no exclusion. And of course, it happened in Bosnia, it happened everywhere else, and it happened in Kosovo, because sexual violence against women, but like Tanya said, against men as well, was used as a weapon of war during Milosevic's regime on 98 and 99 war. And many lost their lives, but countless of women in Kosovo were left with permanent consequences. The signs of this inhuman violence still linger among our society. Not only the physical and psychological trauma, like you said, but also the impossibility of attaining justice, like Tanya said, of seeing the perpetrators held accountable, keeps each victim in a state of perpetual suffering. And that's a fact even today, 25 years after. So far, the work of the Commission for the Recognition of the Status of Victim of Sexual Violence has identified around 1,553 exactly women and 89 men. And the applications, of course, are still continuing. But applying this status is incredibly difficult for the victims. There is still hesitancy to become the part of this process, and mostly is because of the stigma relating to your question as well. However, through the act of registration, we afforded a glimmer of hope, a pathway to secure enduring support and specialized services for those in need. Conflict-related sexual violence transcends mere criminality. It strikes to the very core of our humanity, leaving on its wake a landscape of broken lives, fractured families, and shattered communities that reflects in all society. It is a violation that resonates the profound implications, undermining the fundamental principles of trust and security vital for the flourishing of any society. Today, of course, we stand at pivotal juncture, armed with collective resolve to confront this scourge head-on. It is incumbent upon us to shelter the silence that cloaks conflict-related sexual violence, to dispel the stigma that surrounds its victims, and to extend a compassionate hand of support and solace of those who have endured unspeakable horrors. As a Minister of Health, of course, I pledge unwavering commitment to ensuring that survivors of conflict-related sexual violence receive the compassionate care of unwavering support they rightfully deserve. This entails investments in comprehensive mental health services, facilitating access to counseling and therapy, and fostering safe spaces, environments when survivors may share their narratives without any fear of judgment at all. But, of course, we cannot do this alone, only from the perspective of the Ministry of Health. It will take the collective effort to government, civil society, international partners, of course, to truly make this difference. We must work together to dismantle the systems of impunity that allows perpetrators to escape justice and to create, after all, a culture of accountability where survivors are believed, supported, and empowered to seek justice and healing. There is, of course, no other option for us but to help healing these wounds, and it is still, maybe, and it remains still very difficult. New pathways are needed to reach, and every person who holds within themselves a story of these heinous crimes. Rape during war, of course, is a crime against humanity, and human dignity is as important as one's body and mind, and therefore dignity always needs to be protected. Therefore, even from this forum, I take the chance and urge to assist anyone who had experienced this violence to report it to the authorities of our states, but not only, and because we owe this to all these victims, to their sufferings, and we should and must let them know that they are not alone on this battle.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for your comprehensive thoughts. What I would like to do now, we only have a couple of minutes left before dinner. I would like to get very quick comments on you on the importance of forums like this. You know, what are the main takeaways? And I'll start with Professor Domi.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to thank the Minister for bringing up the issue of stigma. And a very wise soul once said to me, a very good friend, every time one witnesses the shame and the hurt that comes from such a horrible trauma, we are in fact giving solace and support to that person. We all were in this room today when two survivors stood before us, and every time people come forward and share their story, we are actually breaking the shame of stigma. And the stigma is enforced by silence. And the silence must be broken. It must be broken. And I would say a lot of campaigns are associated with breaking the silence. But I was deeply moved by that moment. And I think what, from the first president of Kosovo in the post-war period, President Yayaga also gave a great deal of witnessing to the victims and the survivors, and this continues with President Osmani, and I want to say that this is the way forward. This will remove the shame. This will remove the stigma. If anyone should be ashamed, it's the rapist. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Minister Al-Shamsi.
Shukran. I think we need to work together. We need some kind of networking to ask the youth also to share us. We must find good solution for this problem. We cannot just come year by year and just talking about our problem, but how to find good solution for this problem. I know this problem not easy to find it. We need create again in all the mind, the valuables, ethics, how to look each other in the whole world for the people. They are same. They are same. They must same. Respect each other. We want to share also this same responsibility, not just my responsibility or the leader responsibility or the academic responsibility. This we are must to share in this responsibility. You must to find some good solution or good system and try to give all the places, schools, universities, workplace. I think we need make more act, because we don't act. We just talk without act. We want to more act than we talk. This is what lack in our our efforts. We put a lot of efforts, but we want to end for this effort to end this problem also.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And a great point. We need to walk the talk, but most importantly, not talk about these issues only when we meet in international conferences, but mainstream that in all the work that the government does in collaboration with civil society. So thank you very much for your message. Minister, the floor is yours for the final thoughts.
Thank you very much about the importance of this forum. Really, President Osmani did a wonderful job, and she's still doing, and this forum is one of the opportunities to share with each other the experiences and learn from each other, of course. We should know that based on the name of the forum itself, there is no peace and there is no security without women. And on the other hand, on the topic that as a panelist we are talking, I remember when it was war in Bosnia, everybody thought that it will not be the same in Kosovo. But it happened. Now we are dealing the same situation with Ukraine. And experiencing and learning and sharing on these topics and helping these women, I mean, this is a great place to speak and to raise our voice against these atrocities, especially against women. Like Tanya said, regarding the stigma and the shame that the victims feel, it's unprecedented that they are victims, they are stigmatized, they feel the shame, so they are not just the victim of rape, they are the victim of a broader perception of the society that we as a government, of course, like I said before, together with civil society, together with help of our international friends, we should be focused more on overcoming these problems.
Well, thank you very much, Minister. Thank you for this fantastic panel and for sharing your thoughts with us. I'd like to conclude with one expression that one of my mentors uses, and that's that women, peace, and security should not be considered a women's issue, should be considered a national security issue. So thank you very much, and I wish you all good dinner.